Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Welcome to the Senate Finance Committee. Today is Tuesday, February 17th. We are going to hear, I think, 12 bills. A note to the audience, we have 149 witnesses today, so we have a 2-minute rule, and I will ask you when you hear the 2-minute timer, just finish your sentence and please be finished. I don't want to have to gavel you. So I'm going to read the bill order. We have a special guest here today. We have the Governor of Maryland, Governor Wes Moore, and we're going to start with 2 of the governor's bills. So Senate Bill 389, 387, 444, 470, 510, 489, 490, 496, 506, 488, 412, 411. That's the expected bill order. You will see members of the committee leave. They're going to other committees to testify, so sometimes the bill order does need to change a little based on the competition. So we are starting with 387. Right? Governor, we're going to start with Senate Bill 387, the Food Retailers Dynamic Pricing Surveillance Data and Collective Bargaining Agreements Protection. If you would like to come to the table with your panel, Miles, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Governor, you get as much time as you need. We are not limiting you to 2 minutes.
3 minutes sounds great. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, as well, and to all the members of the committee for having me here and allowing me to testify on this bill that I'm proud to testify on behalf of, which is the Protection for Predatory Pricing Act. This bill really is inspired by what I know each and every one of us have continued to hear from our constituents as we're going all around the state. Is not just that things are becoming more and more expensive as we're watching skyrocketing prices that are taking place throughout our communities, and prices that have increased on everything from beef to aluminum to energy, but also what they're seeing when they go to the supermarkets as well. And price manipulation that we're seeing in our supermarkets is something that we know is there and it is present, and it's something that we can actually do something about. Where we're seeing how people's basic technology is being used against them. And we know that technology is something that should be working for Maryland families and not working against Maryland families. It's the same algorithms that are being used to help make us smarter is also being used to weaponize when people are walking into supermarkets. And we're seeing how it works in far too many grocery stores already. And the way it's basically working in terms of price manipulation is that prices will change constantly. In many cases, they will change by the hour. They can even change by the minute. And that's based on where you are and where you shop. They are happening because you have digital price tags that are taking the place of paper price tags. And they're happening because cameras are watching aisles. They are happening because sensors are actually counting customers. They're happening because as you walk into your supermarkets with these, you don't even realize how it's actually can be used against you. Because they now know when you're coming in. They know oftentimes what you are buying. How that matters is if you are a working parent and you know you have to get to that supermarket at 6 o'clock and you know you have to be home by 7, and they have an understanding of what you normally buy, that you'll buy milk, you'll buy cereal, you'll buy bread for your family. They know that because patterns are emerging. So when they sense that you're coming in during that time, they are already using that data to start manipulating prices against you because they know you don't have extra time. You've got from 6 to 7, and then you got to get home. And so they know that if they jump up the prices, you'll pay for it. They're using your data against you. And what this bill is working to do, it's addressing things like the ability for them to change prices and using algorithms against you during peak hours. They're using it so that they know if there are prime items that people are looking for, that they're not going to be able to jack up prices because they know that you'll pay for it no matter what. And we notice that this is not how innovation should be used. This is exploitation. And we're seeing how our people are getting hosed because of it. And so the Protection from Predatory Pricing Act does two critical things. that we think are important. The first thing that it does is it requires grocery stores to keep prices fixed for at least one business day. So they cannot make those adjustments as they see you walking into a grocery store. No more paying different prices for the same items in the same store on the same day. The second thing it does, it prohibits the use of surveillance data and automated systems to set individual prices. So basically, when you walk into a grocery store, you will pay the same price as the person who walked in before you and after you. Miles will not have to pay a different price than me, despite the fact that we're next to each other inside of the grocery store. And the price on the shelf is the price that you will pay at the register. You will not see a jump from the distance between you picking up that item and you walking over to the cash register. And this legislation requires transparency and fairness inside of our marketplace. Now, I know that there will be some who will say that this legislation actually stands in the way of innovation. The thing that I would say is it's not standing in the way of innovation. What it's allowing is for innovation not to serve as predatory items against our people. It's basically saying we should not let people to be adjusted and prices being adjusted based on people's situations. That there might be some who will say that we should let the market decide the prices. But the reality is fair markets only work when people have real information. And fair markets work when that information, that content cannot be manipulated. And so we can tackle costs to ensure that our people do not get hosed. We can work with innovation and not focus on and not act to give way to exploitation. And we believe that this is a way of actually addressing a very real need that the people in our state are seeing right now. And so I look forward to collaborating with this committee, along with opponents of this bill and opponents, to create legislation that really does work to protect Marylanders inside this moment. With that, I respectfully urge the committee to pass the Protection from Predatory Pricing Act. And thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Governor Miles. Will you be testifying?
Yeah, again, just for the record, my name is Miles Hicks, also Deputy Legislative Officer to Governor Moore, and I'm just here for technical questions, if any of you guys have any.
Thank you. Senator Gile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Governor, for this bill. Miles, I think I just have just a couple questions that I think maybe can help answer. I noticed in the bill, so there's something that's called surveillance data as opposed to personal data. Is there a reason why you decided to create, I guess, a new term rather than tying to the Maryland Online Data Privacy Protection Act to personal data?
It was really for specification. We are open again to conversations about how we could get the information from MABA into this bill as well, if that's something that you're interested in.
Okay, and then just one more question. I know we talked about enforcement, and so there's no private right of action in this bill. It's all in the Office of the Attorney General for enforcement. Is that correct?
So this is all, yeah, again, yes.
Okay.
This is located in the section of code in the commercial law where the Consumer Protection Act is.
Okay. And so, I mean, I noticed that there would incur an expense as far as, because frankly, I've had bills that I've sponsored, including the Online Data Privacy Protection Act, including some other consumer protection measures, and have had some challenges, I know, with the Consumer Protection Division of the Office of the Attorney General saying that they need more resources to be able to enforce some of the existing consumer protection measures that we have in place. Is this something that, what conversations with the Office of the Attorney General with their ability to be able to enforce this with the resources they have? I think that under the fiscal note that they may have to hire additional staff or technologists.
Yeah, so when I had conversations with the Office of the Attorney General, specifically their Consumer Protection Division, we focused on the legislation. There wasn't a conversation about PINs there, but I'm happy to go back and follow up.
Okay, yeah, I think it's important to have those conversations because, I mean, I think it's great, a lot of these consumer protection measures that we put in place, but, you know, it's only as good as if there's actual teeth on it and we actually see enforcement being done. And so I'd really like to see, you know, ultimately some good enforcement on some of the measures that we have in place already. So thank you. And thank you, Governor. Thank you, Miles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Miles, Governor, good to see you. I guess before we start enforcing and penalizing retailers for selling goods to customers, testimony has come in that says there's widespread speculation. There's very little evidence that this is actually happening. So when you're talking about the jumping up of pricing, where is the evidence that that's happening?
Well, we've actually seen data that is, and also, Leader, and first, thank you, and it's not new data, that we have seen how this is happening, not just within the state of Maryland, but particularly for a lot of our big box retailers, that this is something that, that has been moved on in other jurisdictions as well, with evidence that it's actually occurring. And so we actually, we're more than willing to share with you that data as well. But we know, particularly from the big box retailers, that this is something that that we have seen, again, not just in Maryland, but also for many of them that have properties around the country.
Okay. You utilize the word price manipulation, which just sounds like it has somewhat of a negative connotation. But at the same time, aren't retailers also looking through loyalty programs and time of purchasing to be able to lower prices when customers are coming in? Does this bill, if you're saying that prices have to be fixed for a full business day, wouldn't this prevent then retailers from being able to lower prices for customers?
So this bill would allow for things like loyalty programs. There would be clauses for inclusions of loyalty programs, so that would not necessarily have to be impacted. This is primarily for the ones where a loyalty program or some type of customer commitment has not been laid out, and you're actually literally watching prices being moved, manipulated, and moved up based on the product, based on the purchasing power, and on the purchasing habits of the individual buyer. But the ability to still have loyalty programs is something that is not just do we have carve-outs for, but we're more than willing to work with the committee to be able to calcify it.
Okay, good. I think if we can further define what promotional pricing offers are and what loyalty program benefits are, that it would probably fit in what you're looking to do as well, prices not going up, but give retailers the ability to bring prices down at certain period of times when maybe they do want to move product or do something specific to that.
And I think really what it is, Leader, it's also just about predictability, right? So if a person already has a loyalty program that has a certain measure of predictability, those are things that we want to honor. What this bill actually targets against is a person going in and having that predictability being moved instantaneously, right? So if a person goes in and says, well, I bought these 5 items, and I go in next time, and somehow these 5 items are now 10% more expensive. I'm just trying to understand how that works. And that might, and especially if that's the case for me, but that's not the case for Miles. And so that's really what it's trying to do. It's add a measure of transparency and also a measure of predictability. And so that's where things like loyalty programs actually add that predictability, and that's why we think that those carve-outs are necessary.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And finally, there is one more section of the bill that wasn't brought up, but it has to do with our labor and employment article about retailers not being able to make any changes that could affect an existing collective bargaining agreement or memorandum. What is that all about, and why is that necessary in this legislation?
Yeah, so that language came about, obviously one of our close partners in this work was UFCW. With UFCW, one other thing was making sure that their collective bargaining was honored. I think a lot of us would agree that it is, it's the language in the bill is is it done in practice. So whether it's there or not, I think the unions would be able to continue their work without any issues.
I mean, has there been issues where, this dynamic pricing has interfered with?
I don't want to speak
CBAs?
for, and I just don't want to speak for UFCW, but they will be testifying today.
Okay, all right, appreciate it, Miles. And thank you, Governor.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reedy?
Sure. Thank you, Governor. Good to see you. Miles, good to see you. Governor, in your State of the State address, which I may have had some critical comments about in some regard, I actually really appreciated your reference to AI and how we need to be careful about it. Like, we embrace new technology, but we need to be careful. So I know that this bill is probably a little bit in that vein of we don't want people walking into a grocery store and feel like the prices are changing based on when they're there. At the same time, it does seem like, and I think Senator Hershey alluded to, it does seem like that's maybe too big of a catch-all term in the bill. So would you and the proponents be willing to look at how we can make sure it's more clearly defined that we're not talking about loyalty programs, which I know you just referenced. We're not talking about if Walmart, for example, is one that comes to mind, has a rollback one day, doesn't mean they engaged in there's just concern from a lot of the retailers, both small and large, that it's very broad and you could end up in a situation where we're just going to keep a price very set as opposed to doing occasional 3-day discounts. So, I mean, can you comment? I mean, are we able to work on that together?
Oh, absolutely. And we're very willing and eager to work with you on that. You know, the goal of this is not to curtail supermarkets or industry's ability to be able to provide additional support. The goal of this is to stop predatory practices. And so we're very eager to work with you on that.
There seems to be a misconception, and you didn't reference this in your testimony, but there does seem to be a misconception that there are stores that are using these electronic tags and that they're somehow connected to a master database and the price change. I'm not aware, and I looked into this before the hearing, I'm not aware of that taking place anywhere, at least anywhere in Maryland. But if we could look at, and maybe Miles, if you could follow up with this, but going back to what Senator Hershey talked about, where's the evidence this is happening in any real way? As opposed to people don't understand that the price is going to be higher when it's cold and snowy for certain things than it was when it's bright and sunshine. I mean, there's some element to that. I mean, I'd love to have some follow-up on that.
Absolutely, and not only can we provide the follow-up, I also know from the additional people who you all have testifying later on, they're also, part of their testimony is actually the margins of evidence that we show that this does exist.
And the last thing I guess I ask is, what can we do if we're going to put more of a burden on retailers? Because this is an added burden, regulatory burden cost to retailers. It just is. It's another cost, added burden of doing business. I'm aware of a retailer that's been on the news from one part of Baltimore County that now the small grocery store that's had their energy bill is double from where it was. We've got to be able to understand that they're going to have to pass on costs to consumers. So that may take place very quickly. What are the safeguards in this bill so that someone's not, particularly a small store, is not getting targeted by the Attorney General because a couple people complained that they think the price isn't fair? What are the safeguards, the burden of proof that have to be met for some sort of action to be brought against them? Yeah,
so I mean, we plan on working with the retailers on this, and actually have worked with retailers on the language around the bill. And you know, the things that you were mentioning, for example, you know, if there's an increase in a price of beef because of tariffs, or if there is an increase, in fairness, or an increase in you know, we've seen now there's been a 13% increase in energy costs around the country over the past year, right? That these are things that we know, these are not 24-hour adjustments, right? If people are buying, if you're seeing how the price of beef has increased by 19%, that's not 19% over a 24-hour period. And so what we're simply saying is we understand that markets are going to have to adjust based on larger macroeconomic data and larger macroeconomic economic conditions. We understand that. But that's not happening within a 24-hour period.
Well, but Governor, I generally agree, but what I would say is, particularly for the small retailer, they're pricing something also at what it costs for them to replace it, and they may only have a defined budget for a period of time, for they can only obtain a certain amount of a product. Any particular product could be something perishable, like beef's a great example. Yep. You see it with gas. People are like, well, how come the gas prices spike before the storm happens? Well, the gas stations often are like, I'm going to have to it's going to be more expensive for me to refill that gas. So I just think we've got to be real careful, and it sounds like there's willingness to work. You know, we don't want anybody being gouged, but at the same time, I think there's sometimes some illiteracy about how pricing works at large that this process could help illuminate. Like, this is why the prices are more. This is why something's changing, and I do think we have to try to get to the bottom of that. But I appreciate the answers to the question.
No, and it's a very fair and important question. I think the thing that I do think there is a line between what becomes the education of macroeconomic trends and adjustments on pricing versus the price for me being different than the price for Miles. There's a difference in that.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lamb?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Governor, good to see you. Thank you, Miles. And to build on that last point there, you know, I think some of my colleagues have brought up the fact that this is not taking place yet. They're not seeing this. But I think on principle, you know, we don't believe that someone sitting next to you should get a different price than the other person walking through the door, right? And the volume at which these companies are able to collect this information, and we can see the speed at which technology is moving, that it would not be hard with all this data collection going on for companies to be able to use that data in a way that there would be differential pricing from one person walking the door to another. And the intent of this, I presume, is to get ahead of this problem as well, to make sure that we want to stand on principle, and this is not going to take place in the state of Maryland. It's interesting because when you look at the history here, the price tags were first invented by Quaker businesses back in the 1800s to create uniformity and standardization and equity across the board for anyone walking through the door of a store. And so, to have a price tag now that potentially could be manipulated based on this data runs anathema to that principle. And this is really just kind of restoring that value that we believe everyone should get the same price walking through that door. Knowing that the other side, where a lot of these are publicly traded companies, have shareholders that they're responding to who, will advance the pressure to see that price gap and be able to extract those profits. We don't want that to be happening on the back of individuals here in the state of Maryland.
Well said. Well said. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Governor Miles, for presenting. This was an issue that I was not familiar with, but I know a lot of my constituents, especially in West Baltimore, are struggling. They're making tough decisions about what to pay for these days, and so I commend you and your leadership on this. One of the things that I noticed, Miles, is this is an emergency piece of legislation, and I hear my colleagues explain that we haven't experienced this here. Is there a fear that in the near future that some of these more nuances, like the changing of the electronic pricing and stuff, may eventually come to Maryland? I'm trying to figure out why you guys decide to make this an emergency piece of legislation. I'm hypothesizing that it may be because of the potential of them coming to Maryland and further, victimizing our constituencies. Can you help us to understand why you guys decided to make this emergency legislation?
Yeah, I'll take it. Yes, we made it an emergency bill just because we're experiencing affordability issues right now, and that's the main cause.
I don't see any further questions on this bill. We're going to do something totally different, committee. We're going to have the governor and his next panel testify on 389 so we can get back to the business of running Maryland. So, Governor, Senate Bill 389, we have you, Comptroller Brooke Learman, who I just saw come in, Secretary Catherine Thompson, Safe Ratul, and Drew Morrison. So that's your panel. For those of you that weren't here, the governor has as much time as he needs. The remainder of you all get 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Senate Bill 389.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and committee. Again, it is wonderful to see you all after 10 seconds. I thank you for allowing me and our distinguished panel to testify in support of the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act. And before I do continue, Madam Chair, I just want to thank you for being such a champion on this issue. And for your just continued commitment and support and push to making sure that these options are just more available to the people of the state. Our comptroller, who also have the privilege of testifying with, has also been a real champion for this, and we're deeply grateful. And also Councilwoman Pickard, who has been a leader in COD in Anne Arundel County. I know is here today. I've not had a chance to see her. And thank you for your leadership and your work on this as well. The reason for this piece of legislation is, again, what we are just continuing to see, where half of all Maryland renters will pay more than 30% of their income just to keep a roof over their head. That is not only not sustainable, it is not fair for people to be so housing insecure in that way and in that moment. And in the state of Maryland, we have around a 96,000 unit shortage. That young people too often are leaving Maryland because they cannot afford to live here. The number one reason that we are hearing from young people as to why they would consider leaving Maryland comes down to one reason, and that's housing costs. Our ability to be able to create a more vibrant and a more affordable market is going to be a key determination about how we're going to think about the larger growth of our economy. And we're talking about people who are our teachers, our nurses, our first responders, people who make our communities work, but oftentimes they just can't afford to live in the communities that they are serving. And we see how empty parking lots frequently sit next to our metro stations and our MARC stops, that we are investing billions of dollars into infrastructure to make sure that we have and can have world-class infrastructure. But the land around those stations oftentimes are just sitting stagnant, and they're just sitting empty. And we think this is actually a way of helping to address a problem with a solution that has been staring us in the face for a long period of time. That we know that the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act is important because we're talking about 7,000 new homes. We're talking about $1.4 billion in tax revenue for state and local communities. We're talking about working Marylanders and the couple who is just trying to get their lives started in the state of Maryland, and this now gives them an opportunity to live near to live near the place that can get them to their work options. And so we want to make sure that we are doing this and doing it quickly, because we know the housing crisis has not started overnight. We know this is a long-term and a long-standing challenge within the state of Maryland. And frankly, it's a long-term and long-standing challenge that's existed in many communities around the country. But we also know that this is why we want to be able to move quickly and move now on it and move in partnership with our local jurisdictions. That behind housing, transportation is the #1 cost for Maryland families. On average, they spend about $600 a month just to get to and from work. And we think there is a way to be able to collapse that significantly as we can look to how we're thinking about TOD in a different type of way. That if we can build more homes near transit, we can reduce both burdens at once. And this legislation removes 2 big barriers from that. One is zoning, and the other is financing. That we're eliminating parking minimums, we're authorizing mixed-use development, we're creating targeted incentives to make the math actually work, and we're doing it in partnership with our local jurisdictions, because we think that is going to be an important way for this to be successful and not have the type of organ rejection that oftentimes happens when you're talking about housing within local areas. We've worked with our local partners to narrow this list where state interest is strongest, and the answer on that is very clear, and it's on state land. That Maryland just happens to be the largest landowner inside of the state of Maryland. And so in the place where the state has a significant amount of influence and say, we want to be able to work with our local jurisdictions to determine where in those places can make the most sense. And so I appreciate the work of the Maryland Municipal League and also MACo for working with the administration last session to make these zoning reforms more targeted. And we are now expanding more financial opportunities to make sure that we can develop these projects quickly, because we know the people of our state cannot wait any longer for this. They want us to move urgently. They want us to move unapologetically. They want us to turn these empty lots into homes and to turn transit investments into economic engines. And that's what this bill is all about. And so I respectfully urge this committee to pass the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act. And I now pass it over to the members of the committee as well.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Comptroller Brooke Learman, here in support of SB 389. The governor talked a lot about the need for more housing, and I want to put this in terms of comparisons. So in order to achieve the housing that we need over the next 15 years, we would need to permit about 30,000 units annually. But since 2014, Maryland has only permitted an average of 18,000 units. Our housing stock has grown substantially slower than almost all of the states that we currently lose residents to. Since 2000, those states have grown their housing stock by twice the level that Maryland has. Last year, the Carolinas, Texas, and Florida permitted around 3 times more housing units per 1,000 households than Maryland. When during my first year as state comptroller, we conducted a series of business roundtables around the state. And in every single one of those business roundtables, when asked, what is the biggest challenge that you are facing right now, knowing that they were talking with the comptroller of Maryland, the revenue administrator, they did not say taxes. All of those business roundtables, the #1 answer was housing costs.
So it is clear that we are facing a challenge. But we also know that Maryland's housing challenge is not primarily a lack of land. It's a lack of legally permissible density in the places where people most need to live, near jobs and near transit. Our research has showed that in job-rich, transit-served areas, vacancy rates are persistently low. Even moderate demand growth in these markets pushes rents and home prices upward because supply is right now legally constrained. Transit corridors are well served by infrastructure, but they're always often underbuilt because of local zoning barriers. SB 389 addresses this problem directly by allowing lawful capacity for residential and mixed-use development around major transit stations. So because of that, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Well done, Comptroller.
Thank you. I have much more to say, but I saw the timer.
Acting Secretary Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and Vice Chair Hayes and members of the committee. I'm Acting Secretary of Transportation Katie Thompson, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 389 today. The Moore-Miller administration is making historic investments in high-capacity transit across the state, and we know that these transit systems work best when destinations, whether housing, government facilities, retail, employment, or essential services, are developed around them so as to ensure that this transit is providing access to opportunity for all Marylanders. The opportunity transit-oriented development presents for the state and its residents is immense. Development just around MDOT-owned land next to Baltimore Metro, Light Rail, and Mark Penn Line could result in over 7,000 new housing units and nearly $1.2 billion in additional state and local tax revenue. The purpose of this legislation is to address the barriers that stand in our way of TOD projects happening throughout the state and support efforts to create shared plans for station areas. The bill is focused on high-capacity rail transit stations with all-day service. That means Baltimore Metro and Light Rail, the Washington Metro Rail System, the future Purple Line, and the core of the Mark Penn Line between DC and Baltimore. The bill, as the governor mentioned, does a number of things, but mostly it helps remove and resolve economic barriers to mixed-use TOD. The legislation also focuses exclusively, as I said, on sites near those high-capacity rail transit stations that have already been designated as TOD under the state's designation program. It allows us to work closely with local governments to make sure that state objectives are consistent and compatible with local use objectives. Thank you for letting me speak in support of SB 389.
You all follow directions really well. Thank you. Safe, are you presenting or just answering questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Safe Ratul, Deputy Legislative Officer for Governor Moore. I'll be here for questioning.
Thank you. And Drew?
Drew Morrison, Senior Policy Advisor at the Maryland Department of Transportation, also for questions.
Thank you. So, Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Governor, for this really good bill. In fact, I wanted to put my name on this, but my kids were in virtual school after the snow and ice storm, so I missed the signing. So I told that to your staff as well. But I really like this bill. I have Odenton in my district, the Odenton Town Center. There was a lot of good work being done there, including work with the Anne Arundel County Council and Councilwoman Picker's leadership. I did have a question, though, for Acting Secretary Thompson. I was wondering, we talked about engagement with local jurisdictions. Could you tell me what MDOT's current practice is regarding engaging with local jurisdictions on parking availability at the TOD sites?
Yes, so we have a collaborative relationship with local governments, all shapes and sizes, all over the state. So we're not mandating or imposing our views on the community, and likewise, we're trying to accommodate local communities' desires for use. So it's a dialogue. It's early in the process. We try to work through and resolve the issues so we can move forward together.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Governor, thank you for being here. Thank you for this wonderful bill. I think it's a great step forward. You know, in Prince George's County, we have over, and Madam Comptroller, nice to see you as well, always. You know, we have 13 Purple Line stations in Prince George's County. And we have about 15 Metro stops in Prince George's County, all underdeveloped or not developed at all. This would be great. We do, however, have a impact fee for public safety and also for schools. Under this bill, if I'm reading it correctly, it says the bill prohibits a county or municipality from collecting development impact fees or excise taxes imposed on mixed-use development that includes residential units. And that's what I'm reading here from the fiscal note. I wonder if someone can clarify for me, does that include the public safety surcharge fees that we charge for all residential developments, because that goes directly to our police department, and also our school facility surcharge fee, which goes directly to our school system to help save off the costs. And a part of the reason why we do this is because the growth, right? The growth and the opportunities that exist, and that public funding goes towards helping down services for debt for our public schools, but it also goes towards our municipalities that have their own police departments. And so I wondered how would this bill work with regards to those two surcharge fees?
Yeah. You want me to take it first and then? Sure. So speaking specifically about the impact fee is actually just a delay on an impact fee. And the reason for the delay is really helping to streamline the process. Because we know that becomes some of the main challenges for getting developers to be able to work and enhance in these areas. And so the delay on the impact fee is really exclusively around that. But it is also asking the developers that even during that delay period for the impact fee, they still have to pay for all the connections to water. They have to still pay for all the connections to the sewer systems. And so it's not saying that is not going to come to the counties. It's just basically saying how can we streamline the process for speed of delivery.
So is it not collecting it up front and then collecting on the back end?
That's exactly right.
And so we still get our impact fees.
That's
is that
exactly
right?
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly
Got it. You want to say something?
No, the governor clarified it very, very nicely.
Mr. Governor, I'll be remiss if I represent Seabrook and Lanham area, and our Seabrook folks that ride that MTA there. They want weekend service, so if you can help us with some weekend service there, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you,
We've
Senator
heard that from
Hershey.
them as well.
Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Governor, I almost wanted to co-sponsor this legislation.
You were close, Leader.
We got
You were
very close. We
You
got
were
very
close.
close. But, and the reason is, and I think, again, we're all trying to do something to find a way to reduce the cost of housing, bring those costs down. And I think this is mostly a very good step in trying to do that, especially around TODs, and to get those up and going and incentivize those and amplify that they can be utilized and they're in the right areas in PLA in growth areas already. But part of the contributing factor of high housing costs is obviously regulations and regulations that are currently in place. If you look at where I am on the Eastern Shore, a lot of times it's the cost of septic systems. You know, going from a basic septic system to now a very enhanced septic system can drive up the cost of the house. Requiring sprinkler systems in single-family homes, electrification efforts, overall land use restrictions that we've seen, stormwater, EV charges, all of these things have impacted the cost of housing. And so when I look at two of the more common reasons for opposition of this bill, it talks about the requirement to use project labor agreements. And the Montgomery Chamber of Commerce wrote that they are opposed to the inclusion of labor peace agreements. They are opposed to the inclusion of labor peace agreements, which could make certain TOD projects less attractive for investment and development. And then the Maryland Affordable Housing Coalition, which again, a group that is very concerned with the same things that we are all concerned with, says that there's an enormous gap between development costs and affordable rents. That means every dollar counts. Research from multiple jurisdictions has raised concerns that requiring and authorizing project labor agreements can increase the insurance costs for housing projects by reducing competitive bidding and alternating labor cost structures. Based on all of that, why are project labor agreements necessary in this piece of legislation?
Sure. Thank you, Leader, for that question. So in the provision 7-1204, the specific piece that you're requesting, this is not a mandate or a requirement. This is a consideration as MDOT is, looking through scoring potential projects for future awards. So we are thinking about a number of different scenarios, and project labor agreement is a consideration of that part in order for, as we're considering the TOD capital grant and loan program that MDOT operates. However, this is not a requirement or a mandate. It is simply a consideration.
Right, but as you stated, it deals with the scoring of these projects. And obviously, this is changing the transportation article, so that would change it with any type of projects that transportation looks at with respect to this. But, again, while it is scoring, it's used for the preferences and how things are ranked, if a project has a project labor agreement in place, it would get higher scoring, correct?
Technically, yes.
And therefore, we're still back to the same thing. Why is it necessary? Again, if we're trying to attract businesses and developers to utilize these areas, because TODs have been around for quite some time.
Right.
We've talked about this previously. So we're trying to put together a piece of legislation that enhances and brings people back to going into these areas and finding ways to develop it. And, again, when you're looking at groups that are saying these ideas are good, but this will make it more expensive. So why is it that necessary that it's in this legislation? Could the legislation be able to do what you're seeking to do without having to bring project labor agreements involved in this?
Sure, and I'll pass it to the secretary in a second too. This was a part of the conversation when the legislation's previous iteration was passed in the House last year. This was a part of the conversations during the deliberations at that part and various commitments throughout that process. So we continued that commitment in this bill as well. However, we're always open to have that conversation, as the governor alluded to make the process streamlined and ensure that the viability of these projects are coming online as quickly as possible. Madam Secretary.
Yeah, excuse me. I would just add that project labor agreements don't necessarily add to the cost of the project. There's a perception that they do. It is not borne out in reality. The other important point I want to point out is there are a variety of criteria that are considered in the scoring. And so when someone comes in with a competitive bid, they're bidding on different aspects. So it's not always apples to apples. So the fact that one contractor comes in with a proposed PLA and the other doesn't, they could end up with the same score because they're bidding on different aspects. So I don't think it's a fair assumption to conclude that PLAs necessarily will be part of any contract, or if they are, that they will increase the cost of the contract.
Well, I think then we'll do as they say around here, agree to disagree, because I think that there's a lot of evidence that PLAs do increase the cost of projects. And in this particular case, when we're looking at housing affordability, I would think the main driver of a piece of legislation like this is to not only use those lands, but to make sure we're doing everything possible to drive down the cost of housing and not put things in place that are potentially going to increase the cost. So with that, thank you all very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Governor, if it brings you any comfort at all, I will share with you that Senator Hershey has never co-sponsored any of my legislation as well. So I hope that brings you some measure of comfort.
I was really looking forward to see what a more Hershey legislation could look like.
Safe, just real fast on this issue of project labor agreements, is it not true that project labor agreements can actually bring labor stability and no strike guarantees to a project, that they provide cost predictability and ensure a skilled workforce and training, as well as safety and quality standards and local hiring and equity provisions, all of which are critically important to the communities where these projects are likely going to be built and may, in fact, keep project costs down. Isn't that so?
Sorry. Yeah. Yes. Very. It's a chorus here.
We're in agreement.
That's exactly right.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this bill, Governor, Controller. Good to see you. I'm looking at this really wonderful website on the Maryland Department of Transportation website. It talks about the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit, SMRT. that's been a priority for the entire southern Maryland region for years. And as a thought, that was the very first bill I put in when I arrived in Annapolis. And I really want to thank again the controller for working with me with that bill to get it, help to get it through the House. As chair of the then Transit Caucus, you were a delegate. Thank you so much. And so basically this website talks about the process that's going through now with the will of the General Assembly to build transit solutions in southern Maryland, connecting the Branch Avenue Metro stop through Andrews Air Force Base by Brandywine, Clinton, into Waldorf and White Plains in Charles County. And this site is wonderful because we're doing the next step in the process called the Pell study, which talks about the Maryland Transit Administration, MTA, in partnership with Charles County and Prince George's County, is conducting the Southern Maryland Rapid Transit Planning and Environmental Linkage Study, Pell study, to evaluate rapid transit improvements along nearly 19 miles of the Maryland 5 Branch Avenue 301 corridor between Branch Avenue Metro Rail Station in Prince George's County and the Waldorf White Plains area in Charles County. This area is one, if not the number one or second fastest growing region in the state of Maryland. And studies have shown that we have the very worst commute traffic in the nation. I mean, it's bad. But it's a very desirable place to live in Charles County, southern Prince George's County. That's why people are moving there and making it one of the worst commutes in the nation. And so this project is really needed, and I really thank the administration for moving the project forward. And I want to say we have federal funding for it, county, Prince George's, Charles County, and we're working with, and of course, state funding to take it to the next level. My question is going to, that was the background, looking at the map that was given to us, it's all basically projects that, or lines that are established, mainly in the Baltimore region. Of course, one goes from all the way up from Perryville all the way to Union Station, I think the Mark Penn line. But in looking at the bill, in the synopsis, let me get to that page, it talked about to prioritize certain redevelopment projects. Now, this is a new project with Southern Maryland Rapid Transit. So would that be an opportunity, since we're designing this transit system for Southern Maryland, to work in transit-oriented development plans? Because I can say there are a lot of state-owned lands in that region also that touches around the planned route for the Southern Maryland Transit. So could you just, someone, I don't know if you have that answer, Governor, or? Yeah.
So thank you, Senator, and the answer is absolutely. I mean, the way that the bill is actually constructed and how it works with the local jurisdictions is the orientation point actually does not even start with MDOT. The orientation point actually starts with the local jurisdiction. The local jurisdiction then is the one to put together the initial proposal, then turns it over to MDOT. MDOT will then have it go to the sustainability board. And so these are ideas that are not necessarily being derived from MDOT. These are ideas and specifically locations that we think are most best utilized and best leveraged that are coming from the local jurisdictions. So we absolutely look forward to working with local jurisdictions in Southern Maryland and looking actually at the at the SMRT and the smart lines to be able to say how can we use those areas and those assets to be able to be test cases.
And if I may, Governor, so last year when we worked carefully on this bill with MDOT, our local partners, we focused on where can we narrowly, have the most investments, and then started looking into have the largest impact on housing and transit-connected communities. As the governor is saying, the sustainable communities. So right now, the way the bill is, we wanted to make sure that we can focus on those very narrowly scope of transit corridors that is looking into rail stations, that has Monday to Friday hourly services. So as you're saying, Senator, it is looking into metro stations, it is looking into Mark Penn line, it is looking into light rail line, as you're seeing in the map. With the hope is, as leader said, that we talked about TOD for last 2 decades, right? And this is a unique way that we get to really remove the barriers into the most high density, high commute, and high frequency areas, and then learn the best practices from the train and the rail corridors and implement into the future projects, future transportation projects. But right now, we need to really focus and address on the housing shortages that we're facing along the high-frequency rail corridors. So we'd love to work with local partners down the road, to better conceptualize how these projects will help their local communities. But right now, we're really focusing and narrowly focusing on the rail corridors.
The current existing rail corridors.
Right, sir.
Okay.
With frequent services.
Yeah, and so my point is, basically looking at what's coming down the pike and to basically work with the leaders, the local leaders in those areas to make these projects more useful. Because this project, Southern Maryland Rapid Transit, it's last estimate I saw would bring a $10 billion economic boost to that region, and part of that is increased housing stock, basically. So I would just love for the administration to look forward, to really say, hey, this is coming, and we need to kind of plan for these projects, these transit-oriented development projects in this rapidly growing region of the state.
Of course.
So, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I knew you were going to jump me in line. Well, because our district has so much mass transit on the Eastern Shore, I guess I could plug the light rail to Ocean City, right?
Someday.
But thank you for bringing this bill. I had the same reaction as my colleague, and even though we don't have mass transit on the shore, and I'm very familiar with transit-oriented development, and because the stakeholders are here, I appreciate you being here and promoting this, and transit-oriented development makes perfect sense. But at the same time, in areas that don't benefit from transit, mass transit, we have this huge issue over transportation trust fund funding, and it makes it more complicated. I remember working for Governor Ehrlich, and the fare box rule was still in place. That's gone now, and in year and year and time again, it's great to see success. We have One Maryland, and everybody would rise with success together. But Governor, in particular, I just wanted to make sure that perspective made it to you. For an area that doesn't have mass transit, and then to understand what's happened with the Transportation Trust Fund, and then to see growth is good, but if for some reason it gives you a feeling of being diminished, and that's a reality. I just wanted to share that with you.
I appreciate that, and we hear you loud and clear. It's part of the reason why when we're talking about housing as a state, there is no one size fits all answer to it. It has to be very targeted. It has to be, if you look at this is actually one bill in a collection of bills that we have around housing, which also falls in line of a collection of bills we've had in housing throughout the administration, because I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, as a state, we should not build everywhere. We understand that. But the places where we can, we need to make it faster, and we need to get it done instead of having to have a decades-long conversation about what does it mean to build more housing, where we don't want to be here 20 years from now having the same conversation. But you're absolutely right that we have to be very specific and regionally focused about where we can build, what that building looks like. But again, in the places that we deem and determine that we should build here and we've got to do it, and we've just got to move.
And I appreciate that need, and I appreciate the approach. I just need to reiterate the significance of the implications of the trust fund distributions on our local governments and what they're dealing with. Dorchester County, they don't have the ability to plow their roads, Route 16 from Cambridge up to Hurlock. It's a very dire situation, and we are years behind. And then when you see it's great to see success, but at the same time, it just needs to be repeated and repeated and repeated. Hopefully someday we'll get back, but I don't want to take up too much time. And again, if we want to do a light rail to Ocean City, that's been discussed, it's a great thing, you know. We could do a lot of housing with that project also, so, thank you, sir.
I will say, when the senator's light went on, I said, I didn't know you had transit in your county. Vice Chair Hayes.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panelists for presenting this bill. For far too long, I think transit-oriented development has really been a paper tiger. There's been no real incentive, and I think you all, along with the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, has done a good job at trying to incentivize more development. In Baltimore, unlike other places, the city of Baltimore is also a big landlord, right? And so I would probably argue that the bill don't go further enough. I could think of at least one location right there in the heart of the only Black arts and entertainment district in the entire state, where the city owns several acres surrounding a subway station. But with the bill as drafted, it restricts it to only state land. And so maybe I'd be curious if we were to look at including public land or in the city of Baltimore, especially because it's a cooperation with local government, to provide that opportunity to a community that hasn't seen large levels of investment since the 1968 riots. And so I would love to see an opportunity where this same opportunity, this real investment in transit-oriented development could be extended to that community as well.
Mr. Vice Chair, we would love to work with you on that. I mean, the reason that we focused on state land is just simply because we knew that was the areas of highest leverage for the administration. But we would love to be able to work with you on that, because we couldn't agree more.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Governor, thank you for bringing the bill. I think you hear a lot of support from this committee, and we're going to work on it and get it out soon, I think. Senator Brooks is here from EEE. I'm sorry, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor and panel.
Thanks.
Yeah. Question, which specific type of development that qualifies for the automatic designation of a enterprise zone?
Well,
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So right now, this will be the TOD designated areas that we're looking into mixed-use development. So you're looking into residential and appropriate commercial mixed-use development that will also have that opportunity to get access of enterprise zone tax credit options for developers.
Okay. And as a follow-up question, what is the fiscal impact of delaying the development excise tax and impact fees for those residential projects?
Sure. So, Senator, we can take a closer look at what that delaying of impact fee would look like in jurisdiction by jurisdiction, as each jurisdictions that is a little bit different. However, I do want to highlight two pieces. One, this bill is really looking into 5 major counties. If you're looking at Montgomery County, Prince George's, Anne Arundel, Howard, Baltimore City, and Baltimore County. And the second part on the bill, if you look at page 12 of line 10 through 12, we are very thoughtful in terms of removing, challenges around connecting public water and public sewer. That's also a part of that impact fee traditionally. So we are really requiring developers to pay for those costs upfront, while as rest of that impact fee aspects will be paying at the end when they're getting their occupancy certification.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator. Again, my apology. I missed seeing you there. I don't see any other questions. That ends this panel. Governor, thank you for spending your time with us today.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for flexibility making this happen. Thank you very much to the HI committee. Thank you.
So we have another panel for Senate Bill 389. Mansour Abdul Malik, Patrice Kingsley, Councilwoman Allison Pickard, Krista McGee, and Lauren Magnato. So if you'll come to the table. Mansour, did I say it wrong? Mansour. Okay, for the purposes of expediency, you will each have 2 minutes. And we're going to start, is this Krista McGee on the right? We're going to start with Krista and go right on down the line. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Krista McGee on behalf of Maryland Realtors in strong support of Senate Bill 389. Maryland's housing shortage is real. Buyers are competing for too few homes, renters are facing limited options, and in many communities, the places where housing makes the most sense to build are the very places where it's hardest to get projects approved. Senate Bill 389 addresses that disconnect. Areas served by high-frequency transit are already supported by public investment. The infrastructure is there, the job access is there, the economic activity is there. These are logical places to add housing and mixed-use development. Yet outdated zoning restrictions, rigid parking requirements, and heavy upfront costs often prevent these projects from moving forward. This bill modernizes these barriers. Senate Bill 389 will not solve Maryland's housing shortage by itself, but it is a meaningful step toward aligning housing policy with infrastructure investment and market demands. For those reasons, Maryland Realtors respectfully urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel and members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Councilwoman Allison Pickard, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 398, the Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act. If you ride the light rail or the MARC train, it's hard not to notice the vast parking lots and underutilized land surrounding many of our transit stations. These are powerful public investments, yet too often the land around them is not working as hard as it could for our residents. Much of this underutilized land is owned by the state. Under the leadership of Governor Moore and Acting Secretary Thompson, the Maryland Department of Transportation has expanded its joint development program to partner with local jurisdictions and the development community to advance meaningful transit-oriented development, including in Anne Arundel County. One such opportunity is in our county at the Cromwell Light Rail Station, where 9 acres of developable land could support mixed-use development with a meaningful, affordable housing component. This is exactly the kind of place we should be building housing, near jobs, services, and directly connected to transit. Last year, I led an amendment to the Anne Arundel County's comprehensive rezoning bill to ensure sufficient residential density on this site and make development possible. While we were successful, the process clearly demonstrated the land use barriers that can prevent transit-oriented development from happening, even on state-owned land next to a transit station. The Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act addresses these barriers by giving the state the tools it needs to deliver transformational mixed-use development at a time when our housing shortage is acute and our fiscal needs are growing. For these reasons, I respectfully request a favorable report on the Senate Bill 398. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lauren Magnato Watkins, and I'm the Director of Regional Mobility and Infrastructure at the Greater Washington Partnership, which is a nonprofit alliance of leading employers representing more than 640,000 jobs in the DC, Maryland, and Virginia region. Our members are focused on the region's long-term economic competitiveness. From an employer perspective, housing and economic opportunity built near transit has become a critical workforce and cost of living issue. Maryland's housing shortage is an economic risk. The state ranks near the bottom of nationally for housing affordability, and employers are increasingly struggling to attract and retain workers because housing near job centers and with access to job centers is out of reach. From a business perspective, SB 389 is about competitiveness. Maryland has made major investments in transit, but too many station areas remain underutilized due to regulatory and financial barriers. Transit-oriented development is one of the most cost-effective means to addressing this challenge. Building more housing near existing transit increases supply in high-demand areas without requiring new roads or expensive transit expansions. The economic returns are clear. Properties within walking distance or with high-quality transit typically see 5 to 20% higher property values, generating significantly greater local property tax revenues than auto-oriented development. This bill is a targeted and calibrated solution. It removes friction, aligns incentives, and allows the private sector to respond where market demand already exists. The urgency is real. Delaying action another year means continued underuse of public investments, slower housing production, increased congestion, and growing pressure on employers to look elsewhere for talent. For these reasons, we strongly urge a favorable report on SB 389 as introduced to unlock private investment, expand workforce housing, and ensure Maryland remains competitive for employers and talent. Thank you.
Chair Bidle and members of the Senate Finance Committee, I'm Patrice Kingsley, and I serve as the Operations Manager for the Office of the CEO at CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield. I manage our workforce development efforts and our social drivers of health initiatives. CareFirst is a member of Baltimore's Transit Future, a coalition of business leaders advocating for world-class transit that creates shared economic prosperity and catalyzes inclusive growth. Transportation is a healthcare issue. It represents a critical social driver of health, a key public health priority for CareFirst, and an unignorable issue facing the region. As the state's largest insurer, CareFirst has direct visibility into how regional barriers to transportation lead to missed or delayed doctor's appointments, fewer prescription refills, and overall poorer health outcomes. All of this contributes to an increased economic burden on the healthcare system and overall community health, directly affecting people's access to much-needed health care services. As an employer, we are committed to ensuring our jobs are accessible. CareFirst employs approximately 7,000 associates and contractors across Maryland, D.C., and Northern Virginia, with many of these workers living in or commuting in Maryland, in a region where only 7.5% of regional jobs are accessible via public transportation within an hour. We were intentional about locating our West Baltimore Workforce Development Program proximate to nearby transit. The stability of Maryland's workforce depends on access to affordable housing, reliable transportation to jobs, but zoning and financial barriers are preventing more transit-oriented development where it is needed most. This bill addresses these barriers and incentivizes transit-oriented development to ensure more employers are creating jobs that Marylanders can actually get to. The Maryland Transit and Housing Opportunity Act will enable more housing and jobs, more transit ridership, and a connected population that is both physically and economically healthy. For these reasons, CareFirst requests your favorable support of this bill.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Mansour Abdul Malik. I'm the Senior Vice President for the NHP Foundation. We are one of the nation's largest nonprofit housing developers with 4 offices around the country, specifically with one in Baltimore. 10,000 units, with 1,000 of those units currently in the pipeline in Maryland alone. Currently, we have 2 TOD projects that we are working on today in Baltimore City, of which, even though one of them is across the street from a light rail, it is not designated a TOD. That shouldn't be. That means that this project doesn't have the funds in order for it to really be able to have the impact necessary to really expand housing in a disinvested neighborhood in South Baltimore. This bill meets the moment. It does many things. Number one, and probably the biggest, is that it's leveraging opportunity zones, which allows us to be able to bring in private capital, reducing the amount of funds needed from the state. Next, it upgrades the infrastructure, which not just supports the new development, but it also supports the existing home ownership that is surrounding that development. And then finally is speed. Without being able to move developments forward now, housing will continue to be delayed and will continue to be in a deficit. So I strongly urge that the committee please approve this bill, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. You all did a great job. The rest of the audience, I hope you noticed. Everybody stayed on time. Do I have any questions? Senator Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for Mansour.
Yes.
Yes, it's for you, for NHP Foundation.
Yes.
I appreciate your comments, and you have 1,000 units here in the state of Maryland. And I wondered if you can ask the question around, because you have those 1,000 units, would this bill incentivize you as a developer to increase density or increase the number of units that you'll have available within these zones that are created from this legislation?
It would, for a number of reasons. So the first thing, probably the most important, is infrastructure. Infrastructure does not generate revenue for our developments, but it's necessary. So when we're able to put more units on a particular property where infrastructure is already being built, then that allows us to be able to do more. So the infrastructure component is critical. Furthermore, the opportunity zone component, the opportunity zone investors are looking for a return. The more units I have in a particular project, the more I can meet those return requirements to be able to track that investment. So it would.
Okay, so there's an infrastructure point to this bill that would help you incentivize you to have additional units. So are we on that project that's just right outside of the MARC station? The reason I'm asking this because we have MARC stations in Prince George's County, and one, for instance, I brought up earlier, Seabrook. It's a parking lot that the state owns. And it's very small, and they would have to have multiple incentives for that to happen, for it to be beneficial to a developer. And I just wondered, from your perspective, under this bill, what part of the bill gives you the ability to upzone, to have more density, and to be able to still make a profit off this? Because essentially, a lot of developers are looking for profits from this.
Sure. So I think the administration, at least over the last few years, has started to address the issue about zoning being a burden to being able to increase density. But going back to your specific question about the infrastructure, most of the time when we have to do infrastructure in our projects, we are using tax increment financing, which means that the real estate taxes from that particular project will finance the bonds, it will pay for the bonds. If I have more units to be able to pay that debt service, that means that I am able to put some of those funds towards the return that need to go to opportunity zone investors to be able to pay for debt service for the different types of layers of financing that we have. So more money makes it easier for us to be able to build housing, attract new financing, and make it sustainable.
Got it. I think what we don't want to see is, with this bill, for it to be the same old projects, and we're not seeing a upzone or increase in density in these areas. And so I appreciate your answer, and I'm sure you guys are going to do the right thing. But I know a lot of developers, they get these incentives and they only build what they already plan to build and just take the savings for themselves without increasing the amount of affordable housing that could be available in that area. So I think we just got to find provisions to make sure that this isn't supplanting dollars, but it's also incentivizing additional units on top of what's available there now.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Senator Vice Chair Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mansour, especially for your work in the Park Heights community and what you're doing there. You had mentioned there might be an opportunity near a light rail station or something in Baltimore. Kind of sparked my attention. What were you referencing?
Yes, sir. We were recently awarded 9% tax credits in the Westport neighborhood.
Oh,
in the Westport
46th district. Gotcha. Okay. Appreciate
it.
It's exciting work. Thank you, sir. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you.
The next panel is 6 more favorables: Cheryl Court, Mark Clemens, Lindsay Mendelson, Hugo Cantu, John Laria, and Ellen McAvoy. I recognize a lot of these names. We've been talking about affordable housing for a long time. Is this Hugo on the end?
Yes.
Can we start with you and just go down the line, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Hugo Cantu, here representing the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. We represent roughly 23 million square feet of commercial office space and 167,000 apartment units between Montgomery and Prince George's County. And here we are supporting a policy, and we're always going to support a policy that focuses on increasing supply of housing. As the proponent and the governor who is the governor, which we thank, and we thank for his leadership on this bill. The multifamily industry is very weak right now. Housing is being decimated in what I can speak to as Montgomery and Prince George's County. Operating costs are continuing to rise. Local regulations are seriously scaring investors away. And just as a reference point, in 2022, the National Association of Home Builders and the National Multi-Housing Council reported that on average, complying with government regulations costs total about 40% of the development costs. And so when we're speaking to incentives and upzoning and subsidies, we're talking about, we also have to talk about what other regulations are hurting, and that's before a shovel hits the ground. Marylanders are leaving Maryland, and we know that. AOBA members are housing Marylanders who are staying. They either purchase a home, they rent, or they move away. And in Montgomery County, the median mortgage is around $4,000, while the median rent is about $2,100. And in Prince George's County, the median mortgage is about $2,600, while the median rent is about $1,700 to $1,800. So you're talking about 60% and 40% difference in price to rent, but that's still something that we need to focus on. So we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 389.
Madam Chair, it's always good to see you. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm John Laria, Chair of the Baltimore Regional Transit Commission, the BRTC, which was created by the General Assembly to provide oversight and advocacy for the Baltimore Regional Transit System operated by MTA. Our membership includes representatives from local government, from transportation, industry, business, transit riders, transit advocates, labor, and the Moore Miller administration. But our focus extends beyond transit facilities, infrastructure, and service to the broader economic opportunities created and provided by transit. TOD, of course, is one such opportunity, and we need to make the most of it. And Senate Bill 389 will help promote it in Maryland. In fact, our commission has now created a work group to assist and do what we can in the effort. I chaired the Maryland Sustainable Growth Commission, which was responsible for state growth and development policy from 2010 to 2015, a lifetime ago. And that commission established a TOD roundtable that brought public and private sectors together to identify and address barriers to TOD. That's part of the 20 years ago we started talking about this. And I think some of the work we did back then with your assistance was early serious work on TOD. And we made some progress, but nothing like what MDOT and its partners in local government are doing now. That work, their work is intentional and impressive, and Senate Bill 389 would accelerate it. You will likely see me this session advocating for more funding for transit, and we surely need it. But SB 389 leverages Maryland's existing investments in transit by promoting TOD at or near locations where the state is invested or will invest in transit facilities and infrastructure. It's efficient and it's effective. And also, as you know, TOD holds special promise to help address Maryland's recognized housing shortage, particularly by transforming state-owned land adjacent to transit into viable sites for investment and development of housing as part of mixed-use communities. We are grateful to MDOT for its ongoing collaboration with local governments in furtherance of TOD, and trust the final bill will balance state and local government interests to achieve a common goal. Thank you very much. We ask for your support.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. My name is Mark Clements, and I serve as the Maryland Policy Manager for Greater Washington, a nonprofit that works to advance sustainability and equity in housing, land use, and transportation throughout the Greater Washington region and beyond. We strongly support Senate Bill 389, which will address two challenges Maryland currently faces, a budget crisis and a housing shortage. As Maryland continues to build out its mass transit access, a woeful amount of state-owned land near public transportation has gone underutilized. This bill would empower MDOT to put them to more effective use. MDOT's most recent estimates, the state share of land along the Mark Penn line alone could generate 7,000 homes and over $1 billion in tax revenues. Considering the state currently faces a significant budget shortfall, the economic development potential of this legislation should not be understated. To maximize development on transit-adjacent land, the bill will encourage mixed-use development, reduce or eliminate certain parking minimums, and provide MDOT the ability to work alongside local jurisdictions on development plans for applicable MDOT-owned properties. It will also reduce the number and severity of barriers to financing development projects on transit-adjacent land by automatically incorporating them into Maryland's Enterprise Zone program, as well as reduce upfront costs by delaying the collection of impact fees until the projects are complete. According to our recent poll, 73% of Marylanders say that our state does not have enough homes to buy or rent. The state government and its agencies are well positioned to ameliorate this crisis if they are given the tools to do so. SB 389 will provide more latitude for the state to take action, especially in transit-adjacent areas where denser, more community-oriented development makes the most sense. As such, we ask that the Senate Finance Committee give SB 389 a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Mendelson, and I'm the Senior Transportation Campaign Representative with the Maryland Sierra Club, and I strongly urge a favorable report on SB 389. This bill would remove red tape that makes it difficult to build housing, jobs, and shopping near transit. This is a thoughtful policy that encourages development in a targeted way while enabling land use authority for local governments on environmental, public health, and safety issues. Transit-oriented development plays an important role in addressing the state's housing crisis and in meeting our climate goals. In the DC region, WMATA estimated that transit keeps 1.2 million cars off the road each day and avoids an additional 1.2 million metric tons of greenhouse gases each year. That's the same emission savings as if all the homes in Arlington County, Virginia didn't use energy for 1 year. One of the best ways to boost transit ridership is by making it easier for people to access these stations by building around them. Transit-oriented development also reduces the pressures of sprawl. Urban and suburban sprawl has resulted in the loss of forest canopy, destroyed natural areas, and encroached on our farmlands. It results in more impervious surfaces that worsen stormwater runoff and flooding impacts. Sprawl and car-centric development also adds far more to the cost per capita for roads, water, plumbing, and electricity compared to compact development. The U.S. Government Accountability Office estimated that parking can add $56,000 to the cost of apartments in some urban areas. Transportation is the second largest household cost, with residents in the DC and Baltimore region spending $14,000 to own and operate a car. When we instead build transit-oriented communities, we protect our environment, we save households money, and we improve access to jobs, food, healthcare, and recreation. For that reason, I strongly urge a favorable report on SB 389.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Cheryl Court, and I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth, and we want to express our strong support for SB 389. CSG advocates for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the Washington, D.C. region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We work extensively in Prince George's County and Montgomery County. Transit-oriented development plays a critical role in addressing two key Maryland challenges: housing and transportation. Workers and families benefit from expanded transportation and housing options and greater affordability through transit-oriented development. SB 389 would facilitate TOD for underutilized, high-capacity, frequent service rail stations. This year's bill addresses core regulatory issues to create quality TOD in concert with local governments. The goal is to grow transit ridership and economic potential from these major state investments. The bill is focused on unlocking high-potential sites, providing targeted regulatory changes to facilitate TOD where it can have the most positive impact. We think that the bill gets the balance right with effective and meaningful changes that are also focused. By facilitating TOD through the bill, we benefit Maryland households and more affordable transportation and housing options while boosting the state and local economies. In this period of fiscal constraint, transit-oriented development is a housing and transportation solution that takes advantage of existing infrastructure, leverages private investment, and provides significant returns. We ask for a favorable report for SB 389. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Owen McAvoy with Nelson Mullins Rob here in Scarborough, representing MLO Partners, a regional Baltimore developer. I will be brief because I'm very good at listening and instructions, and I don't want to be repetitive, but this bill drives development where it should go. As a former deputy secretary and acting secretary, I can also say that it removes the barriers to help address the housing crisis. And I think most importantly, it accelerates the potential of a lot of communities across Maryland. So with that, I would just urge for a favorable report on the bill.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if I have any questions. I don't see any questions for this panel, but thank you all for your testimony and for the work that you're doing in housing. Next, I'm going to call four people. Two are favorable with amendments: Carrington Anderson from MACO and Bill George from Maryland Municipal League. And then Lorenzo Bellamy, just for information, and Jabari Cooper with information. So, Carrington, as soon as you get seated, you're on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Carrington Anderson with the Maryland Association of Counties in support of the bill with amendments. You have our written testimony. I do want to thank the administration and the department for working with counties. I think we're really close to coming to an agreement on this bill. We're going to continue to work with them, and we're happy to work with the committee as well. I do just want to mention two things that we do still have some concerns with, but again, still working with them. The first is the part of the bill that designates all TODs or transit-oriented development as enterprise zones. The current process for designating an enterprise zone is a two-party agreement. The county works with the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce makes agrees with that, makes that an enterprise zone. We would like to see that with this bill as well and make it a two-party agreement. A lot of times, not in this committee, but in the Senate Budget and Tax Committee, they frequently deal with legislation on property tax breaks, and it's a very normal, common position for MACo to have, to ask for that to be a local option, and that's something that they generally ended up agreeing with as well. So we do think that would be unusual if that weren't to be the case here, but again, happy to keep working. And then the second one I wanted to mention is where the impact fees are limited, or that they would be, it limits when a county can impose that impact fee. I think the General Assembly is going to be considering some legislation this year. The Housing Certainty Act is going to deal with impact fees, and counties do think that it might make more sense to deal with that in that legislation, where it'll be a statewide framework instead of a narrow specific policy just here. So again, happy to work with the committee. Thank you very much. I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Jorsch with the Maryland Municipal League here today supporting Senate Bill 389 with amendments. I'd like to echo MACo's comments and thanking the administration for coming to us months ahead with this bill. A lot of our concerns have been addressed. We share some of the concerns with MACo on the enterprise zones being an automatic designation, but I'm going to focus on the impact fee part that Senator Washington brought up earlier today. That moves the collection to the back end of the project after the construction is complete and occupancy has been secured. But there's a reason why they are generally collected from the developers up front, and that is to help subsidize some of the costs of the mandatory infrastructure and service improvements that come along with the development of that property, right? These are improvements or upgrades that normally wouldn't happen unless that project is occurring. We're talking about water and sewer, which was addressed, and we'll leave that out because it is touched on in the bill as that can be collected up front. But we're still talking about roadway improvements. We're talking about public safety. We're talking about trash collection. We're talking about stormwater. There's a lot of other things that go into constructing the project that are within the public realm. And by moving this back, we have to rely on traditional revenue sources like property and income tax, which aren't collected on that property until after they're occupied. So we don't get property tax until after the property has been purchased and started to be paid for. The income tax doesn't start coming in until residents are living there and earning a living. It shifts the responsibility and the liability for the project, should it fail, 100% to the local government. Should the project go under and the local government has already made these capital upgrades, they're not getting that money back, and if the developer walks away, then the local government is out the money that they've already invested into these system upgrades. So you'll see as part of our testimony, we have suggested amendments both for some of the enterprise zone, but also for the impact fee. I think there's a path forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for MACo and amendment? Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just Bill, quickly, just can you explain some of the capital costs that a municipality might put up front? Because I do kind of agree that obviously the developer's taken on a lot of risk, and the more upfront cost that has to be put into the project has to be recovered at the back end. And I understand obviously you don't start collecting your taxes until the houses are occupied, or development in this case. But just what are some of the capital costs you go up front with? And could there be maybe some type of agreement if a project does go south, that there has to be something in place to allow for the recovery of those costs?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. Some of the major ones I articulated earlier. The water and sewer has been kind of dealt with. That's a major one, obviously. That's been addressed in the bill. Roadway upgrades. Maybe this development has made it necessary to widen the road or to add new medians or something along those lines. Some streetscaping, obviously, that goes along with it. Trash collection and public safety are two non-capital but still service-oriented ones that will need to be addressed before the project reaches its completion.
Okay. All right. I just think there's some probably room in the middle to, have you tried to work this one out with the sponsor?
Yeah, so just so you all know, I'm not the primary MML staff contact on this bill, but yes, we've been working with the administration for the better part of several months, and this is one thing that's up there in terms of our last few pain points. Like I said, we have a few suggestions in the back of our testimony for you to consider.
All right, I'll take a look at that. Yeah. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And then our person, Jabari?
Yes.
With information. Thank you.
Greetings, Chair Beidel and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I am Jabari Cooper, Legislative Officer, Committee Director for the Prince George's County, here to testify, but here to speak of informational testimony on Senate Bill 389. Prince George's County strongly supports the goal of advancing transit-oriented development and expanding affordable housing near rail stations. We recognize the importance of leveraging transit investment to create vibrant, walkable, and economically inclusive communities across Maryland. However, several provisions of the bill raise implementation concerns for local jurisdictions. The following comments on the bill as currently written are for informational purposes only. For the first, the bill references parking requirements but does not define what constitutes an adequate parking study. Without a clear standard, this term could be interpreted inconsistently across jurisdictions and may invite legal or administrative disputes. From a planning perspective, an adequate parking study should be a detailed driven analysis of specific geographic area that allows a local government to assess parking demand, safety considerations, and community impacts. There is a project actually in Prince George's County that actually was for affordable housing units for seniors, and it was only provided 30 parking spaces, but it was zoned for 200. Well, it had 200 units, but only had 30 parking spaces to highlight this concern. Second, the current language may limit local government's ability to address documented parking challenges near transit stations. While reducing unnecessary parking minimum is often the appropriate decision in transit-rich areas, there may be circumstances where additional development would materially strain the existing parking supply. Local jurisdictions need flexibility to respond to site-specific conditions when supported by objective data. Ensuring that local governments retain the ability to act when justified will help avoid unintended consequences. Third, with respect to affordable housing, Prince George's County supports prioritizing deeply affordable units in transit-oriented areas. However, clarity is needed regarding how local restrictions interact with projects that include a substantial percentage of households earning 60% of AMI or below. Finally, impact fees are critical to ensuring that infrastructure keeps pace with growth, particularly in transit areas experiencing concentrated development. A balanced approach to fee collection timing would support local infrastructure needs while also recognizing project financing realities. Thank you.
Thank you. You can talk very fast.
Just trying to get it out.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. Thank you all very much. We have 3 people virtually. Let's see who the first person is. Is this Terrence Fitzgerald? Yes. Mr. Fitzgerald, you can begin.
Thank you, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, members of the committee. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to address you. I am Dr. Terry Fitzgerald, speaking on behalf of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility in support of SB 389, a bill to encourage transit-oriented development. There are many good reasons to support TOD, and my colleagues have addressed them, but I want to take these few seconds to put this into a larger context that should also be considered as you fulfill your responsibilities as leaders of the state. Climate chaos is putting us into a very dangerous situation. That is true for the world, for the country, and for the state of Maryland. The terrible suffering and economic instability resulting from climate change destabilize societies, leading to mass migration, destabilizing other societies, and triggering wars. More powerful storms and massive fires devastate parts of this country, and with nearly 3,100 miles of shoreline, Maryland is highly vulnerable to the effects of sea level rise. To be honest, these are not risks, they are certainties, but we can take steps to reduce the danger. Transit-oriented development is one of those steps. TOD results in decreased burning of fossil fuels in automobiles, resulting in healthier air and decreased greenhouse gas emissions, the driver of climate chaos. It is that simple. As mentioned, there are many reasons to promote TOD, but the ability to have a positive effect on climate change makes this action imperative. Our motto at CPSR and a principle of public health is, we must prevent what we cannot cure. And that is why we support this bill and urge you to give a favorable report on SB 389. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, I think is this Daniel? Okay, Daniel Herges, parking reform.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Harrigus, and I am the Policy Director at the Parking Reform Network, an international organization dedicated to accelerating parking reform. I'm here today to express support of SB 389 and specifically its provisions eliminating local parking mandates near rail transit. We have tracked and studied thousands of reforms like this across the US and Canada, and so I want to emphasize a few things. One, minimum parking quotas are arbitrary. They're virtually never based on any assessment of the actual need or market demand for parking. And the expense of parking is passed on to tenants. In a housing crisis, each parking stall can raise monthly rent by $200 or much more, and these requirements reduce the amount of housing that can be built. SB 389 is a tested and measured approach in line with reforms elsewhere. Just in the past 5 years, California, Colorado, and Illinois have passed very similar laws prohibiting arbitrary parking quotas near TOD sites. And over 110 US cities, suburbs, and small towns have taken the further step of fully eliminating arbitrary parking mandates. In Maryland, this includes the cities of Baltimore and Cambridge. Let me stress that eliminating parking mandates does not eliminate parking. It does not prohibit anyone from building parking. But where these reforms are already in place, evidence shows that the change that occurs is gradual, incremental, and positive. In Buffalo and Seattle, about 3/4 of new buildings continued to provide parking, but about 60% of the new homes permitted after parking reform were in buildings that would have been illegal under the prior code. What parking reform does is restore property owners the flexibility to determine their own parking needs and to weigh them in context against other goals like housing, like local services and amenities, or green space that can absorb floodwater and reduce summer heat. Opponents may argue that these measures infringe on local control of land use, but it is appropriate for the state to establish reasonable guardrails on local zoning excesses to protect the economic potential of the substantial transit assets that Maryland has invested in and to deal with the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I don't see any questions for this witness. Now we're going to have Benjamin Ross, Action Committee for Transit.
Good afternoon. I'm Ben Ross, speaking for the Action Committee for Transit in Montgomery County. I think the other witnesses have made a great case for this bill, so I won't repeat anything that they said, and we'll go straight to our amendment. Our amendment concerns the provisions for state-owned land around rail stations. And really, basically the low-hanging fruit in that provision is the parking lots. Now, in Montgomery and Prince George's County, the relevant parking lots are at metro stations, except for 2 lots in Prince George's. And our amendment is very simple: to give Montgomery and Prince George's the same benefits as the rest of the transit or counties around the state by including WMATA-owned parking lots on the same basis as state-owned parking lots and similar land to get the benefits of this bill. It's simply an effort to get the maximum value out of the bill here for all of the counties that are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for Mr. Ross. Thank you for your testimony. And that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 389. One bill finished. We're going to go back to Senate Bill 387. If I can bring up the panel. Marceline White, Kayla Mock, Jane St. Louis, Anthony Trenkel, Grace Gadea, and Elizabeth Bobo. Okay, we're going to start from the right, my right, and go down. Go down the road. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Bobo, and I'm the Legislative Director at the Maryland State and DC AFL-CIO. Dynamic pricing is a predatory practice that leaves consumers vulnerable to price manipulation. No consumer should have to pay more for groceries because an algorithm has determined them to be different from other shoppers. With technology today, two people could be standing at the same shelf but can be shown different prices, not because of discounts or cost differences, but because an algorithm has decided they should pay different prices. This is discrimination by algorithm. It erodes trust, exploits personal data such as an individual's location and demographics, and it exposes consumers to predatory pricing practices. SB 387 restores fairness by prohibiting the use of protected class data and bans dynamic pricing in food retail and prevents retailers from using surveillance data such as cameras, sensors, and device tracking to set individualized prices. We also However, while we strongly support this legislation, we respectfully request an amendment to ban electronic shelf labels, or ESLs. ESLs allow a company to implement dynamic surveillance-based pricing at scale. A prohibition on ESLs is necessary to protect both workers and consumers from the predatory practices this technology enables. For these reasons, we respectfully urge a favorable report on SB 387 with amendments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marceline White. I'm Executive Director of Economic Action Maryland Fund. Thank you. I'm here in strong support of Senate Bill 387. This bill is needed. In December 2025, we did a statewide survey around affordability issues, which I know is an issue for this chamber and for the General Assembly. We surveyed more than 500 folks across the state, including a subset of our clients. Grocery store prices came up again and again as a pain point. In fact, 73% said that skyrocketing food prices had the greatest impact on their economic security. So huge numbers struggling with grocery store prices. You know, Maryland families work hard to put food on the table. That's becoming harder and harder. Grocery store prices have gone up 30% since 2020. There's a lot of factors we cannot control, but the use of technology to increase prices is one that we can control. As we know, and as we've heard, reams of personal data can be used to set prices so that I would pay a different price for a bag of groceries than my neighbor. This chamber has had a good practice of reining in predatory prices in a bipartisan way. And I want to explain to you that on the ground, people are cutting back. 50% of people we surveyed said they were cutting back on the food they were buying because of the cost. So we know this will have a real impact on consumers. We need to rein in dynamic pricing and surveillance pricing. And we believe this is a well-measured bill. We believe it creates a fair and competitive marketplace because people have the same information for making decisions. And we know that right now it will hit older adults and those without cars and mobility issues hardest. So for those issues, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 387. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hello, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and honorable members of the committee. I'm Grace Getty, a senior AI policy analyst at Consumer Reports. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit with 23,000 members in Maryland. We are very supportive of the governor's leadership on surveillance pricing, also known as personalized pricing. With this bill, the legislature has a chance to make real progress on affordability. Surveillance pricing touches a nerve with consumers. The idea that you could be charged a different price than your neighbor for the same product in the same store at the same time because, say, the retailer is watching your online search history, making inferences about your lifestyle, your preferences, or your income, or because they're tracking your every mouse movement on their website in an effort to discover the most that you individually are willing to pay. That offends many everyday consumers' basic sense of fairness. We also know that fine-grained pricing experiments are currently happening in the grocery sector. In December, Consumer Reports, along with our partners Groundwork Collaborative and More Perfect Union, published an investigation on Instacart's pricing tactics. Researchers found that consumers were paying different amounts for different prices for the same product at the same time at the same store. So, for example, people shopping at Safeway in Washington, D.C. saw a dozen Lucerne eggs listed at 5 different prices. Again, same store, same time, ranging from $3.99 to $4.79. This pricing technique could translate into a cost swing of about $1,200 per year for the average household of 4 based on Instacart's own estimates of average grocery purchases. Lastly, I suspect you'll hear from the opposition about preserving discounts. CR believes that correctly scoped exemptions for transparent and commonly understood discounts are important, and I have more information about how to do that in my written testimony, along with other recommendations from CR. But I just want to flag that overbroad exemptions that I've seen requested from the opposition in other states could functionally break the bill, resulting in policy that works poorly for consumers and for the marketplace writ large. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Bidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tony Trankel. I'm a member of the ARP Maryland Executive Council, an advocacy volunteer, and a resident of Howard County. Thank you very much to the co-sponsors of this important legislation. ARP Maryland is one of the largest membership-based organizations in the state. We have approximately 850,000 members. We welcome this legislation because it targets a growing problem in the food retail area, the practice of dynamic pricing and using consumer surveillance data to set a price for consumer goods or services. The growing use of artificial intelligence can turn this practice from a sales strategy into one that creates an unlevel playing field for consumers. This is an area of new work for us, and ARP's own analyst, Jim Barrett, recently wrote that the rise of AI has blurred the line between helpful personalization and real-time predatory pricing based on individual circumstances and vulnerabilities. Many seniors rely on online grocery store ordering or have limited shopping hours and may not realize a price can change throughout the day based on algorithms and data profiling. That means a shopper can unknowingly pay more because the data suggests they have limited mobility and urgent need for certain items. SB 387 puts guardrails in place to protect consumers from these opaque and potentially discriminatory pricing practices. It ensures that Marylanders, especially older adults, are treated fairly, transparently, and with respect for their privacy. For these reasons, ARP of Maryland urges a favorable report on SB 387. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane St. Louis. I am a price coordinator and have worked for retail for 33 years. I guess you know what my job is. I also am a proud member of the UFCW Local 400, speaking on behalf of the grocery workers across Maryland and across the country. Our opponents will probably tell you that no one has lost hours, benefits, or jobs, and that we hate our jobs. That is not the full picture. I work 40 to 48 hours, and those hours allow me to support my family, maintain health care. We must maintain at least 28 hours a week to keep health care. You cannot support a family on less than that. With the introduction of electronic shelf labels, my coworkers on the West Coast have had their hours reduced to 8 to 10 hours a week. Some have lost their health care. Some have lost their jobs altogether. After decades of loyalty, it is not easy to start over. And as for the claim that we hate our jobs, last time I checked, I love my job. I take pride in my work. I take pride in accuracy. I take pride in serving our community. But even on our hardest days, we don't want to be replaced by technology. Let me tell you a story. 2 sisters recently bought the same French onion dip. The sign said 2 for $5. One paid 2 for $5. The other paid $1.67 using an app. Same product, same moment, different prices. I was left explaining a system I do not control. Loyalty should matter, family should matter, stability should matter. As technology changes prices, I am asking you to make make sure coworkers and families are not left behind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kayla Mock, and I am here on behalf of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 400. Many of our members work in grocery retail, as you just heard, across Maryland, keeping their communities fed. Surveillance pricing already exists. Think about online shopping. There's very little transparency in which different customers are paying different prices. And you're going to hear that companies are using this data to drive prices down, which is true, but studies have also shown they're using compiled data to drive prices up. Companies that are already deploying these targeted price modifications online are investing heavily in technology and AI systems to bring surveillance price changes into brick and mortar stores. In a time where grocery prices in Maryland have risen more than 7% over the last year, addressing this trend is enormously important for food affordability. We appreciate Governor Moore and his team for their work on this bill where protecting consumers and workers intersect at a time where both are facing uncertainty. While we support this bill, we believe it's missing a critical piece to be truly successful: the ban of electronic shelf labels. Electronic shelf labels are a piece of the surveillance technology puzzle that make price changes remotely and without a human. Companies use consumer profiles they already own, compiled or purchased, and store them in their proprietary AI systems. By integrating data profiles with AI, coupled with facial recognition cameras and customer tracking software, companies deploy electronic shelf labels to adjust prices based on who is shopping in the store. You just heard the impact that it would have on jobs and dealing with customers. You know, electronic shelf labels are the Trojan horse, allowing surveillance pricing that already exists online into brick and mortar stores. So we urge a favorable report with an amendment.
Thank you. I'm looking to see if there's questions. There is. Let's start with you, Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Getty, is that right?
Getty.
Getty, with Consumer Reports.
Yes.
Right? You mentioned in your testimony, and it's also written here, about this experiment that was done, Safeway in Washington, D.C., talked about eggs being listed at 5 different prices at the same time. Do you know much about the study, and how was it determined that at one specific moment the 5 prices were being offered?
Yeah, great question, Senator. So we actually mobilized 400 consumers across the country to do live price testing experiments at the same time on Zoom. So we tested in, I think it was 5 different cities. I wasn't one of the researchers. I'm on the policy side, but I'll speak to it as best I can. I think it was 5 different cities, 6 major retailers, all looking on the Instacart platform in live Zoom sessions. We had prescribed baskets, so everyone was putting the same items in the baskets and seeing the subtotals, taking screenshots of every single item. We recorded them in a big spreadsheet, cross-checked everything, and then did a lot of data analysis on those findings. And that's how we discovered the kind of price spreads for the same items in the same stores at the same time.
Okay, but you just mentioned this was all done on Instacart.
Yes, this is a study of Instacart.
Oh, okay. So this, because I heard a lot about AI and facial tracking software and things like that. That's not prevalent in using Instacart, is it?
This is actually Instacart's AI Eversight technology. So they acquired this company called Eversight AI.
Right, and that was an experiment, and then Instacart then said that they weren't going forward with this anymore. Is that right?
It's interesting, yes. After we published this investigation, Instacart said that they would no longer pursue this pricing strategy. They had also received their reported investigation by the FTC, 12 letters from different members of Congress.
Right. All right, so going back to what we're talking about with facial tracking software and things like this, isn't it, your testimony also says that surveillance pricing is more likely to occur online than in retail stores. So where is the evidence that this is actually happening in retail stores?
Well, I think I interpret this bill to apply to companies that, retailers that have at least one physical store in Maryland, but also their online sales. And I am quite concerned about surveillance pricing happening through online grocery delivery.
Through online. And I think that's what a lot of people are talking about. If this is really geared towards online sales, or is it geared towards the grocery stores and retailers themselves, the actual physical locations?
Well, a lot of retailers do their own online grocery sales. So Target, for example, Target has a grocery section. People order groceries delivery from Target. Same with Walmart.
Okay, but again, when we're talking about AI and we're talking about facial software recognition, that would only occur if you were in the physical presence of a retailer, right? Or at least the facial software recognition?
So you're asking if people can have facial recognition scans in stores?
Yes. I mean, that was one of the concerns that has been mentioned here was that. And actually having two people be in a retail store at the same time and getting different prices.
So, I mean, I think the biggest way it's likely to happen in stores is actually through people using mobile apps for the stores at the same time that they're shopping in store. So, for example, there was an investigation of Target using people's real-time location data to change what price they were seeing on the app. So when they're on the far side of the parking lot, they saw one price. They walk across the parking lot into the store, the prices change on the app.
Okay. And again, I think one thing talk about online retailers, another thing talk about brick and mortar retailers. But obviously, Consumer Reports is a national organization. How many states have implemented legislation like this already?
Just New York.
Just New York.
But it's different. It's a disclosure-only requirement, which we don't suggest. We don't think it's as effective as is needed.
So would the answer then be when I said how many states have implemented this legislation, that'd be 0?
Oh, sorry, yes, Maryland would be the leader on this issue.
Maryland, so nobody else has done it yet?
Correct, it's a new issue, yes.
Right, okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lamb?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just a clarifying question here, because I think some of the examples that were brought up touched on Instacart. You also touched on some apps that have brick and mortar stores like Target. This bill, I guess based on the definition of retail establishment, or food retail, is only brick and mortar locations, right? This bill only applies to brick and mortar locations, does not implicate online apps. Is that correct?
I certainly will not speak for the governor's office. I interpret it to apply to retailers that have at least one brick and mortar store in Maryland, but also their online sales in Maryland. But, that's my interpretation. I could be wrong.
So like Walmart and Target that have physical presence stores, they have an online app. This would, in your interpretation, apply to them. What about Instacart, where they're really just kind of an app-based service that's coming in to pick up the groceries from the retail store? Does this bill apply to Instacart?
It does not, and I think it should be amended to apply to third-party food delivery services because that's a crucial part of how people pay for and get groceries in 2026.
Right. So it doesn't apply to Instacart, doesn't apply to Amazon, doesn't apply to like ones that don't have. Would it apply to Amazon because Amazon does have physical stores, I guess?
Yeah, I'm not sure what size those stores are. If their ownership of Whole Foods counts, I don't know.
Whole Foods and what used to be Amazon Fresh. Yeah. Okay. All right. So in those examples that you give, some of the examples that were given were like, I guess Instacart this may not apply to, right? So the example that you just gave where folks were sitting on Zoom, you were doing this kind of a research through Consumer Reports, this bill would not affect potentially that example then.
Currently, it would not, but I would advocate for amending the bill to cover third-party grocery delivery platforms.
Right. I presume that you all would be okay if this were broadened to include all online-based apps.
I mean, yes, in other states, we've strongly advocated for much broader bills that cover all online retail.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Reedy?
Thank you very much. I wonder if I could ask Kayla, just checking with you. You mentioned I think you talked a little bit about the digital tags, the digital pricing. And I also heard some talk about how there's somebody who said people don't like their jobs or whatever. My understanding from some of the people who were opposed to the bill is that they feel like their workers like having tags that are easier to change. And I can just speak from personal experience having worked retail myself. The bane of my existence as a young sales associate in Montgomery Wards which is no longer in business. Not my fault, not my fault. I worked very
I won't
hard.
judge you.
I worked very hard. No, but on Saturday nights, I was always working in the housewares department, and I had to change, this is the late 90s, so I had to go through with these little reports, and I had to change all the little paper signs. Now what I'm hearing from some of our, and this is obviously more bigger companies, is they're able to reallocate people to, they still have to go through and look at the tags, but then they're reallocating them to, stocking and keeping the place looking nice and all of that, helping customers. So while I totally understand the idea we don't want some master database that is, or master system changing prices hour by hour based on who's walking into the stores, which doesn't seem to be happening, but there's a concern it could happen. What is the deal with like being against digital tags?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. And so I too experienced this before my tenure here at Local 400. I was a grocery store worker. I had to get up every Friday at 2 a.m. and go and change thousands of tags.
You had it tougher than I did, in fairness. I was Saturday night. Wasn't exactly great for a high school student on Saturday night to be doing that. But,
I agree. And I remember being in the store being like, why don't we have digital tags? This makes no sense. But I think now recognizing that there is a potentiality for digital tags to bring what online retailers are doing in an online space into a brick and mortar location to harm consumers, I think that is the concern with this. I don't think we're against technology. I think we're against harming consumers. And then on the flip side, for us, I think it's also about potentially harming workers. And so, yes, there have been job reductions. Miss Jane is 33 years have been working on tags. And so, there are hours allocated in a store for that. There's hours and specific jobs for those. And so we are concerned. We've seen it on the West Coast already.
I know we're going to be here a long time. So let me just drill down on that for one more moment, and I'll conclude. You're saying there's hours allocated to tags, depending on obviously the retail chain. I'm sure it depends on the chain. But they can't get rid of all employees in a store. They're going to have to reallocate them to doing other things. Correct?
I would look at examples like Aldi or Lidl. You go into those stores, there's very few employees on that floor.
But that's not because of digital tags. They don't even have digital tags at Aldi.
I think it's due to a lot of technology. We were also told, self-scan checkout wouldn't hurt jobs. And you go into a store late at night, and how many cashiers do you see?
Not many,
it's
although
all self-scan
Although
checkout.
in many retail outlets, they're deploying them on the floor.
I would argue that what they're doing is cutting back hours.
Well, okay, so. Okay, I don't know if I agree, because I think there's a point where you can't cut back necessarily more without endangering your business model, which may be a different conversation. But anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any further questions for this panel. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And next we have a panel of unfavorables. Kelly Locklear, Paul Martino, Michael Adams, Brianna January, Grayson Wiggins, and Megan Stokes.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. We are respectfully in opposition to this bill. And I want to start by saying that retailers strongly support the principle that consumer data should not be used to raise prices. We agree with that goal, full stop. But this bill goes well beyond that, and in practice, it limits retailers' ability to use consumer data to lower prices, even with the narrow loyalty exemption. We are sharing with the committee a red line of the bill, as we already have definitions, Senator Guile pointed this out earlier, and addressed much of this in the 2024 data privacy law, which allows businesses to collect and use consumer data with disclosure and then opt-out rights. And I've lost track of how many times we've discussed this in committee, but retail loyalty programs are even more protective. They are opt-in. Consumers choose them because they want savings, and retailers use data to deliver data-driven discounts, not price increases. Importantly, neither the FTC, the University of California, San Diego, nor any state has found actual evidence that retailers are engaging in widespread surveillance-based pricing abuses. So why this legislation now? It appears driven not by consumer harm, but by other issues. Union pressure around digital shelf tags, dollar store settlements around unfair and deceptive trade practices, and third-party delivery service pricing practices. This bill risks eliminating consumer discounts, undermining existing data privacy law, and restricting beneficial data use without evidence of harm. I've invited Paul Martino here, who is a national privacy expert as well. But for the reasons I've outlined and much more, we respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I am Paul Martino, a partner at Hunton Andrews Kurth, and I am appearing on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Alliance. I want to align myself with the testimony offered by Kaylee Locklear just now, and I will discuss how we can address the flaws in the bill's approach that would prohibit grocery stores from offering discounts, promotions, and other price reductions. We recommend 4 revisions to the bill. First, the bill introduces new and overly broad terms like surveillance data that have no precedent in Maryland law. We would recommend using the established definitions of personal data and consent from the Maryland Online Data Privacy Act passed in 2024. That ensures clarity, consistency, and avoids conflicts with existing statutes retailers already follow. Second, we propose targeted definitions that would clearly prohibit personalized price increases based on consumers' personal data, while we explicitly preserve discounts that make groceries more affordable. This includes discounts for seniors, teachers, students, military members, and customers who voluntarily opt into loyalty programs. Third, we propose maintaining existing prohibitions in law on discriminatory pricing based on protected characteristics and adding a savings clause to ensure that nothing in the bill weakens current state and federal protections. Finally, like Maryland's privacy law, we recommend exclusive enforcement by the Attorney General and a 60-day right to cure that allows retailers to address compliance issues following notice. This ensures consistent interpretation and application of the law. In short, our proposed revisions take a surgical approach to prohibiting unfair price increases while preserving lawful, data-driven discounts that lower costs for Maryland families. This approach is consistent with existing laws protecting consumers from unfair and deceptive practices. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members of the committee, Michael Adams on behalf of Maryland Retailers Alliance. I wanted to echo again what Kaylee and Paul noted and point out that the thrust of this bill is already covered by existing law, notably the Unfair Trade Practices Law, Maryland Commercial Law 13-301, as well as the 2025 Data Privacy Law that Kaylee touched on. 13301 talks about deception, false pretenses, false premise, misrepresentation, or knowing concealment. That is, this has been mentioned before, there were dollar store lawsuits and other places in the country that went after this segment of the law, which we have. You see a price on the shelf, you go up, you have a different price at the checkout. That is a problem, and retailers can and should be punished for that behavior. That is not what is going on with the retailers that are part of MRA. Was also mentioned a similar but different New York law, which has disclosure requirements. That law was subject to litigation regarding free speech issues, and frankly addressed a problem that, once again, in New York was not going on. It allowed for language to be attached to prices regarding electronic monitoring, which wasn't actually in existence at the time. We would encourage the committee to look closely at the laws that are currently on the books related to these issues, and also take on board Paul's suggestions regarding amendments to this bill so we can continue to serve Maryland consumers in the best and most respectful way possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Megan Stokes, State Policy Director at the Computer and Communications Industry Association, also known as CCIA. We respectfully oppose Senate Bill 387 unless amended. We appreciate the bill's goal of addressing unfair pricing practices. However, as drafted, this measure's broad definitions risk sweeping in common and beneficial pricing strategies, including dynamic pricing, that consumers encounter every day across a multiple of industries. These practices can help retailers reduce waste, respond to demand, and offer lower prices, especially in food retail. The core issue is that this bill does not clearly distinguish between harmful conduct and ordinary pricing behavior. By broadly defining dynamic pricing and surveillance data, Senate Bill 387 creates legal uncertainty that would discourage innovation and competition, ultimately leading to higher prices and fewer choices for Maryland consumers. We believe there's a workable path forward, though. First, the bill should narrow its focus to clearly prohibit individualized price increases driven by surveillance-based profiling, rather than broadly targeting dynamic pricing. Second, it should rely on existing definitions of personal data under Maryland law, as mentioned before, to avoid confusion and overbreadth. And third, it needs to be clearly stated that the enforcement would rest exclusively with the Attorney General and not include a private right of action. With these amendments, Senate Bill 387 could protect consumers from predatory practices without inadvertently harming the competitive retail economy. Thank you for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Brianna January with Chamber of Progress. We are a center-left tech trade association in respectful opposition. While you won't hear me say that this bill stands in the way of innovation, I will say that it stands in the way of savings and affordability. Committee, we've heard a lot from this administration on affordability, and rightfully so. We heard about it last week at the State of the State, Sunday on a televised town hall, and just today at today's hearing. And Chamber of Progress is proud to support many of the governor's affordability proposals, including in housing and energy. But SB 387 isn't pro-affordability. Here are just some of the longstanding discounts that Marylanders have come to expect and love that are threatened under the bill. Personalized coupons based on purchase history. You regularly buy the same brand of chips, so the grocery store sends you a coupon for that brand. That would be banned. Budget stretching deals for price-sensitive shoppers. You buy the cheaper store brand to save money. The store targets these bargain shoppers with sales on store brands. That would be banned. Win-back and retention deals. The store notices that you haven't shopped in a while and sends you a special discount. While exempt under the dynamic pricing provisions of the bill, it would still be banned under the personal data provisions. New parent deals. The grocery store notices that you've started purchasing baby supplies and sends you diaper coupons. Again, banned. Lastly, targeted same-day markdowns on expiring food, which Maryland working families, food banks, and charities all rely on to stretch budgets, could be banned under SB 387. Committee, this is a complicated issue, but please do not force Marylanders to find savings where savings used to find them. We simply cannot afford to do so at this time. Just this morning on CNN, it was reported that about 52% of small businesses, and that's only small businesses, are expecting to raise their prices immediately because of tariffs and activity at the federal level. Maryland cannot afford SB 387. Please reject it at this time. Thank you, and we look forward to working with the committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Grayson Wiggins here on behalf of the Maryland Chamber of Commerce. Been over here checking off my talking points, so I only have a few left. I'm going to focus on the text in the bill. There was discussion earlier about this only prohibiting price changes on a 24-hour basis. The way we read the bill is broader. Specifically on page 3, line 5, it prohibits the use of dynamic pricing or the use of surveillance data, and that 24-hour limitation is not in the surveillance data definition, and that surveillance data definition is so broad that it prohibits really any tool from being used to collect consumer information and set prices. And we feel that that is far too broad and could have a lot of unintended negative consequences. Additionally, there's been a lot of talk about large box stores. 15,000 square feet is not that large. It just isn't. And so you're going to have a lot of convenience stores that are wrapped up in this. And so if the intent is not to subject them to the law, I think the 15,000-foot number should be amended. Additionally, there's private rights of action here, as was mentioned, that we have issue with. So I won't duplicate those talking points. I will just note on the study side, from what I've seen, at best, the studies are uncertain. There's a study out of the University of Chicago that actually showed that this type of system of pricing benefits consumers on a majority basis. And actually, lower income individuals benefit from the lower prices and the ability to purchase products that they otherwise would not be able to afford. And so there are positive aspects to this as well. And in addition to that, I think just the opportunity for businesses to, react and adjust to very quickly changing policies, especially at the federal level, is critical right now. And since no other state has done this, we are concerned that this is a gamble that could create unintended negative consequences for our state. And that's why we're opposed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Senator Kramer, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly appreciate the governor's efforts on this bill. Sounds like maybe it needs a little bit of fine-tuning. But quick question, Mr. Martino, could you please, and I'm not that familiar with what might currently exist in the way of laws that protect customers from unfair pricing practices. So what, if anything, is out there at the moment?
Sure. Well, thank you, Senator. It's actually a comprehensive legal framework that applies across many different kinds of laws. Michael mentioned two of them, but generally, consumers are protected from unfair and deceptive practices. They're prohibited from certain personal data collection and use, which this committee is familiar with from the privacy law, and unlawful pricing. So just to name a few, consumer protection laws. So those prohibit false advertising, deceptive practices in the sale of goods. They require truthful advertising. They require accuracy in pricing at both the item level and at the register. Comprehensive privacy laws, like in Maryland and 20 other states, regulate your collection and use of personal data and ensure consumers can choose or prevent you can choose to prevent or stop that collection or use. And as you know, the Maryland law has the strictest requirements on the data that you can collect, which means it prohibits collection of unnecessary or sensitive data. You also have antitrust laws that prohibit price fixing, anti-competitive coordination, and civil rights laws that ban discrimination based on personal characteristics. So retailers already follow all of these laws in selling their goods, and it'd be important for a bill to be consistent with that existing legal framework, and this one, currently, the way it's drafted, is not consistent with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'll go a little bit further. I think this bill's a solution looking for a problem. We actually haven't heard where the problem exists in brick and mortar retailers. We may have heard some issues that have occurred through Instacart and online shopping, but we haven't heard what the bill focuses on, and that is retailers, brick and mortar retailers. It doesn't even focus on the online shopping. So, Paul, I would just say with that, one of the things that has been mentioned by a number of you is that this bill would actually prohibit prices from going lower.
Yeah.
Right? They have to stay the same for a 24-hour period of time, and there are examples of baked goods being sold at the end of the day and different types of things. I also don't think it really contemplates what loyalty programs are and the benefits of that. Can you explain where the bill is missing on that?
Sure. And addressing your first question, yeah, the definitions used in the bill right now cover all pricing, whether it's up or down. In fact, it's defined, I think, definition of dynamic pricing is defined as varying the prices based on demand. Well, demand includes objective factors that retailers have no control over. Some of those are like, and not accepted here, tax cost or shipping cost based on the physical location or zip code, differences in geography that lead to different levels of demand for certain goods, the availability of supply. We've all seen that with the recent snowstorm. And there's many market factors that would come into play where retailers do use data. They're not using personalized data based on surveillance, but they're using data to lower prices. The other thing it mentions, the definition mentions that one exception for loyalty benefits, but misses a whole range of other benefits that consumers are engaged in, like if they voluntarily enroll in a mailing list that sends coupons, or they receive email promotions or promotional events that go to those. The group discounts that retailers use for seniors, teachers, students, military members, residents of specific areas, those aren't covered. Time-limited sales, I think this was mentioned previously. And then lastly, category, when you look at loyalty based on the privacy law here, loyalty plans are regulated. They have to be voluntary. You have to opt into them. And so if the consumer is providing consent where they permit certain collection of their personal data to get discounts and prices, that is allowed under the privacy law. That's not accepted here either. So in a lot of ways, the bill doesn't really thoughtfully address how consumers are receiving lower prices currently based on data use that is permitted by consumers.
Some of the positives, situations that collecting data might help with. Well, I see a number of lights are on, so thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it to one.
Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question, I think, for Mr. Martino. And I apologize, I had to step out, so I missed some of your testimony, so I apologize if you've already discussed this. But I had asked some questions, I guess, from the sponsor panel about enforcement. And I'm curious if you've addressed or talked about, because I still think the way it's worded, that it may tie back to a private right of action.
Yeah.
And so so maybe you already talked about this in your testimony, and I'm asking you to expound upon something that's redundant. But maybe, or Kaylee, feel free to chime in here about what your perspective is on that with respect to enforcement.
Sure, absolutely. I think the bill currently as drafted creates a violation under the Consumer Protection Act, which has a private right of action. What we'd recommend is basing it on using the same enforcement that this committee deliberated for many years. I don't know how many, 4 or 5 years on data, on the Online Data Privacy Act, and go with exclusive AG enforcement and couple that with a notice and cure period. So retailers who are this would, as we've heard elsewhere, would be the first law in the nation of its kind. So if this bill were to pass, enabling retailers to get notice from an AG on compliance issues and being able to fix those and cure those within 60 days. We think that's the right approach for enforcement here. And so we would not recommend private rights of action. I think as some of the other panelists also, when you were out, talked about prohibiting private rights of action here, which was done in the online privacy bill as well. So I think that's consistent with the framework in Maryland.
Right. But we didn't have a notice of cure or notice to cure.
No, the notice and cure is not in here. We would recommend.
But that's not something we had in data privacy from my recollection.
Yes.
Okay, I was a bill sponsor. There was a lot going on then. Let me tell you what. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the same one. It's a
I
60.
still have PTSD from that one. Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to pick up from my questions from the last panel to all of you, and maybe specifically to Ms. Locklear. I guess this bill only applies to really brick and mortar food and retail locations. Any thoughts or any opposition if this were broadened to include online apps as well?
No, and we've actually been in conversations with the governor's office. I believe an amendment is coming with regard to the third-party delivery services. So I think something will be proffered.
So the third-party delivery services would address folks like Instacart, I guess, right? But not more broadly just online-based retailers.
Yeah, we were actually just talking about this language. So if you look on page 2, starting on lines 26, but really on line 28, the bill says that it has to have a minimum of 1,500 square feet and sells food that is exempt from the sales and use tax article. So that's the language that's currently in the bill. So to make it clear, and there was a different answer earlier, we are talking about a physical brick and mortar location. We're not talking about online.
So the online, the potential move to capture some of these online retailers would still limit it to food, I guess. Is that
correct?
Okay, so not more broadly.
It is just limited to the sale of food, and that's line 29.
Okay, so I guess we should keep an eye out for potentially something that might be coming up on that.
Just to be clear,
Sure.
From the Maryland Chamber's perspective, we may have an issue with that amendment. We haven't seen the language.
Sorry, Chamber of Progress would as well. If you could imagine, that would double the restrictions on discounts. So not only could the grocery store potentially not be able to provide discounts, but then also, for example, if you are using Instacart, but you haven't in a while, so Instacart wants to send you an extra coupon off, that would then also be prohibited. So you're talking about a double discount prohibition.
Right, okay. And this, I guess, also to Ms. Locklear. So, if we have agreement that the goal here is that companies aren't increasing prices, should not be increasing prices based on data that they collect, but how do we best tease that apart?
So we have a red line, and I'm glad to share that with you, but it goes back to using definitions we already passed and used in the 2024 data privacy law. And I'm glad to share those red lines with you. I've already shared them with committee and we'll get them to you as well.
And happy to look at that, so yes, thank you. If dynamic pricing can increase profits, though, by allowing folks to charge customers of certain groups more than others, why would companies not utilize that if they have that data?
Well, thank you, Senator. I mean, there's a really good reason why they wouldn't to use it to raise prices. When you look at some industries that we know are using this, whether it's rideshare or airlines, you're talking very limited competition. And what you have with the retail, especially food retail, is the most competitive environment with the lowest profit margins. You're talking 1% profit margins. What that means is these businesses can't exist without repeat business, volume business, treating customers right. And they're often competing. They know their competitors' prices. They're competing to undercut their competitors' prices so that you will switch your allegiance shopping in one location to shop in their location because their competitors one click away online or one store away. And so it's competition, and that's what makes the huge difference. When retailers are using innovation and technology like this, the goal here is to be able to better compete. That means more affordable prices for consumers, and that, I think, is why when the bill prohibits pricing going down, prohibits discounts, prohibits using technology to offer discounts, that's the wrong approach. So the approach should define surveillance pricing as something that is personalized price increases that are based on and data collected through surveillance technology. That is not, the bill's not constructed that way right now. It's not at all constructed that way, and that's some of the revisions we recommend.
If I may, Senator, just to put a more in real life example of that, we're operating in the context in which any one of us has a phone that we can go and check several different sites, several different apps for pricing. Competitors do not want to undermine their own opportunities for business by raising prices, knowing that within just a millisecond, any consumer can go elsewhere for the same exact good or service for that matter. And so we're not seeing any evidence of surveillance pricing or dynamic pricing being used to actually harm consumers, because in the end, that would risk actual sales for those companies, for those businesses. And so that's why I think that this panel is especially concerned about the impact to discounts, because what we've seen evidence-wise is that these tools are used for those discounts and savings, not to raise prices, which would just be a simple business 101 falsehood. Why would you ever want to sell out yourself to your competitors because you're raising prices on a drop of a hat?
Okay. Last question, just to kind of follow up on the discounts piece. So discounts, if discounts depend on surveillance and data collection, right, and that's what your intention here is, that by being able to collect this data, you're able to provide personalized, tailored discounts to certain consumers. What happens to consumers that don't want to participate? Are they just set at a disadvantage? If there are folks that are maybe more privacy conscious, are older adults, they may not have a smartphone, don't know how to use apps, are they just set at a disadvantage, or why not also just apply this across the board in a uniform fashion that also encompasses these folks that otherwise may not be able to, I guess, be eligible for the discounts that you're using because you're using targeted data and information on them?
I would re-refer us back to the conversation that we had in 2024. So first of all, every business in this state can collect data. As long as we disclose what we're doing and as long as we opt out. So that's the first part of your statement. The second part, I would say, is, and this happens in grocery all the time. If you pick up an item and you don't have your loyalty card with you and you just say to the cashier, "Hi, I saw this on the shelf and there was a coupon and I don't have a card or my number's not working," I have never had an experience where they don't honor that price. And so a lot of times it's just communicating to the cashier or even a manager, "Listen, there is a discounted price. I don't have a card or a coupon," and they swipe a card in front of you. It's a store card that they use in front of you all the time.
Right, and folks can do that, and I know that, although I think the vast majority of the public does not know and presumes that they have to participate in this loyalty program or allow their information to be compiled or shared in a certain way to be able to be eligible for those discounts. So.
Senator, if I may, really quick.
We don't do this. You ask one person one question. We're not debating.
No, no worries.
I'm good. Thank you.
I do have a question I think I'm going to ask Brianna. So there's a particular store, well, there's a couple of grocery stores, that if you have the app on your phone and you clip the electronic coupon, when you go in the store, if you have your phone with you, you get the electronic coupon price, otherwise you get the price off the shelf. Would this bill prohibit that?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair. That's a great one. I believe it would. A lot of times those coupons are, again, delivered based on your purchase history or if you have opted into those programs. But also there are rewards, things like I happen to use those sort of apps with those coupons where it knows my birthday, and so it sends me a freebie for my birthday. That's based on my personal data, and I surely don't want that reward to go away.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more. Jessica Vitoro is the Fusion Group, and she's coming with information. And then we have 6 virtuals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Vittorio, and I serve as Senior Vice President of Legal Risk and Compliance for Fusion Group, Inc. We're a global retail technology company that provides electronic shelf label technology to a wide variety of stores across the U.S. I've heard a lot of themes today, a lot of fear, a lot of concerns about affordability, a call for innovation that's focused on transparency and fairness, and I want to be clear that we share those same values and concerns. So I'm appearing here today to provide technical context on how modern retail pricing systems operate, and just as importantly, how they do not. Electronic shelf labels improve how price information is displayed, but they do not use cameras, facial recognition, or biometric identifiers. They do not ingest personal data or demographic information. The prices displayed are uniform for all customers at the same time, just as with paper labels. Additionally, surge pricing is not a feature of retail pricing technology. Retail prices are typically set in advance, often days or weeks ahead, based on inventory cycles, supplier contracts, and promotional calendars. Prices change infrequently, not dynamically, and ESLs were designed from a hardware and software perspective with these pricing cycles in mind. A 2025 study by a variety of independent academic institutions examined more than 380 million grocery transactions across more than 100 stores and found no statistically or economically meaningful increase in temporary price increases following the adoption of ESLs. Additionally, federal technical standards recognize ESLs as a compliant and consumer-friendly pricing tool, going so far as NIST in their 2025 unit pricing guide to explicitly recognize ESLs as an acceptable and recommended method for displaying unit pricing when implemented properly. Really, my goal here is just to be a technical resource for you all and answer questions that you have about how the technology operates and how it doesn't. I'm happy to be a resource for the governor's office or for any of you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your offer to help. I don't see any questions. Thank you. We're going to go to the virtuals. Vincent Lee, Tech Equity Action, favorable.
Hi, folks. Yeah, my name is Vincent. I'm the VP of AI Policy at Tech Equity. We're a research and policy think tank, and we're focused on making sure the benefits of tech flow to everyone. Just wanted to say, and express our support for 387 because it'll help keep things affordable for everyone and prevent a future where, a mother that's too busy to shop around gets charged more for dinner ingredients, or families who are profile that's desperate pay premium prices for baby formula or eggs. This technology has been around, they can use it for advertising and targeting, and it's beginning to be used, as you've seen, in setting of prices. And Tech Equity's worked on surveillance and personalized pricing bills across the country. And one of the pushback that we hear most is that, these bills will prohibit consumer discounts. And that doesn't have to be true, right? We can build in protections for consumer-friendly discounts, the kinds that are generally available to everyone, that aren't based on harvesting your deeply personal information, right? Discounts for seniors and students. Those only need one piece of information. They're transparent, they're applicable broadly. And my last point is, the economics of price discrimination, right? The entire logic is to eliminate consumer surplus right, by charging people exactly the maximum they're willing to pay. And that surplus gets transferred to the corporations, right? And that increases inequality and increases prices. And in my estimation, there's no real scenario where allowing unchecked price discrimination, surveillance pricing benefits consumers. And give you a real example from Maryland. Your insurance regulators rejected a plan from Allstate that would have allowed for surveillance pricing, price discrimination, right? And Allstate had claimed their algorithm would create discounts, but research found out those discounts were maxed out at 0.5%, while the price increases were reaching 20%, right? And those are the types of behaviors that we need to prevent. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. I don't see Ben Winters, so we're going to go on to Mike Houston.
Hello, my name is Mike Houston, and I'm the general manager of the Tacoma Park Silver Spring Co-op, a 45-year-old retail grocery store in Tacoma Park. I've been working in retail grocery for 17 years at multiple independent and community-owned stores. I actually participated in the Consumer Reports investigation into Instacart's dynamic pricing practices throughout the fall. I watched with my own two eyes as hundreds of shoppers were charged different prices for the same items while shopping at the exact same retailer at the exact same time through Instacart's platform. If I changed my prices in the aisles depending on who approached a pasta sauce, we would all agree that that is wrong and unfair. That's exactly what's happening in algorithmic and dynamic pricing. These changes are not based on real cost increases being incurred by these companies. They're based on price testing. Instacart has said as much to find the maximum value that they can charge. Dynamic pricing as a practice makes independent stores like ours all over the state less competitive. The point of this anti-consumer practice is to maximize the surplus value across all products, basically to collect as much of the price that consumers are willing to pay as possible. Rather than basing retail pricing on costs to the business and charging a fair margin to cover those costs, companies that engage in dynamic pricing are padding their bottom line. Grocery is an extremely slim margin business. Retailers are taking a greater share of our retailers' shopping dollars for the same amount of food is a broad harm to retailers who do not engage in these practices. SB 387 rightly removes the incentive structure for businesses to participate in these practices. In recent years, customers have had to deal with a tremendous amount of food at home inflation. Much of it has been based on real cost increases, but these unfair practices begin to paint all of us with a broad brush and sow distrust. So restoring trust that increases customers' trust in grocers is important.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. We're going to go on to George Slover, Center for Democracy and Technology. You can begin.
Thank you. Having listened to the other witnesses, I'll essentially be reiterating much of what you've heard already. The Center for Democracy and Technology is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization working to protect people's rights in the digital age, including to protect consumers against misuse of their private, personal data to exploit them and discriminate against them. Vast amounts of this data are being freely gathered, sorted, processed, traded, and sold. That's allowed sellers and data brokers to secretly create intimate portraits of consumers, which can be used to size us up for susceptibility to pay extra. Our purchases and searches, our income, assets, debts, and financial history, our personal and family life, our work life and career history, political, social, and other activities we and our family and friends have engaged in, our web browsing and social media history, and anything else recorded or tracked and fed into the big data maw. I've been calling it bespoke pricing because the price is custom tailored to each consumer. And like a custom tailored suit, we'll pay more. It risks wiping out what consumers call consumer surplus, the savings to consumers who would have been willing to pay more than list price, but haven't had to because the seller couldn't tag them. It's Adam Smith's invisible hand being turned against consumers, picking their pocket. The technology is readily available and is becoming easier to use and more powerful with the advance of artificial intelligence. The temptation to use it will be hard to resist. We need to rein it in before it becomes widespread in grocery shopping and elsewhere. And we do support and encourage appropriate clarifications consistent with that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for Mr. Slover. Mayu Tobin, Electronic Privacy Information Center.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chair Vital and members of the committee. My name is Mayu Tobin Miyaji, and I'm an attorney at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is an independent, nonpartisan nonprofit founded 30 years ago to secure the fundamental right to privacy in a digital age. EPIC has worked closely with state lawmakers, including from Maryland, for years. I'm here today to support SB 387 and to offer a few amendments to further protect Marylanders from surveillance pricing harms. We commend Governor Moore and the Senate co-sponsors for prioritizing this bill. When many people are struggling with increased cost of living, corporations are using surveillance pricing, the practice of setting individualized prices based on personal data, to charge as much as possible. The investigation by Consumer Reports and Groundwork Collaborative found that Instacart was conducting secret pricing experiments, resulting in increased grocery costs of $1,200 a year for an average household. And while discounts may sound consumer-friendly, brick-and-mortar grocers can set an artificially high price and offer so-called personalized discounts. This effectively allows businesses to offer different prices to different consumers based on personal data, misleading consumers about how good of a deal they're getting. Surveillance pricing is unfair and unpopular. Consumers expect to pay the same price for the same product as their neighbors and don't expect their personal data to affect prices. SB 387 would help protect privacy and affordability for Marylanders buying their everyday necessities. However, we do have a few key suggestions to strengthen the bill, which are explained in a written testimony. EPIC would be happy to be a resource in incorporating these or to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. And Margaret Durkin. Hi, Margaret.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Beidel and members of the committee. Margaret Durkin with TechNet, a tech trade association. We submitted written testimony raising our concerns with this legislation as well as suggested solutions. We're not opposed to the protections that Governor Moore is suggesting in this legislation. And in fact, we are aligned on prohibiting predatory actions that make grocery bills higher for Marylanders. Our concerns, like most others that have expressed concerns, stem from the language in the bill. As drafted, this bill might have the unintended consequence of making it difficult to lower prices for Marylanders at grocery stores. We also see value in aligning some of the data privacy definitions used in the bill with definitions in the existing Maryland statute on data privacy. We've reached out to the administration for consideration of these asks as well as chamber leadership. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Margaret. I don't see any questions. We appreciate your testimony. Thank you. So that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 387. We only have 10 bills to go and 100 witnesses. Next, we're going to go to Senate Bill 444. Senator Kramer.
I think you'll appreciate me.
I do appreciate you, Senator. I do. You want to bring your panel up? Douglas Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, and Winnie Hawk? Thank you.
I don't even know if my panel's here. Are they here? Hey, Doug Jacobs, how are you? Madam Chair, members of the committee, Ben Kramer introduced Senate Bill 444, and I think you'll appreciate the fact that there's no opposition, and we're going to quickly roll through the bill. Committee, thank you for the opportunity to introduce Senate Bill 444. This legislation proposes important reforms to Maryland's Certificate of Need, or CON, process that will expand access to critically needed substance use disorder treatment services while maintaining prudent health planning oversight. The bill would revise Maryland Certificate of Need requirements to allow certain intermediate care facilities that offer medically managed residential substance use disorder treatment services to be established and operating without needing a full certificate of need. Pardon me. As long as it's provided that there is written notice of intent to establish or operate the facility and it's filed with the Maryland Healthcare Commission at least 40 days before opening, and the commission finds that the proposed facility is not inconsistent with the state health plan, will result in more efficient and effective delivery of healthcare services and is in the public interest. Under current statutes, intermediate care facilities for substance use disorder must undergo the full con review process, even when there is a clear demonstrated need for expanded capacity. This bill would correct this barrier, allowing providers to respond more quickly and efficiently to gaps in treatment capacity that affect Maryland families and communities. The Certificate of Need process was originally designed to prevent unnecessary duplication of expensive healthcare services and control costs. However, in the context of the ongoing behavioral health and opioid crisis, the existing requirement can unintentionally delay or discourage the creation of facilities that deliver essential treatment. By allowing immediate care facilities that meet clear public interest criteria to open with only a 45-day notice and renewal review period, the bill increases access to care for individuals suffering from a substance use disorder, supports more efficient allocation of health care resources by reducing duplicative administrative delays, preserves the Health Care Commission's role in ensuring new facilities align with statewide planning goals, and encourages innovation in service delivery by reducing unnecessary regulatory burden for providers willing to meet standards of efficiency and public benefit. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to report Senate Bill 444 favorably.
Logistics going on up here, Senator, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm ready to turn it over to the panel, Madam Chair.
The panel of one, Dr. Jacobs.
Thank you so much, Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Doug Jacobs, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland Healthcare Commission. I'm also a practicing primary care doctor. MHCC strongly supports Senate Bill 444. It addresses a clear regulatory gap in how Maryland oversees high acuity substance use disorder treatment. Under current law, MHCC reviews the establishment of intermediate healthcare facilities, those facilities that provide medical detox for persons with substance use disorder. But once approved, there's no oversight when those facilities dramatically expand bed capacity. This bill restores consistency, accountability, and transparency. So we've seen the real-world consequences of this loophole. In one case we saw just a few years ago, a facility approved for 21 beds more than quintupled its capacity within the year to 123 beds without any review by MHCC. This led to some cases of having 6 patients per room undergoing medical detox, an extreme level of overcrowding. This is a health and safety problem because we've seen that overcrowding in behavioral health settings has been shown to lead to increased violence, suicide, and injury. Senate Bill 444 strikes the right balance between access and oversight. It creates an expedited public interest review requiring a decision within 45 days. At the same time, patient protections remain front and center. Facilities must demonstrate compliance with state health plan standards, including accreditation, staffing, admissions criteria, treatment protocols, and serving underserved patients. They must also demonstrate that the project serves the public interest. This legislation creates a single consistent framework for all intermediate healthcare facilities, new or expanding. And it increases oversight where it's clearly needed, accelerates those approvals where its access is critical, and closes this loophole that undermines confidence in the system. In short, Senate Bill 444 benefits patients, families, and providers alike. And for these reasons, MHCC respectfully requests a favorable report. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I failed to mention it, there's no opposition.
You're right, Senator.
And you're welcome.
He owes me a short hearing, I want to tell you. So intermediate healthcare facilities, you just mentioned a detox center. What other kinds of facilities are intermediate?
It's so they deal with the level of care right below inpatient psych admissions, and so it's substance use disorder and alcohol withdrawal treatment are most common. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I have no other questions. You do have one other witness. It's Sarah Haregrove from Community Behavioral Health Association. You can stay.
Okay.
There might be another question. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Beidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Haregrove, and I'm the Assistant Director of Policy at the Community Behavioral Health Association of Maryland. CBH is the leading voice for community-based behavioral health providers serving vulnerable Marylanders. Our 95 members provide outpatient and residential treatment for mental health and addiction-related disorders, serving the majority of those in the state's public behavioral health system. Notably, CBH represents about 20% of the providers this bill would impact, licensed residential substance use disorder treatment programs that are subject to Certificate of Need regulation by the Maryland Healthcare Commission. On behalf of our members, we are pleased to support Senate Bill 444. We believe that this bill establishes a streamlined, consistent review process for the expansion of existing treatment programs and the development of new programs. Throughout, MHCC maintains substantial oversight, holding existing and new providers to the same set of high-quality standards in our state's health plan. This revised oversight model will result in a more comprehensive and efficient licensure process with a lower administrative burden than the traditional CON process requires, allowing this level of care to reach the communities who need it more effectively. We appreciate this proactive approach to regulation by the MHCC, and we recognize MHCC's positive history of engaging with the providers it regulates and addressing their concerns. We feel that this bill seeks a balanced approach, reducing burden across the board without sacrificing quality of care, as you've heard here today. We respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 444. Thank you.
Do I have any other questions on this bill? Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Senator Kramer.
Thank you.
My vice chair is going to take over for a few.
No, I got it. Oh, okay, cool. Is Senator West here?
Yep. Yes.
Oh. I didn't even see it. Good afternoon. Next, we're going to hear Senate Bill 510, State Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors, Funeral Direction Licensure and Apprentices Requirements. Senator West, would you like for your panel to join you?
Yes.
All right.
Good. Should I stand at the podium or sit down at the table?
Wherever you like and wherever you feel comfortable.
I'll stand.
We accommodate you, unlike JPR. You know?
I'll feel more at home standing because in JPR we always stand.
That's right. All right. So we have Blair Nelson, William Casilli, Ralph, and Camille Fash. Right? There you go. All right. You may begin when you're ready, Senator West. You have as much time as you like. Your panelists will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am presenting Senate Bill 510, which makes changes in the licensing and educational requirements for funeral directors in Maryland, making it more feasible for those desiring a career solely as a funeral director to become licensed. Currently, Maryland recognizes a distinction in 2 different professions, morticians on the one hand and funeral directors on the other. Morticians, who handle bodies and perform services such as embalming, are required to take a variety of science courses, as one would expect. However, funeral directors, who are front office workers, who interact with grieving family members, should not be required to take these sorts of technical classes. The intention is clear. The education should match the job description. Yet the current state exam tests funeral director candidates on both body handling and interaction with grieving family members. As a result, students interested in becoming funeral directors find it more practicable to become licensed as a mortician, or alternatively, they forego both professional options altogether. data provided by the Maryland Department of Health reflects this discrepancy, which shows 983 active licenses for morticians, but only 8 active licenses for funeral directors. By removing the requirement for a practical exam demonstrating competency in special mortuary sciences, the job of funeral directors would be more appropriately tested and more students would be likely to choose this educational pathway. Why is this important? Well, there are 3 reasons. First, as noted, the statistics show that the current education requirements deter people from becoming a funeral director. This bill will likely remove the educational barrier that dissuades students from selecting this profession. Second, the numbers are not the only concern. We're also concerned with curating a diverse group of funeral directors. By relaxing the requirements, we may also attract a wider student body who may serve their own communities. As many faiths do not observe practices implemented by morticians, such as embalming, funeral director services may be more appropriate. And third, regardless of faith-based practices, there's no need to quantify every professional in death care services as a mortician. The types of services, such as embalming, which require a mortician's license, are becoming increasingly less popular. In fact, the National Funeral Directors Association has predicted, based on current market trends, that nearly 80% of the U.S. population would choose cremation services in the future, which can be handled by funeral directors and which don't require morticians. Is there a downfall to relaxing these requirements? Well, Virginia, in passing similar legislation in recent years, recognized a virtue in requiring funeral directors to be educated in the sciences behind death care. It is important for funeral directors to understand diseases and how to handle remains. They need to be able to properly explain the process of taking care of a loved one to their family. And to rectify this issue, the Virginia bill included a provision requiring funeral director candidates to undergo coursework in pathology. This bill adopts this policy as well. The intent of the law in Maryland is clear in distinguishing funeral directors from morticians. State exams should appropriately reflect this distinction. I understand there is some significant opposition to this bill from the Board of Morticians and the funeral and some members of the funeral home industry, and I really look forward to interacting with them and discussing their objections and seeing if we can't come up with an appropriate amendment which would reflect their input as well as the input of the original drafters of the bill. But in the meantime, I give you my 3 witnesses, Bill Castelli, Camille Fesh, and Nelson Blair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Camille Fesh, for the record, here, favorable on Senate Bill 510. Thank you very much for listening to this important issue, and thank you very much to Senator West for being our champion on this issue and helping to work with the profession as it modernizes and as trends change. Senator West covered several salient points. Very quickly, I'll mention that, yes, we do have a sponsor amendment that we are working on, and that we have also reached out to and spoken with Mr. Nathan Malloy of the Independents and Mix Hoffman from the Board of Morticians. And we look forward to continuing those conversations so that we understand their concerns and they understand, what we are trying to accomplish and that we move forward for the better of the profession. Very quickly, the existing regulations that created a funeral director in addition to a mortician passed this body in 2007. However, as Senator West pointed out, they did not, that bill did not accomplish what it needed to, in that there's only 8 licensed funeral directors in Maryland compared to 983 morticians. So as the number of embalmings decrease, as the number of cremation, as the amount of natural burials or other forms of dispositions increase, and some of those forms do not allow embalming at all, it is important that we have a profession that is accessible to Marylanders, reflective of Marylanders, and reflective of different beliefs and different religions and different practices when it comes to how we handle our loved ones. So what we are trying to do here is merely ensure that the funeral directors, that their mode of education and their exam to become a funeral director is in line with the work that they will do. And that was separate from what the morticians are doing. And we're not trying to change that. We're trying merely to update and to make the funeral directors appropriate for the work that they will be doing. We are happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much for your time. I have with me Mr. Blair Nelson from SCI Dignity Memorial, Mr. Ralph DiStefano, and my colleague Bill Castelli, and we're happy at the end of the panel to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hayes and members of the committee. My name is Blair Nelson. I'm here with Dignity Memorial of Maryland. We own and operate 18 funeral homes within the state of Maryland, and we serve over 5,000 families in this state. Senator, you were very good in your comments. You took half of my testimony, so I'll just cut to the chase so we don't repeat anything. I will state that in 2024, Maryland passed the Green Death Care Options Act, which authorized alkaline hydrolysis, natural human reduction, and green burials, while specifically prohibiting embalming in the process of natural human reduction and green burials. Taken with the increased desire by consumers to select cremation, this, along with the regulatory hurdles, have really decreased embalming as a percentage of what funeral directors do today. Yet we're requiring funeral directors to take an entire year of scientific courses for coursework that they may never enact in the future, for a process that they are legally prohibited from performing. Now, this bill will not decrease education. It will align the educational requirements of each degree with the practices that each funeral director and embalmer may experience. The funeral director portion would be much more focused on things like management, counseling, legal requirements, and even public speaking. We think that that is a much more appropriate avenue of education. So again, we're not decreasing education, we're aligning the education appropriately. But the funeral director industry faces a serious, critical, and shortage of labor going forward. In a recent study by the National Funeral Directors Association, 80% of all funeral directors stated that they wish to retire within the next 5 years. The Bureau of Labor Statistics states that we face a shortage of up to 6,000 funeral directors per year, and yet mortuary schools are only graduating about 2,000 per year. So we need to address that, and we feel that this bill would go a long way in increasing the diversity of our workforce and ensure that we're able to competently and professionally and safely serve the public in the future. I ask you a favorable report on 510.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Senate, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of SB 510. My name is Ralph DiStefano. I am also with Dignity Memorial, and I'm here to speak to a very real and growing workforce challenge that directly impacts the families we serve. Today it is extremely difficult to hire funeral directors in Maryland. At the same time, demands for our services are increasing. As the baby boomer generation ages, the number of deaths is rising, and our profession must be prepared to meet that need with compassion and well-trained professionals. Consumer preferences have also changed. With the continued rise in cremation, the role of the funeral director has evolved. Families increasingly need professionals who can meet with them, make arrangements, coordinate meaningful services, and provide support. The need for embalmers, while still important, is not as central as it once was in every case. The intent behind separating the funeral director and embalmer's license was to help strengthen the future of our profession and improve staffing. However, the current required science coursework has unintentionally discouraged many capable and compassionate people from pursuing a funeral director license. These are individuals who want to serve families but are deterred by educational requirements that are not directly aligned with the day-to-day responsibilities of arranging and coordinating services. SB 510 offers a practical solution, allowing licensure as a funeral director without the science-heavy embalming curriculum, and it will open the door to a new generation of professionals. It will help us recruit, train, and retain the people we need to serve Maryland families with care, dignity, and professionalism. This bill does not diminish the value of embalmers. It simply recognizes that the profession has evolved and we must adapt to meet current and future needs. On behalf of the funeral homes, the staffs who serve in them, and the families who depend on us, I respectfully ask for your support of SB 510. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Bill Castelli
and also here in support of the legislation. There are two clarifications I want to make to the bill. Senator West does have two amendments to address two specific provisions in the bill, but I do want to say that we have had some conversations with others who will be testifying today. Look forward to continuing those conversations and hearing their concerns and sharing our views on the bill as well. But the two clarifications that we do want to make to the legislation are, one is to specify that when this funeral director candidate finishes that course and they're going to take the national boards, it is going to be the arts section of the national board. So the national boards has both an arts section and a science section. So this would just clarify that they're taking that arts portion rather than that science-based portion. And then also making clear that it's the board of morticians and funeral directors that would be approving the coursework for this new course moving forward rather than the National Association. And so those are at least two of the changes, and then we'll possibly have more as we continue our conversations.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all so very much. There are two people that signed up unfavorable. There's Charlotte Hoffman and Walter Nathan Mallory. You guys will come to the podium. You may begin when you're ready. Remember, the little lights there are not a suggestion.
Thank you. And yes, I've testified here before, so I understand that. Thank you, Chair, or Vice Chair in this case. Charlotte Persephone Hoffman. I am the first Vice President of the Maryland State Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors. I am also the Chair of our Legislative Committee. I will tell you that we have had some rather extensive conversations about this bill, and what has come out of that is that we feel that the idea of offering some sort of alternative education for funeral directors is a conversation we should be having. But this bill, as drafted, or at least as we've seen it, doesn't do what we need it to do. We haven't seen the proposed amendments, so it's quite possible that our objections would change once we have a chance to review those. But as it stands, we are concerned that this would enable funeral directors who don't actually understand the differences between some of the products that they would be offering to the consumers that come into their offices. They would be offering these products without the background knowledge of what they are and how they're different. So we want to ensure that funeral directors, even if they don't have to have a specific embalming component in their training, that they have an understanding of how embalming works, why one might want to do it, etc. In fact, the board has, in the past, about 10 years ago, allowed an individual who had a religious opposition to embalming to have a specific exemption to taking an embalming clinical, but they still had to take other coursework about why embalming might be done, etc. So for these reasons, we think that this is not quite ready yet, but we're happy to have conversations with Senator West and with the other folks working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Walter Nathan Malloy, Jr. I'm a licensed funeral director and mortician. I'm a licensed attorney. I'm a funeral home owner, and I'm adjunct professor of mortuary law at the Community College of Baltimore County. And I'm also the attorney and lobbyist for the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association. I pointed that out because I, along with Mr. Edwin Jackson, who's the assistant director of the program at the Community College of Baltimore County, have discussed this bill extensively. Unfortunately, the text of Senate Bill 510 is flawed. It seeks to intentionally reduce the educational requirements of not only funeral directors, but it also reduces the educational requirements based on the verbiage of morticians. The text states that a mortician can get a license if they achieve an associate's degree and complete a course in mortuary science. Well, a course in mortuary science versus a degree in mortuary science are completely two different things, and the verbiage definitely needs to change. There are other areas of the bill that are flawed. While we believe the bill is well-intentioned, it's problematic for the profession and will unnecessarily expose Marylanders and others to unnecessary risk of harm for those funeral directors who don't understand the importance of embalming, the science of embalming, and the impact that could happen if they are presented with a case where deceased remains purges. That's what fluid comes out of the body spontaneously, and it often happens on a service. Ms. Fish said that she wanted to make sure the exam was in line with what funeral directors do. Funeral directors are not office staff, as they would have you believe. Funeral directors go out on services, they perform services and would perform services. So they need to understand how to handle situations involving the dead human bodies that they're presenting for families. Mr. Nelson also misrepresented that the education requirement of the bill or of morticians and funeral directors currently is unnecessary. We strongly disagree and ask that you issue an unfavorable report for this bill.
No, I appreciate that. It sounded like you had something else to wrap up with. I know you ran out of time, but did you want to just finish up that last statement? I have a couple of questions for you.
I appreciate it. The proponents of the bill, again, as you've heard, have acknowledged that the problems of the bill. As Ms. Hoffman said, we haven't seen these new amendments to the bill. We're willing to consider them, but as stated and written now, the bill should not pass outside the committee.
Yeah, I think for me, like hearing what they're trying to achieve, and especially, part of what they laid out in the testimony was the lack of people that are interested, lack of people getting into the funeral director's part. So I wonder, has the boards done any research of their own and looked at any other alternatives, or are you in a position where you're just responding to what's been presented? Have you guys done any thoughts around?
We have not, to my knowledge, done that sort of study. We unfortunately do not have a huge amount of funding to sort of facilitate that. And so that is something that we would be happy to look into, especially if we could arrange it in a way that gave us the funding to do so. But at the moment, it's not something we've been able to look into at great length. We're evaluating this bill on the text of that we've seen. What I will say in addition is that we recognize the need to move beyond the system that we have. We just think that we need to be part of that conversation, and the schools need to be part of that conversation. And it's probably not something that can be resolved in the next, 2 weeks before crossover day.
Understood. And given the lack of resources, I've found like a lot of our local colleges and universities have a great deal of expertise and research capabilities. It might be something worth partnering with them, but I get where you guys are, but thank you all so much for your testimony. We have a lot more today, but your testimony was definitely very valuable to this committee and its deliberations. We appreciate it. Thank you so very much. All right, are there any additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, this ends the bill hearing on Senate Bill 510. I'm turning it back to Madam Chair.
So next we have Senate Bill 470, State Board of Physicians, Naturopathic Doctor Scope of Practice. So Senator Hayes is the sponsor, and is this your panel?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Madeline Del Greco, Robin Elliott, Dr. Jillian Casey. Senator, somebody's going to need to stand at the podium. Dr. Paul Faust, Dr. Daniel Lewis, Dr. Anna Satok.
There we go.
So we have 6 plus you, Senator. You know the role, right? Senator Hayes has as much time as he needs, and you all get 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, I'm Senator Antonio Hayes, representing the 40th Legislative District in Baltimore City. I'm here to present Senate Bill 470. This bill provides prescription authority for non-controlled medications within the scope of naturopathic medicine. naturopathy, I'm going to butcher this, I'm sorry, this won't be the last time, is a culmination of traditional practices and modern healthcare approaches. It aims to provide a holistic and culturally competent approach to the healthcare system. Naturopathic doctors are licensed healthcare professionals whose primary care services focus on prevention and patient education, emphasizing treatment of the individual, not just the disease. In many communities across Maryland, particularly communities of color, immigrant communities, patients seek providers who respect their cultural traditions while also practicing evidence-informed medicine. For over 10 years, naturopathic doctors have been licensed in the state of Maryland, with reports indicating a very safe track record and little to no disciplinary issues. Today, over half of our country, including the District of Columbia, provide naturopathic doctors prescriptive authority in their laws. Nationwide, there are approximately 8,000 naturopathic doctors, of which only 60 are practicing within Maryland. Many reluctant to practice in our state due to these restrictions on prescribing. Expanding limited prescriptive authority would help Maryland remain competitive, improve provider recruitment, and expand access to preventive and integrative care services. Senate Bill 470 also aligns Maryland's regulatory framework with national standards. The bill before you today reflects an in-depth discussion held by work group members, including naturopathic doctors, MedChi, and the Board of Physicians. I'm pleased to report that the Board of Physicians has moved from a neutral last year to support for this year's bill. Naturopathic medicine is a key component to enhancing cultural sensitive communication. It recognizes and respects health benefits to bridge cultural differences at a time when Maryland continues to confront provider shortages, health inequities, and growing demand for preventive care. Senate Bill 470 offered a measured and carefully structured step forward. For these reasons, colleagues, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 470.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Let's start at this end and just go all the way down. That's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Anna Sata, and I'm a conventionally trained ICU physician and also an active member of the Montgomery County Medical Association. And I was practicing full-time in the ICU during the COVID pandemic. And in that setting, we really saw just how significant chronic disease impacted patients and their comorbidities and the severity of their disease by the time they got to the hospital. And it was really clear that as a healthcare system, we needed to do a better job addressing those chronic diseases before patients got to the point of needing to be in the ICU. And I was planning to talk a little bit about how I've worked with naturopathic doctors since then, but I think some of my testimony may be more useful elsewhere. After the pandemic, I ended up changing careers dramatically to focus more on outpatient care and chronic disease rather than waiting for people by the time they needed me on the ventilator. And in that setting, I've had the opportunity to work with several naturopathic physicians fairly closely, and this was a branch of medicine I had never heard of. For 20 years of training, it had just never even come on my radar screen. And I think, unfortunately, that's common in the East Coast because we don't have many naturopathic physicians or doctors here. But within that training, or within my conventional training, I did go to residency, and you'll hear more discussion about naturopathy from my other colleagues here. I'm going to defer that to them. As a traditional physician, I did go to residency. That was a very extensive 6-year training in general surgery and then in ICU, and I learned all sorts of hospital-based medical things, really invasive procedures, surgical techniques, how to put you on a ventilator, central line, and that level of training, while useful to me as a physician, is not necessary for every member of the healthcare system. And I think we look at a wide range of medical providers to be able to provide the needs for the care, and I think naturopathic doctors are very well suited for that.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Madeline Del Greco with the Maryland Board of Physicians. The board does not opine on scope of practice issues and does not have a position on whether a naturopathic doctor should be authorized to prescribe or not. We are here today in support of Senate Bill 470 operationally. The bill was drafted after a series of meetings held during the interim with a variety of stakeholders. It can be implemented with current resources and without any fiscal or operational impact. We thank Vice Chair Hayes for his commitment to collaboration and for allowing the board the opportunity to be a part of the conversation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Paul Faust, and I've practiced naturopathic medicine in Maryland since 2001. When Maryland first began licensing naturopathic doctors nearly 10 years ago, I was honored to receive the first license issued in the state. Licensure has definitely improved transparency and collaboration. I can now order laboratory testing and diagnostic imaging, and I can communicate clearly with other providers. But one significant barrier remains. I still cannot prescribe medication for the straightforward needs of my patients. As an example, a patient may come to me with persistently elevated blood pressure. They're sitting right in front of me asking for help. In some cases, they do not currently have a primary care provider. Sometimes they have questions about medications and simply need time and counseling to understand their options. Other situations, I see patients who have been prescribed a medication years ago and are now experiencing dizziness or low blood pressure, particularly older individuals who may be at increased risk of falling. Under current law, I must send them elsewhere for prescribing or adjustment. That often means delay, and sometimes it means they never follow through. This bill allows naturopathic doctors to provide integrated continuity of care. Upon passage, we would obtain the same required registrations as other prescribers, enroll in required monitoring systems, and use certified electronic health records with e-prescribing that integrate with Maryland's pharmacy systems and health exchange infrastructure, including CRISP. We refer when appropriate and routinely collaborate with both primary care physicians and specialists to ensure coordination. When a patient is already under our care, coordinated, documented, accountable prescribing strengthens that collaboration rather than fragments it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Danielle Lewis, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys today. Since 2014, I have taught gynecology at Sonoran University and practiced as a naturopathic doctor, where my focus has been on women's health and general medicine. In Arizona, where I have full prescriptive rights, I had the privilege of treating several thousands of patients over the years. I moved to Maryland to be closer to family, but since relocating, I have faced significant challenges due to the restrictions on my scope of practice here. While I can order labs, I am unable to make simple medication adjustments or prescribe necessary treatments. As a result, my patients are often forced to wait months, sometimes up to 6 months, to see a primary care provider or specialist for something that I could have easily managed in my office. For example, I had a patient experiencing fertility issues whose lab results indicated hypothyroidism. The simple solution would have been to start her on thyroid medication so she could continue her fertility journey. Instead, I had to refer her to an endocrinologist with a 3-month wait list. She had already been trying to conceive for over a year. This kind of delay is unnecessary and avoidable. Because of these restrictions, I have seriously considered not renewing my Maryland license. In fact, I continue to fly back and forth to Phoenix in order to see patients. Several of my colleagues have reached out to me about practicing in Maryland, but when they see the limitations on our scope of practice, they decide against it. Maryland needs qualified naturopathic doctors, but these restrictions make it difficult to attract and retain providers. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Jillian Casey. I'm a naturopathic doctor with a master's in public health, and I'm vice president of the Maryland Naturopathic Doctors Association. As one of 64 licensed NDs in the state, I'm here today to clarify our training and to shed light on some of the challenges we face practicing in Maryland. Naturopathic doctors are trained to employ the least invasive treatment modality that is safe, effective, and appropriate for the patient. In all 14 states where we hold prescriptive rights, we are held to the same standard of care as medical doctors. Yes, we use nutrition and stress modification and lifestyle medicine wherever it is feasible and appropriate, but we also prescribe medication when that conveys the greatest risk reduction or symptom abatement. We're passionate about disease prevention and disease modification. Just because someone already has diabetes doesn't mean they can't benefit from our care. In fact, it's by employing an integrative approach in collaboration with primary care providers and specialists that our patients can achieve the best outcomes. Our ND training includes over 140 hours of training in pharmacology and over 1,200 hours of direct patient care in outpatient and community clinics. We passed 2 rounds of national licensing exams akin to Step 1 and Step 2, and 3 rounds of clinical exams designed to assess our readiness to enter clinical practice. ND education prepares us to diagnose and treat our patients, though in Maryland, our ability to treat them is limited. This means that when the medication is the most appropriate choice, our patients face significant delays in access. Almost monthly, I speak to an ND practicing in another state who is hesitant to return home to Maryland for fear of being an ineffective clinician. The bill before you removes an unfounded barrier to improve healthcare for Marylanders and allow more licensed NDs to return home to serve their communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Robin Elliott. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Naturopathic Doctors Association, and just wanted to provide a little bit more background on the bill and also to thank Senator Hayes for sponsoring this. So naturopathic doctors have been licensed in Maryland. The bill passed in 2014 and licensure went in effect 2016. Since then, there have been no formal disciplinary actions against naturopathic doctors. The few actions that have been taken have been against people who are using the title and not allowed to. What the bill does is it creates a prescriptive authority framework. So for non-controlled dangerous substances, sort of the everyday medications, naturopathic doctors would have prescriptive authority within the scope of naturopathic medicine. And then for controlled dangerous substances, that could only happen if the Board of Physicians approved a substance and placed it on its formulary. Just wanted to share what naturopathic doctors can prescribe now. There is technically a formulary, but the statute only places 4 items that are allowed. Those are diaphragms, cervical caps, oxygen, and epinephrine. It's a very interesting list. We do not know where it came from. In your packet, you have information from the Association of Boards that provide oversight to licensing naturopath doctors. And in that, you'll just see there's a chart. And in that chart, it shows that in states, most states, there are 0 disciplinary actions regarding prescribing. In the states that allow opioid prescribing, which this bill does not, there are a handful, but they're actually lower than their colleagues who are MDs and in other professions. And so with that, I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you so much, and thank you to Senator Hayes.
Senator Lamb.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see everyone. I know I think a few of us have a meeting tomorrow morning, and happy to dive into that a little bit more deeply. But at a high level, can you just explain to us whether naturopaths have to go through some type of supervisory clinical, training or residency type program, and if so, how many clinical hours that requires?
Thank you for the question, Senator Lamb. Similar to other advanced practice providers, our program includes the intensive clinical training primarily in the final 2 years. We are in clinic in the first 2, but our second to final year is our secondary intern year. And then in our final year, we follow our own panel of patients for 12 months under the supervision of attending physicians. During that time is when we're passing what's called OSCEs, but the objective structured clinical exams, all of the testing to make sure that we are able to manage outpatient care when we graduate.
So it's
And that's
actually,
that's the 1,200 hours in clinic. There are additional preceptor hours, other hours outside of the university that are required, but those are the 1,200 university clinic hours,
Right.
which for many of us is mostly through Medicaid-funded primary care clinics.
okay. So I guess this is, it sounds like it's normally part of the medical school, or I guess the naturopathic school training program. You have clinical hour requirements to the tune of about 1,200. So it's not like medical doctor training where it's, residency after the fact, probably about 10,000 clinical hours after schooling itself, but it's it's built into that.
Correct, it's built in, and then we don't go on to become a specialist after that. We stay in outpatient care.
And then last question here, I guess, is with regards to the prescribing authority, why unlimited prescribing authority as opposed to just kind of adding more things to the current limited formulary, which agrees is fairly limited?
We discussed all sorts of different frameworks for prescriptive authority. What we selected, of course, with the bill sponsors, is this very similar framework as you see for NPs and nurse midwives, and that is prescriptive authority within the practice of naturopathic medicine. So it would include oncology drugs, for example. The compromise that was made in between last year's bill, which was Delegate Cullison's, and this year's bill is placing the Schedule 3 through 5 controlled dangerous substances on a formulary. Having all the other kind of more basic medications on a formulary, the feedback that we got was it could be very cumbersome to keep that up to date. It easily gets outdated, which means that the clinician that's operating under a formulary may not actually be giving the best medication to the patient, but they're constricted by that formulary. So with that, that's why the bill is essentially divided into two types of prescriptive authority.
Okay. To the earlier point that was talked about with regards to access, I know this committee hears many bills that pertain to expanding, I guess, scopes and also access, and that's always a fine balance to try to juggle, and just a little bit hesitant about, making an argument that, expanding this scope will help ensure that other areas within the state of Maryland that maybe have lesser access, that this would be one way to solve that. I think always just a little bit leery of, how other parts of the state may contend that, like, this is different levels of care that they might receive compared to other more populated areas of Maryland. So with that, let me turn it back over to Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you to this panel. Okay, we have 3 unfavorables: Vaughn Powell, John Nyhoff, and Steve Wise, and then virtually we'll have Amanda Adrieson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee, Mr. Vice Chairman. Steve Wise on behalf of MedChi, family physicians, and the oncologists. This bill's been in for a number of years. The fundamentals of what it takes to become a naturopathic doctor really haven't changed since the law first passed back in 2014, I think it was. Our objection to it now is what it was then, and that is there's just some fundamental differences in the training and even the education that naturopathic doctors receive compared to medical doctors. Dr. Powell, next to me, is a third-year family medical resident at the University of Maryland. He's going to talk to you about those. Dr. Nyhoff, he's a more seasoned guy. He's from MedStar, and he's going to talk to you about his experience. To Senator Lamb's point about increasing access, I'm very familiar with that need. But we have a map, which we're happy to share with the committee, which shows where the current naturopathic doctors are located in the state, and it's where other forms of primary care are already available. So I'm not sure about the greater access argument in this particular situation. So with that, I'm going to cut it short. I know you've got a long day. I'm happy to take as many questions as you have, but I'm going to let Dr. Niehoff go and then Dr. Powell.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm speaking for MedChi, the State Medical Society, and for the Maryland Academy of Family Physicians in opposition to this bill. I've been 41 years as a practicing family medicine physician in Maryland, and also as a faculty member in the family medicine residency program at MedStar Franklin Square Medical Center. And over that time, trained more than 300, been involved in the training of more than 300 family medicine residents. So why am I speaking against the bill? There's three main points. The first is the difference in postgraduate education. So in naturopathic school, the focus of training is on natural therapies. In medical school, the focus is on integrating within the healthcare system in the United States, involving primary care and other specialties. The biggest difference is in residency training, as Dr. Lamb mentioned, that it is 10,000 to 12,000 hours training a family medicine resident versus 1,200 hours of clinical experience for a naturopathic doctor. And what happens in those 3 years? Well, it's basically all kinds of taking care of thousands of patients, learning about drug interactions, when is the right time to prescribe a medication for a particular patient, coordinating care with other physician specialists, and not overlapping drugs or treatments. There's dangers in even prescribing common drugs. For instance, like lisinopril and hypertension. There can be a subtle warning sign of angioedema, which is swelling of the lips and the mouth, but that can progress to life-threatening respiratory collapse and death if not noticed immediately and the medication discontinued. So for these reasons and patient safety, I'm arguing against eliminating the naturopathic formulary and against prescribing any CDS medications. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Powell?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Vaughn Powell. I'm a third-year family medicine resident at University of Maryland, Capital Region in Prince George's County. I've been called today to speak on just what a typical day in the resident looks like. I'll actually kind of use today, I think is a good example. I've been up probably since 6:30, like many of you all. We have a pregnant patient on our labor and delivery floor, and I am helping covering that pregnant patient in her labor. At the same time, we also have a woman who came in at 35 weeks into her pregnancy with some issues with her blood pressure. Now she's 32 years old and she had a heart attack when she was 31. And she had to get, advanced cardiology, interventions. And in that time, just as Dr. Niehoff said, we had to call the cardiologist. We had to get the proper imaging studies. We had to take notice of any blood work that is not only particular to her cardiologic dysfunction, but also, in the context of her pregnancy before we even thought of prescribing one medication for her. And that is a typical day for any of the patients that we see inside the hospital. And then even outside the hospital, as Dr. Niehoff said, we do a lot of primary care in places, especially because of the way residencies are situated, to patients who would not necessarily get the most advanced, the most, open care, especially in places like Largo and places that are similar to Baltimore City and places close to my hometown like Newark, New Jersey. So we take a lot of time and a lot of thought into every single medication that we prescribe for 3 whole years under supervision to make sure that we do it safely, not only with the things that we have learned in undergrad and the 4 years of medical school, but then in the 3 years following. And I'll answer any questions.
I don't see any questions, but that was really good information, Dr. Powell. Thank you. No questions for this group. I do have Amanda Adrieson on from MedChi.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Andreessen. I am a first-year medical student at Johns Hopkins, and I'm here with MedChi today to oppose this bill. I wanted to provide some context on what medical school goes through, as well as some personal experiences from working in clinical research. So as a medical student, we have 4 years of training, similar to neuropathic doctors. And this includes not only pharmacology training, but the clinical indications of medications. And then we have over 2.5 years of rotations where we're working directly with patients on the wards. And yet when we graduate, we are not given the ability to prescribe medications. And that is because we recognize the fact that the knowledge and applications learned through residency are essential for patient safety and ensuring that we can prescribe medications taking into consideration all of the factors that can impact a patient. So it's not just treating that one condition, but it's if they're on 10 other medications, each of those could potentially have interaction. The social, there's a lot of factors that go into it, and that's part of the reason we need this extra training. I also want to speak briefly on my previous experience as a clinical research coordinator. I worked in oncology clinical trials in Chicago, and we had a patient who was being enrolled on our trial. She had metastatic stage 4 colorectal cancer, and she'd been pretty unresponsive to chemotherapy the last 2 years of treatment. And we were trying to enroll her to give her, some last hope to help improve quality of life, et cetera. And it was through this process and a comprehensive medication review that they caught that she had been prescribed a supplement from her naturopath for a different condition, but it had been interacting with the chemotherapy she had been taking and potentially reducing the effectiveness of that chemotherapy. And I think that speaks to the fact that it's not enough just to be able to work within your scope of practice, but you need to understand all the medications and treatments that a patient is receiving in order to prescribe safely and effectively. And so while access is definitely important and something to care about, and naturopaths are an important part of the team, I believe this comes down to a patient safety issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Seeing no questions, that ends the hearing on this bill. Thank you all very much. Next, we have Senator Lamb. Okay. Senate Bill 489, Health Occupations Physicians Trained in International Medical Schools. Senator Lamb, do you have a panel? I have some favorable with amendments. I don't have any favorable.
Yeah, we do have some favorable amendments. I think Mr. Wise is going to join me. We had a few other folks from the board who all had to step away. I think Dr. Agrawat, who's the chair of the Board of Physicians, had to leave for something at 5. I think Mr. Tran, who's also staff with the Board of Physicians, also had to step away. So it is just the 2 of us, I believe.
Do have a virtual, so after your 2.
Yes, we have a virtual as
well.
well.
Oh, no, she had to leave. I'm sorry. It's just the 2 of you.
Oh, that's right. The virtual also had to leave. So, we kind of called our list here to to suit a long afternoon for this committee. So, for the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12, here to present Senate Bill 489 on health occupations and physicians trained in international medical programs. So thank you to Chair Beidel, members of the committee. So as a refresher, this bill is similar to a bill that we as a committee have heard previously last year, so it won't kind of go into too far of the background of this, but this really is a bill to help address a significant physician shortage in the state and to see if there is a opportunity for internationally trained physicians to potentially help fill this gap. This bill, which is similar to one that we heard from Senator Karen Lewis Young last week, is trying to address the difficulty of foreign-trained physicians to be able to get a medical license to practice in the state of Maryland, mostly due to the fact that Maryland and every other state's licensure requirements are usually based on completing residency training. For their foreign-trained physicians, nearly all of them have already completed residency in their native countries, and most of them have even been practicing as attending physicians in their own countries, meaning that they're experienced enough that they can practice on their own or independently in their own countries before coming to the U.S. However, physician licensing in Maryland and in other states are based on completing U.S.-based residencies, and U.S. residencies are especially difficult for foreign-trained physicians to be admitted to because there aren't enough residency training programs nationwide for all the graduating medical students, even in our own country. In my other job outside the legislature, I direct a residency program at Johns Hopkins, and so as a longtime residency director for more than 10 years, it's an area that I've specific expertise in and know very well. The biggest barrier in utilizing internationally trained physicians is the fact that our law, our current law, and the law in nearly every other state essentially requires physicians to complete a residency training program here in the U.S. And although I agree that high-quality residency training is an essential part of physician training, I also know that it's extremely difficult for these international medically trained physicians to get accepted to a U.S. residency here. This means that we have even very experienced international physicians who have to either redo residency in order to be licensed here, or they're practicing well under what they might have otherwise been doing in their native country. And as I mentioned, while many foreign-trained physicians are even willing to redo their residency here in the U.S., it's nearly impossible for them to get a residency position here just because there aren't enough positions. So current Maryland law does allow, however, the Board of Physicians to accept international residents and international residency programs known as postgraduate training programs, so long as those programs have been approved by the board. That is in current law. But the board has never approved of an accrediting body to allow for these international residency programs and their graduates to be able to be licensed under Maryland law. So there exists a pathway currently under statute, but it is seldom, if ever, almost never basically utilized to allow these foreign-trained physicians in. As drafted, this bill requires the board to recognize postgraduate training programs accredited by ACGME-I. ACGME is the accrediting body for residency programs. I is the international version of the accreditation that's substantially similar to U.S. residency programs. So, and over the last 10 years ago, ACGME created this international accreditation known as ACGME-I with the intention that it is substantially similar to U.S.-based accreditation that they conduct of U.S. residency programs. Because the Board of Physicians has been either unable or unwilling to designate a foreign accrediting body, even though they have the authority under existing statute to do so, that is why we're designating a specific accrediting body for them in order to move past this roadblock for an authority that they have currently but have declined to utilize. This bill also requires international physicians to practice under supervision for a period of time. And in talking to stakeholders on this bill, it's clear that there are a lot of different ideas about how best to tackle this problem. Certainly open to many ideas about how to do this, but at least want to flag for the committee that the closer we model our law after laws in other states, the less impact it will have. So other states have undergone revisions to their laws to allow these foreign-trained physicians to be able to seek licensure, but those statutes, as they exist in other states, have been so stringent that there have been less than a handful of individuals who have been able to get through. So to the best of my knowledge, there have only been about 3 to 5 physicians who have been licensed in the whole country under the more restrictive processes that other states have set up for these foreign medical graduates to seek licensure. So if the intention is to address our physician workforce shortage and to have qualified but foreign-trained physicians practicing here in the state of Maryland, then just recreating these similar laws and regulatory regimes that other states have done to allow foreign-trained physicians to obtain a license, it simply isn't working. So just to be clear, in total, when combining all these other states and states that have revised their laws to allow these foreign-trained physicians in, the number of physicians licensed in these other states is in the single digits. So doing exactly what they're doing won't address the core issue here, which is why we're looking at some important differences and variations that I just pointed out. So with that, let me pause here, turn over to Mr. Wise. Happy to take any questions at the end.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Steve Wise here on behalf of MedChi. I think Senator Lamb has laid it out very well. We have multiple bills here in play, multiple approaches. We all want to get to the same goal of finding the best way to get well-trained physicians into the state. But we got a little more work to do. There was a call just last night, so I think the conversations are underway, and we'll continue those.
Well, keep us posted, Mr. Wise.
Will do.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you for the bill, Senator Lamb. Okay, I guess we have Senator Lamb again, right? Senate Bill 490, Maryland Medical Assistance Program Step Therapy Fail First Protocols and Prior Authorization. So we have Senator Lamb, Dan Martin, Dan Rabbitt, Michael Gray, Dana Kaufman, and Michelle Livsham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Clarence Lamb, Senator in District 12, here to present Senate Bill 490. So this issue, probably not unfamiliar to members of this committee. It's an issue that we've touched on previously. We had a bill dealing with step therapy a couple years ago. There was an effort to try to more cleanly address this for psychiatric conditions and behavioral health conditions. And so we are returning again to try to present another alternative provision when it comes to step therapy and a prohibition when it as to addressing mental behavioral health conditions. And so this is a little bit narrower than prior years. So I'll go ahead and present this. Over the last 2 years, sponsored legislation to overhaul Maryland's law governing step therapy. And over the past years, an area of need has made itself abundantly clear here, and this is medications for behavioral health for Marylanders that are on our state Medicaid program. So just as a baseline reminder for folks, step therapy is an insurance protocol that requires a patient to try one or more medications recommended by our state's Medicaid behavioral health organization prior to the drug that's being recommended by their physician. As this committee has heard on other bills, this is another example of administrators questioning the clinical decisions of trusted healthcare providers in order to save money. That happens all the time in healthcare, and it's oftentimes an issue that this committee has tried to address in different aspects. But the reason this bill is coming forward is to attempt to address a very specific instance where the consequences of step therapy are riskier and potentially more harmful than usual. When it comes to behavioral health and psychiatric conditions, having a patient fail first through medications that are already known not to work just to reach a medication that a clinician was originally intending to prescribe could have serious and even deadly consequences, more so than with other physical conditions. So under this bill, Medicaid would be prohibited from requiring step therapy on a drug to treat a patient with bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, major depression, or post-traumatic stress disorder. This bill also includes medication-induced movement disorders because many Marylanders with these conditions are motivated to refuse their antipsychotic drugs due to the associated risks of medication-induced movement disorders called tardive dyskinesia, a highly visible and stigmatized condition involving involuntary facial movements and more, which is the reasoning behind this inclusion. Many patients with a serious mental illness have tried and failed a long list of medications in their lives. It is their provider who should be deciding which medication would be most effective to treat them. Data shows that patients with a serious mental illness also have difficulty taking their medications as regularly as other patients. Newer medications like long-acting injectables that can last for up to 6 months may be the best option for these patients. Due to step therapy and other prior authorization requirements, these options are currently out of reach for many patients, with some of our most vulnerable Marylanders suffering. Furthermore, many patients with a serious mental illness distrust the healthcare system. Despite access to a drug known to work for these patients, prescribers are often forced to put them in a different drug first just to have it fail. This failure runs the significant risk of increasing the lack of trust, which may lead patients to permanently discontinue care. You will hear from the state's Medicaid program about the concerns of costs of and costs. Ultimately, we believe that this will save more money for the state to be able to treat individuals with mental and behavioral health conditions properly for the first time than it will ultimately cost. And so I think when you look at that fiscal note, just know that I think this is another instance where the department is undergoing some great inflation. Data from Georgia's state Medicaid program has demonstrated that 61% of patients with schizophrenia who are required to follow step therapy for antipsychotics stopped taking their medications for at least a month, compared to only 41% of patients who were not required to use step therapy. Requiring prior authorization delays medication onset, which may mean that a patient is lost to follow-up or never returns to care, or may be impossible to contact them once that medication is finally approved by the insurance company. Step therapy and prior authorization requirements are particularly harmful in the psychiatric space for this reason. The General Assembly has recognized that step therapy unnecessarily delays treatment, and that's why current Maryland law, supported and passed by this committee, bans it in the use of certain cancer conditions. We have Marylanders every day who are losing their lives, ending up in incarceration, or even landing in our streets because they're unable to get timely access to behavioral health and mental health treatment that they need. This will help ensure parity for our most serious mental health illnesses. The Department of Health contends that this will result in significant cost increases for Medicaid. However, this is just not in line with the experience that we've seen in other states who have looked at this. In examining Georgia's Medicaid program, for example, when they instituted step therapy, their state did save some money on drug costs, but they spent even more money on increased utilizations. This is a clear example of instituting fail-first therapy, of a costly and ineffective administrative burden that ultimately backfired. This common sense finding is why many states do not use step therapy specifically for mental health conditions. While the department may also contend that these programs would jeopardize our state rebate, our conversations with stakeholders, including drug manufacturers, have not borne out this concern. These subsidies, these rebates, are frequently negotiated on a multi-state consortium level. They were not necessarily negotiated at a state-by-state level, and therefore are not dependent on step therapy specifically. Medicaid still has the ability to set its preferred drug formulary. Most importantly, the loss of these rebates have not been seen in any other state that has repealed step therapy. I've offered to the Department of Health many times to change this bill in order to address the fiscal note, but so far there just simply hasn't been much response or interest from the department. Additionally, the department notes in their letter that this bill could conflict with their obligations under the Support Act. However, the bill exempts utilization review as required by 42 U.S.C. 1396A, which is the Support Act. So the Support Act is exempt from this. The committee has a responsibility to ultimately look at insurance barriers that prevent Marylanders from accessing essential mental health care that our residents need. Passing this bill demonstrates a commitment to the well-being of our constituents and faith in our trusted healthcare providers and their well-informed patient treatment plans. With that, let me turn over to other members of the panel and happy to take any questions at the end.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for hearing this bill today. My name is Michael Gray. I'm with NAMI Maryland. NAMI is the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and NAMI Maryland is the Maryland state organization. I want to thank Senator DeLand for bringing this bill. Once again, it's a very important bill, and it has a very important piece from a bill that you heard a year ago. This is just the Medicaid piece, just the piece to impact the people who are most vulnerable, those who are Medicaid eligible and living with serious mental illness. This is a major priority for NAMI Maryland, and the over 60,000 families and individuals we represent in our network. We provide free community-based programs and advocacy for those folks. This is important for the reasons that Senator Lamb articulated, that serious mental illness is different because, well, it's serious. If you have to go through fail-first protocols for some other type of primary care condition, it may or may not interfere with your ability to live your life, take care of your family, be part of the workforce. But in this case, it absolutely can. To fail on an antipsychotic medication is absolutely life-altering, life-changing, and in many cases, tragically life-ending. But I want to draw your attention to one piece of the fiscal note, and it goes hand in hand with something that Senator Lamb said about the negative effects they saw in Georgia Medicaid when they instituted fail-first protocols, and they saw exactly what we would predict. They saw they may have saved a little money on drugs, but they spent more money overall on treating patients with serious mental illness. In the fiscal note, in the last page, second to last full paragraph, It says expenditures may be offset by savings from reduced delays in treatment and reduced medical costs such as provider visits and hospitalizations. That's exactly right. NAMI Maryland does believe you will not see increased costs of treating individual patients on Medicaid if this bill passes. We urge a favorable support, and thank you so much for your time.
Good evening, Chair Vital, members of the committee. My name is Dan Rabbit. I'm the Policy Director at Behavioral Health System Baltimore. We serve as the local behavioral health authority in Baltimore City and stand in strong support of SB 490. When considering this measure, it's critical to understand what makes antipsychotic and medications for serious mental illness different. People routinely respond very differently from one medication in the same class as compared to another. It can take years to identify a regimen that works well, and a gap in treatment of that regimen can have lifelong impacts. Before working in this role, I worked at a residential rehabilitation program for adults diagnosed with serious mental illness, and I saw this firsthand. One gentleman was taken off medication that was working for him due to concerns around diabetes, and he decompensated and went from like a model resident who's volunteering to attacking someone and ending up having to go to an inpatient psychiatric hospital. They switched him back to the medication that was working for him before, but it never worked the same way for him again, as far as I know. So even if the gap is addressed and you get back to the medication that works for you, your symptoms may have altered permanently. So it's just as important, I feel like, as cancer medications that already have this carve out for them. Treating these conditions are also really expensive. As the LBHA in Baltimore City, we oversee a lot of the high-end public behavioral health system services, assertive community treatment teams, residential rehabilitation programs, the new assisted outpatient treatment program that's coming online. These are high-end, high-cost programs designed to keep people stable and in the community. We do not want anything interfering with that, especially preferential treatment for certain medications that is not based on a doctor's opinion. So we think that this is a good path forward. The sponsor has worked to try to narrow it and tailor it, and we really appreciate your consideration and a favorable report.
Thank you, Chair Beidel and Vice Chair Hayes, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Michelle Lifshin, representing Honor Own of Maryland, in strong support of Senate Bill 490. In addition to our written testimony, I want to share my personal experience. The decision to take psychiatric medication is a highly personal choice. All medications work differently for individuals and also incur risks of adverse side effects that vary greatly from person to person. It took me 6 years of cycling through multiple mental health medications to ultimately find one that was effective and didn't cause such severe side effects that impaired my ability to function on a daily basis. In my early 20s, I was prescribed a series of generic medications that are typically approved by insurance. They were ineffective, and the side effects were very unfamiliar, sudden, and severe, and I had to take a leave of absence from school and enter into intensive treatment. I tried other medications that were both ineffective, and the side effects were less severe, but they did not work, and they still impaired my ability to function. My psychiatrist finally suggested that I try a newer medication not typically approved by insurance, but the prior authorization process delayed my treatment for over a month. It took weeks for it to be reviewed and then denied by insurance, and finally for my psychiatrist to contest and resubmit for it to be denied a second time. Finally, once the treatment was approved, I was able to finish my master's degree, work full-time, and enjoy a full life. My story is just one of many. Decisions about medication should always be led by the individual consumer in consultation with a healthcare provider team. This bill could improve care by prioritizing consumer choice, protecting patient-doctor decision-making, and promptly timely access to desired treatment. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Dan Martin with the Mental Health Association of Maryland, here in support of Senate Bill 490. And we've listened to the last few bills now talking about different access to care issues in the healthcare system. And I'm here to say that mental health is not exempt from those access to care issues. It's dire out there. And despite that, we allow payer practices that undermine the clinicians that we do have and allow them to just overrule treatment decisions and substitute their own preferences. And, it is really hard for people to get the care they need when they need it. There are workforce shortages, there is network adequacy challenges, there's stigma to contend with. And then on top of all that, we allow these barriers to care that lead to a worsening of illness and an escalation of symptoms, and then wonder why people with mental health issues are disproportionately ending up in hospital emergency departments. And so, I'll just be real quick. I know it's been a long day. These are practices that are unfair, they're dangerous, and so just urge you to put a stop to it by passing Senate Bill 490. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. It's very helpful. I don't see any questions, so that ends the hearing. Your virtual member is not on, so that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 490. And now we're going to go to Senate Bill 496, Maryland Medical Assistant, Senator Hershey.
Good. One more? Yeah.
So Senator Hershey, your panel is Mira Patel, Monica Bilger, and Dr. Florence Champagne.
All right, we're good. We're good. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Steve Hershey to present Senate Bill 496, which may look familiar, but it is a bit different than we've seen in the past few years. Obesity is a chronic, complex medical disease and is one of the primary drivers of healthcare costs in Maryland and across the country. Chronic obesity is linked to some of the most expensive and debilitating conditions we treat every day in our Medicaid program. Type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, high blood pressure, sleep apnea, joint disease, fatty liver disease, kidney disease, and certain cancers. These are not abstract risks. They are the conditions that lead to hospitalizations, disability, long-term care, and premature death. Senate Bill 496 takes a practical and forward-looking approach. The bill does two things. One, it authorizes the Maryland Medical Assistance Program to provide comprehensive coverage for the treatment of obesity, including behavioral therapy, bariatric surgery, and FDA-approved medications for chronic weight management. And two, if the department chooses to offer that coverage, it simply requires that Medicaid recipients to be notified. So let me be very clear about what this bill does not do. This is not a mandate. It does not force the department to cover any specific treatment. It does not override utilization management or clinical guidelines, and importantly, because there is no mandated coverage, there is no fiscal note. Happy about that. So what does it do? It sends a strong and intentional signal from the Maryland General Assembly that Maryland should treat obesity like the serious chronic disease it is, and give our Medicaid program the flexibility to modernize care. Right now, our system is often upside down. In practice, many Medicaid patients can only access anti-obesity medications after they have already had a heart attack or a stroke. In other words, we are paying for the ambulance ride, the ICU stay, the cardiac rehab, the lifelong complications, but not for the treatment that could have helped prevent those outcomes in the first place. That makes no sense clinically and makes no sense fiscally. From a budget perspective, this bill is about cost avoidance and not cost explosion. The most expensive care in our system is not preventative care. It is late-stage crisis-driven care for advanced disease. Hospitalizations for heart attacks, strokes, kidney failure, amputations from diabetes, joint replacements, and long-term disability are what drives Medicaid spending. If we can reduce even a fraction of those outcomes by treating obesity earlier and more effectively, the savings to the system can be substantial. We are also seeing significant changes in the market. As the news has reported, the prices of anti-obesity medications are coming down, and the competition and broader use are continuing to push costs in a more sustainable direction. At the same time, clinical evidence continues to grow, showing that these treatments can reduce not just weight, but the risk of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and other costly complications. The bill is supported by a broad and creditable group of stakeholders. Obesity medicine specialists, primary care physicians, and cardiologists increasingly view obesity as a disease that must be treated early and consistently, just like hypertension or diabetes. Patient advocates are also staunch supporters because they see every day how untreated obesity leads to worsening health, reduced quality of life, and barriers to work and independence. The message from clinicians and patients is consistent. Treating obesity earlier is not about cosmetics or quick fixes. It is about preventing diabetes, preventing heart disease, preventing strokes, preventing joint degeneration, and preventing lifelong disability. Senate Bill 496 respects the role of the Department of Health. It preserves flexibility. It does not mandate spending, but it does say clearly and responsibly that Maryland should move away from a system that only pays after people get seriously sick and towards one that prevents disease, improves outcome, and uses taxpayer dollars more wisely over the long term. In short, this is a patient-centered, fiscally responsible, medically sound step forward for Maryland's Medicaid program. I respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Whoever would like to start, please introduce yourself.
Yep. Okay.
Hello, my name is Mihir Patel. I'm a primary care physician at the University of Maryland and also an obesity medicine specialist. My comments are not made on behalf of the School of Medicine, they're my own. So when I think about anti-obesity pharmacotherapy, I think about a couple of patients in particular. The first one's a 72-year-old female. She has a history of a heart rhythm disturbance, sleep apnea, blood clots, history of breast cancer, and hypertension. She came to me, we prescribed medicines, we used other therapies, and we were able to completely transform her life. She stopped thinking about food, we cured her sleep apnea, she didn't need a breathing machine at night anymore. And I think about it, a patient I saw last week, a 38-year-old female who has been struggling with weight all of her life. And she does not have coverage for anti-obesity pharmacotherapy. So for the first patient, I think about what if we were able to treat her early in life? Those therapies didn't exist when she was 38 years old. And the second patient, 30 years later, I'm wondering, can we still treat her and prevent her from developing the conditions that the first patient had? So we know there are over 200 medical conditions that are related to obesity. Having obesity and a BMI above 40 decreases life expectancy by 8 to 10 years, about the same amount as smoking. So I believe addressing obesity is the future of primary care and medicine as a whole. And rather than waiting for these conditions to develop, we can treat the obesity and reduce the inflammation that drives these conditions. Maryland has consistently been a leader in the healthcare sector, especially in terms of quality of care and equitable care. And so as obesity medicine represents the new frontier of quality care, recipients of the medical assistance program in Maryland truly deserve this therapy. So please support them in that effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bidell, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you, Senator Hershey, for sponsoring SB 496. My name is Dr. Florence Champagne, founder and CEO of the Open My Heart Foundation and a proud member of the Association of Black Cardiologists. ABC represents more than 2,000 health professionals and advocates committed to preventing cardiovascular disease and eliminating health disparities in communities of color. I am also a heart survivor, having experienced a 99.9% blockage in my main artery that required emergency open heart surgery. Knowing firsthand the devastating impact of chronic disease, I fully support SB 496 and the expansion of access to comprehensive obesity care as a critical prevention strategy. Obesity is a major driver of heart disease and a growing health equity crisis in Maryland. More than 31% of Marylanders live with obesity, with a disproportionate impact on Black Marylanders at 39.1% compared to 28.1% of white Marylanders. Obesity significantly increases the risk of heart disease and stroke, and Black Americans continue to experience higher rates of cardiovascular mortality. SB 496 is an important step towards health equity and expanding access to evidence-based obesity care for Medicaid recipients. We urge the committee to support SB 496 so that all Marylanders have the tools they need to prevent heart disease and improve quality of life.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Monica Bilger, and I'm the Director of State Government Affairs for the American Diabetes Association. On behalf of Marylanders living with obesity and those trying to delay or prevent the onset of type 2 diabetes, we are in strong support of Senate Bill 496, which simply offers the option for Maryland to consider obesity coverage, not mandating. The trends tell us that what we're doing is not working. Prevalence of diabetes and obesity have worsened over the past decades, and rates of these intersecting diseases continue to rise. Maryland is consistently in the top half of the U.S. states with highest diabetes and obesity prevalence rates. Without further intervention, over 60% of today's toddlers will have obesity by age 35. It is not that we don't know how to change the trajectory. The health benefits of effective weight management with GLP-1 medications, along with diet and exercise, have been extensively and consistently documented. In a clinical trial, one GLP-1 medication cut the risk of adults with prediabetes and overweight or obesity from developing type 2 diabetes by 94%. Might I remind everyone that 44,000 Marylanders are diagnosed with diabetes every year. Sentiment held by some that such coverage is unnecessary ties back to longstanding bias with respect to obesity and does not sufficiently consider the broad and costly health and productivity impacts that can result from obesity. Obesity is a chronic disease. The struggle is real. The disease is real. And it is the one that also disproportionately impacts communities of color, but also our rural communities that already face systemic inequities in life and access to care. There is an urgent need to address the obesity and diabetes epidemic in America. This legislation is step one, not mandating coverage to prevent diabetes, though we'd like to, prevent stroke, though we'd like to, prevent 13 types of cancers linked to obesity. No, this legislation simply allows for the possibility of coverage in the future, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to the members of the committee. My name is Dr. Britt Weinstock, and I'm the Senior Director of Federal and State Policy at the National Minority Equality Forum. The National Minority Equality Forum is a 501c3 nonprofit research and advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C., with the mission to reduce patient risk by assuring optimal care for all. Additionally, we envision a health services research delivery and financing system that reduces patient risk for preventable morbidity and mortality while improving quality of life. I know folks have talked about what's in the bill, so I don't want to be repetitive, but I do want to say that we are in support of 496, but also it provides an opportunity to align Maryland's Medicaid program with clinical standards for treatment for obesity, which is so vitally important. Obesity is complex, as folks on this committee have said, and it's this chronic disease, and it requires comprehensive management. For many individuals, lifestyle interventions alone are not enough. FDA-approved anti-obesity medications, or AOMs, are clinically validated tools that reduce weight, improve metabolic health, and lower the risk of serious downstream complications. Limiting access to these therapies for Medicaid beneficiaries does not reduce costs. It doesn't. It delays treatment and shifts expenses to more expensive preventable care later, and often at a higher cost. Without coverage for comprehensive obesity care, including AOMs, we risk reinforcing a two-tiered system in which those with private insurance can access evidence-based treatment, while those lower-income residents cannot. This approach undermines both equity and long-term fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lamb?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I've been strong supporter of this bill in past years and prior years. I think this is a great idea as a preventive medicine physician. This is really a no-brainer. Obviously, this is in a different posture than prior years. Prior years was a little bit more directive to the department and to state Medicaid. This one really is just kind of making sure that we're on the same page here. This is really just more kind of evaluation. They have the authority to do certain things. They have the ability to look at utilization management, take that into consideration, and then some reporting back to the General Assembly, right? So there is no requirement in here. This is, as you mentioned, not a mandate, because you wouldn't want to do that. And, it's really just kind of informational and authorizing for them to have some more authority.
Very correct, Senator, and I appreciate your support, not only today, but in the past as well, too. Yes, this is just, in a sense, telling the Maryland Department of Health that we as a General Assembly believe that we should go in this direction. And as you know, we've all been victims of fiscal notes before. And we've seen in the past few years, and as a result of one of the years, we actually required Department of Health to do a report and come back with the actual cost. In that report, they talked about uptake rates of about 25%. And we found that to be very high and not consistent with what other states have done. Other states have been in that 3 to 7% range. And I think one of the estimates that we came back with was about 5%. That would have been about $12 million. And again, that's just the cost of the prescription drugs and not necessarily
It doesn't represent the savings.
Yeah, it doesn't talk anything about all the different types of savings and offsets that could be available or that would be, a result of not of having a less obese population, being able to treat this earlier and preventatively.
Yeah, and wholeheartedly agree. I think this is another instance, I just referenced it in the bill hearing that I just had previously, of great inflation, also scaremongering by state Medicaid program to overinflate the costs that we've seen in this bill over the last couple years. This is obviously an attempt to try to narrow that so that we're not incurring the cost, which is why in this fiscal note, it looks like there's no cost, right? There's no cost reference in this fiscal note. To your point, I think other states have looked at this and studied this probably a lot better than our state. I think Delaware, just our neighbor to the northeast, came up with a very good study and evaluation that came up with much more limited costs and significant cost savings as well. So, thank you for bringing forward this bill. If it moves forward, I presume you're okay if I ask to be added as a co-sponsor.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for Dr. Patel. It sounds like you regularly treat patients for obesity. That's your primary practice?
Correct.
How do you find the reoccurrence then, the weight gain? Is it frequent or?
Off medications?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the data shows about 90% of people regain weight after stopping anti-obesity pharmacotherapy. The idea is it's a chronic disease, right? And we're not just treating weight, we're treating the disease. So just like anybody who has hypertension, when they stop their hypertensive medications, their blood pressure goes up. And it's the same thought with obesity. It's a chronic disease. It takes chronic, lifelong management. And thinking of it as any other condition tells us that if you stop the medications, their weight does go up.
So that was the excuse I heard from the prior Medicaid director. The reason he didn't support it was once you stop the medication, the regain. Do you continue to counsel your patients after you've helped them lose the weight? Do they continue to come in for visits?
Yes, yeah, they continue coming in to me. I don't, it's not that just like in any other condition, once I get somebody to a place that they're, where we've kind of managed their disease well, we still follow them up to kind of keep them at the place. So I tell everybody, I want to see you when if you're not doing well, if you're doing well, I still want to see you. I may space out the appointments a little more, but I still schedule follow-up for everybody.
For somebody that has gained and lost the same 20 pounds over and over again, I thought maybe that was the answer, but thank you. Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so just following up on questions of Madam Chair, Dr. Patel. Senator Hershey, thank you for this bill, dealing with a really big problem in our society. So did I hear you correctly when you said, is it 9% of people who come off the medication regain the weight? Is it 9 or?
90.
90. 90%. So basically when someone gets on, that's a high number. When someone gets on the medication, okay, they lose the weight, and then they just go off. There's no like maintenance plan for them to kind of stay on a certain dose to kind of keep it down. Is it just stop cold turkey once they reach their goal?
No, so the medications are continued because this is not something that you can cure. You know, it is something that has to be managed for the rest of their lives. So the idea is to keep them on the medication because, you know, we know that prevents, you know, breast cancer, or it prevents arthritis, or it prevents heart disease, or atrial fibrillation, or rheumatoid arthritis, or dermatological conditions. You know,
So if that's the case, then why do they come off and regain the weight if they should stay on it?
Why do they come off?
Yeah.
Well, I don't force somebody to stay on it. So sometimes people want to come off of it. Sometimes there's changes in their coverage. You know. So that actually happens a lot. I've had somebody that I got a medicine approved, and 2 weeks later there was a change in their policy, and they could not get it from their pharmacy. So that's more often than not, that's what happens.
Okay. So what percentage of people do you think they get to their weight loss goal and then they come off the medicine for whatever reason?
What percentage come off?
Yeah.
The patients I see, maybe just maybe 5 or 10% come off of it because we continue the medicines and they continue seeing me. So that speaks to access to care and access to coverage. That I think is a broader issue as well, that people may not have access or lose access or change access, and that I don't know the exact data on how many people come off the medicine.
Roughly around 90% stay on the medicine, they maintain, so they don't have that rapid weight gain again.
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So I was always curious about those issues. Yes.
I might just add, one of the things that you said is, I think one of the stigmas of trying to treat this, as you said, when they reach their weight loss goal. That's talked about from a lot of people that take it for cosmetic reasons type of thing. What we're all talking about is the treatment of chronic obesity. So it's very different than just getting to a weight loss goal. It is treating something that we have all now agreed is a chronic disease. And so that's why when you talk about how long do you have to be on it, and I asked that very specific question to one of the drug reps. You know, hey, I keep hearing that once people get off of it, you know, or why aren't you making something that is longer? And the response was very much the same as, well, in treating hypertension, you know, once you go on those medications, you essentially have to stay on them. That's part of the treatment. And these aren't necessarily cures. So, you know, that's why we want to make sure that we're keeping this focused around, you know, who really needs these medications, and that's in the treatment of obesity, and making sure that we don't see some of these, you know, comorbidity effects that are a result of that disease.
Yeah, and thank you for that. So not being a healthcare professional, I don't know the exact wording of my question.
And I don't mean it to say that you, but I just said that's a phrase that you hear a lot, you know, weight loss goals. But, you know, we're trying to say that certainly, yes, you'd like to come down to a certain BMI or something to that effect, but that doesn't mean that the journey is over. You know, this is a treatment much more than just a get to a goal and then stop.
And then that was my question for clarity.
Yeah.
Individuals have to stay on the medication to maintain whatever they need to maintain.
Right.
Okay, is that good?
To maintain a healthy lifestyle.
Okay, thank you. And so the fiscal note, talking about $449 million if they have this, 25% usage. So you're saying that is not a real number that
two different-
cost for a 25% usage of if this bill goes in effect?
I think it's two different things with that. One is the 25% uptake in other states that have moved forward with legislation like this that is mandating coverage. We've seen the numbers be much more in that 3 to 7% range. Not saying that it couldn't grow. The second part of that is really how do they determine the actual cost of the prescription drugs? And, you know, so that's been a concern as well on what it actually costs. As you've heard, the cost of these drugs are going down now. And what that also doesn't do, Senator, is it doesn't talk about the offsets. You know, what happens now if you're treating this preventatively? What are you now not spending in hypertension? What are you now not spending in joint replacement? What are you now not spending in all those other diseases that are a result of chronic obesity?
So one last question, thank you.
Doesn't offset that.
Thank you. One last question. Is it the goal of this bill for the health department to implement the prescription coverage for Medicaid providers and to get everyone on it, or?
I think the ultimate goal, yes, is for the Department of Health to recognize that this is serious amongst the General Assembly, that we believe that although we're not mandating that they have to do it, that we strongly are urging them to find a way to help through preventative medicines treat a population that is battling with chronic obesity.
Okay, and if they listen to the will of the General Assembly and incur that cost, how does the cutbacks in Medicaid coming out of Washington will affect the state as far as spending that kind of level of money?
We believe that if we believe, and we've seen in as results of other states, if you move in this direction, you've got a healthier population, that actually Medicaid costs come down.
So you think they would, Washington folks would approve it?
I don't know what Washington folks would do, to be honest.
No, I mean, with
Maybe.
the cutbacks in Medicaid, with the one big bill they pushed through that cut a lot of Medicaid funding over the next, I think,
Yeah.
10 years.
Did different things to different states. So, you know, depending on what state and where you are with, you know, enrollment, entitlements, and things of that nature, it affects all states differently.
Yeah, okay, great, thanks, appreciate it.
Right,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, that's a great point my colleague brought up. So one of the big reasons we have people who end up as young working age adults that end up on disability, one big comorbidity or issue is weight issues, correct? Obesity. So Senator Hershey, probably because the big beautiful bill only cut from saying you can't have able-bodied people on Medicaid forever because it wasn't intended for that, this would actually be helpful. It would actually get more people able to get back into the workforce. Don't you agree?
I agree that if we had more people and we were able to treat chronic obesity, we'd be better off as, you know, where all of our Medicaid expenses would be. I would agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a paper that just came out about a month ago that goes through all this. It was actually in a journal by the American Diabetes Association that models this in Medicaid beneficiaries and kind of goes into like the return on investment per spending. And I think they concluded for states is about for every dollar you get an $8 return on investment.
Doctor, can you forward that article to one of us and we can share it?
Yes.
Because we can't, I don't think we can access that journal, but it would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
That ends this panel. Senator, I had a couple more names. I don't know if you're here, Amy Noza,
Don't know who.
She had to, Dr. Chowdhury had to leave.
We can't hear you. I'm sorry, Amy Hanosha, is she here? How about, that's all the favorables then, so you're I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm a favorable, not a sponsored one, but a favorable.
What's your name, please?
Barbara Hofstein.
Okay, Barbara, I was just going to get you. You're favorable with amendment.
Yes.
Okay, you can come up. And Megan Roberts, if Megan's here. system. Okay, go ahead. Somebody can start.
Go ahead. Good afternoon, Senator Bidel, our chair, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Barbara Hofstein, and I am a licensed and registered dietitian testifying today on behalf of the Maryland Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, MAND, in support of Senate Bill 496 with an amendment to include coverage for medical nutrition therapy. MAND represents more than 1,000 registered dietitians across a variety of practices in the state of Maryland. Obesity is a complex chronic disease associated with numerous chronic diseases it does, and as you had heard, MAND strongly supports ensuring access to comprehensive multidisciplinary obesity care, including pharmacologic therapies, bariatric surgery, and evidence-based lifestyle and behavioral interventions such as intensive behavior therapy, IBT, and medical nutrition therapy, MNT. SB 496 is a multidisciplinary coverage, but it doesn't have any comprehensive clinical nutrition care provided by a registered licensed dietitian. MNT is an evidence-based, personalized approach to prevent and manage and treat medical conditions, including obesity. It's very different from IBT. And in Maryland, RDs are required by physicians who are performing bariatric surgery. Registered dietitians provide targeted dietary strategies. Really? Can I?
We still have about 60 witnesses tonight, so.
Okay, I just have to add that we're really important in the counseling for GLP-1 medications because people get off them because of the things that we can address and take care of. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
And Megan?
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for meeting with me. I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for meeting with me. My name is Megan. I am the 38-year-old patient that Dr. Patel met last week. I've suffered from chronic pain for the past 10 years at least. I've suffered from obesity for the past 20 at least. Since high school, I've suffered from obesity because of medication changes. I've been on mental health medication since I was the age of 6, and with the fluctuation of the medications, it caused me to gain weight rapidly overnight. I've tried diet, I've tried exercises, and Dr. Patel's even told me that all the medications that I'm on should be reducing my weight, but aren't. Aside from bariatric surgery, there is no other option other than GLP-1s. GLP-1s for me cost $809 a month. With my chronic pain, it's very difficult for me to work. I have 5 herniated degenerating discs in my back, along with my hips are shifted up and forward, compacting my sciatic nerves at all times. So I'm constantly in pain. It's difficult for me to get out of bed every morning, and it's all because of my excess weight. All of that can be solved with GLP-1s, but I can't do it because I can't afford it. I can't afford it because I can't go to work. I can't go to work because I'm in pain. I'm in pain because I'm overweight. It's all cause and effect, and it all can be solved with one thing, but I can't do it without the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish we could do more. We're working on it. This is the 3rd year for this bill, Senator?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Patel, thank you for your work. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 496. And next we have 506. We have Senate Bill 506, Senator Lewis Young.
May I bring my panel up?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
May bring your panel up.
It's just me. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. This is an extension of a theme that you've heard many times already. I was here on it last week, which is yet another path to try to diminish Maryland's healthcare shortage. I'm going to be talking about basically three things today in an effort to promote pharmacists to be able to treat very minor illnesses. One is helping address some of the gaps in access to health services. The second area I'll address is how they can help to relieve strain on an overburdened health professional system. And finally, how this bill could align with the state and federal health programs, including increasing access to funding. In terms of many residents lacking access to medical care, I'm not going to repeat the numbers. You all know them. I mentioned them last week. But since 2020, pharmacists have increasingly become frontline public health providers, having safely administered over 12.6 million vaccinations to Maryland residents alone. So how can pharmacists address gaps in health services? They are the most accessible healthcare professionals in many communities because they're open in the evening, weekends, and without appointment barriers. Pharmacies are also often located to residential areas than other medical offices are, minimizing the lack of transportation as a barrier to care. My grandfather, my uncle were pharmacists. They owned a family pharmacy in Babylon, Long Island, right in the middle of Main Street. And I can remember my grandfather used to take me to work with him. I went because he gave me licorice, but I overheard many conversations whereby he would say, you know, his customers loved him, they trusted him. By the way, pharmacists are among the top 3 most trusted professions in the medical healthcare provider world. And so I can recall his customer saying to him, I've had a cough for a day or two, how do I treat it? And he'd make a recommendation, but he would caution them, if it persists beyond a week, you need to see your physician. So, you know, he was open 7 days a week till 9 o'clock at night on a bus route, and that's typical of many pharmacies today. By creating new access points in rural and historically underserved urban areas that currently have limited provider availability, pharmacists can provide initial care for residents who might not otherwise seek treatment. And that is a combination of a variety of factors, including accessibility. Pharmacists continue to be the primary point of health care for the uninsured and the underinsured. The expanded services proposed in this bill would increase access for those patients. Often patients are not choosing between different kinds of providers, but whether they seek treatment at all. I mentioned that another key objective of this bill is to relieve strain on an overburdened healthcare system. Recent data shows that 90% of patients treated by pharmacists for minor conditions would have otherwise gone to either their general practitioner or an emergency room. Early care can prevent the spread and severity of diseases, further reducing the number of patients who who require emergency department care. And states that have expanded pharmacist services have seen measurable reductions in emergency department utilization for minor illness. I had a personal experience last week. I've had an earache for 3 weeks. I thought, I need to get this looked at. My general practitioner is 2 hours away from Annapolis. I could not get an appointment until May, but a nurse practitioner agreed to see me last Friday at 4 o'clock. That was the latest appointment she could give me. So I left Annapolis 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I have 4 bill hearings this week. I had to leave before I had all my material, but they were only open till 5 on Fridays. I went, I found out nothing wrong. I have water in my ear. Go to a pharmacist and get Flonase. Should have done that in the first place. And relieve the burden of my local family practice. I mentioned as a third area, alignment with other programs and funding. Expanded pharmacist services are consistent with Maryland's receipt of $168 million in federal funding through the CMS Rural Health Transformation Program, Maryland's Health Equity Resource Communities Program, and the State Health Improvement Process prioritize reducing access barriers in underserved communities. The bill also supports the goals of Maryland's achieving healthcare efficiency through accountable design, or the AHEAD model, which aims to reduce the burden on high-cost emergency settings and increases access to timely care. There is precedence for this in other states. Maryland has previously authorized and successfully expanded services for Maryland pharmacists, including vaccines. I believe Senator Lamb was my cross-filer on one of those bills, as well as other testing services and access to contraception. More than 40 other states allow pharmacists to conduct point-of-care tests for minor conditions and then dispense the appropriate medication directly to the patient. The majority of these states give pharmacists independent authority. The majority of these states well, our legislation is actually narrower in scope, following a model of a smaller number of states where pharmacists operate under a statewide protocol or standing order developed by their regulating agency. In closing, I want to make 2 comments, briefly address the fiscal note, which of course I think is inflated, nothing new. Especially since there have already been expanded services like vaccination and contraception that are already handled by the Board of Pharmacists, I would think that certain protocols are in place. And since we know 40 other states are doing something fairly similar, if not more extensive, there are certainly plenty of best practices out there. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And finally, you have noticed some amendments and some concerns. Not going to go through them, but they fall into 3 categories. One, I think some of them are already addressed in the bill. Some of them the pharmacists are fine with. And I think the third category about training, I think there are potentially protocols in place that address those training needs. And I would like to pass it on to my colleague here, Aaliyah Horton, who can speak more specifically as to some of the amendments.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Good evening, Chair Bidel and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Aaliyah Horton. I am representing the Maryland Pharmacists Association, and the Maryland Pharmacy Coalition, and we urge a favorable report on SB 506. As you know, 22 of 24 Maryland counties are fully or partially designated as health professional shortage areas. Empowering pharmacists is one of the fastest ways to responsibly expand treatment capacity in communities with limited access to care. More than 30 states authorize pharmacists to utilize point-of-care tests to diagnose minor conditions and dispense medications for treatment, including the surrounding states of West Virginia, D.C., and Delaware. Evidence reviews show pharmacy-based test and treat programs provide safe, clinically appropriate care without increased adverse outcomes. The tests that are outlined in this bill are CLIA-waived tests. They're low risk, high specificity, protocol-driven, and backed by referral requirements for any red flags. Currently, 375 pharmacies in Maryland hold CLIA waivers, so this is not a novel concept. The goal is to enable pharmacists to fully use the tools that they already have in place to improve patient care. The bill also includes proposed pharmacist-based HIV testing and dispensing of HIV PEP and PrEP, and they are reflective of evidence-based strategies for prevention as well. CDC clinical guidance clearly outlines protocols for screening, testing, and follow-up, and Department of Health protocols will ensure appropriate referral and continuity of care. My written testimony provides responses based on peer-reviewed research and studies with more than 40 citations that refute opposing testimony concerns related to training, test and treat services, diagnostic integrity of point-of-care testing, the public support and interest, accessibility, pharmacist interest and capacity, follow-up care, and patient privacy. We're deeply committed to patient care and community health and urge a favorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Sarah Price, you're on this panel. You can go ahead.
Oh, that one might be closer.
Apologies for the confusion, but good evening, committee members. Sarah Price on behalf of the Maryland Association of Chain Drug Stores, strongly in support of this proposal. Maryland is expected to face a shortage of over 1,000 physicians relative to our state's population by 2030, and this scope of practice expansion would improve access to care and help relieve the pressure that's existing and expected in our healthcare system. We are fully confident that pharmacists are able to provide these services, and we believe that the protocols that would be established are sufficient to address concerns from the opponents regarding the pharmacist's ability to make clinical decisions for their patients. I don't want to be too repetitive. I'm trying to be respectful of everyone's time. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. And we have one virtual witness, Brian Hose. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you to the chairwoman and the committee members. I'm Brian Hose. I'm representing pharmacies and also my own pharmacy in Maryland. You heard Leah talk a little about the pharmacies in Maryland that are already in CLIA-waived tests. You're one of the has a waive permit after COVID. Many pharmacies that are doing this did so to respond to a need for public health. They're willing to respond to the need for enhanced ability to serve the public as well as capacity. Epic Pharmacy would represent about 137 pharmacies, 320 in Maryland. Leah talked about 305 pharmacies in Maryland that are doing these CLIA-waived tests. That is 30% of the pharmacies that are facing public containment. So many pharmacies are already in a do this. The types of conditions we're talking about, strep, influenza, COVID-19, and then other threats that may come in the future that are not now, like COVID was years ago. My pharmacy alone, we have patients come in for home tests for these conditions, help screen to ensure they need higher levels of care with them, but the results we're already doing a lot of work, but not able to provide them a CLIA test we would administer for that. I think that the physician pharmacists aren't trained through this. It neglects the fact that pharmacists at a doctoral level degree have been doing training for like this since 2004. I've been a pharmacist since 2006, going on 20 years now for that have been able to do this type of work. Training clinical assessed evidence-based treatments for a wide variety of health conditions. In fact, more than half national licensed exam pharmacists now is obtaining, interpreting, and assessing metadata and information, developing treatment plans. So I urge all of our pharmacists are ready and able to do this.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Host. And so that ends, oh, I'm sorry, were there any questions? Yes, Senator Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this bill, Senator. I just have I see some opposition to the bill, and they're talking about just how, physicians don't have the backing of it, they don't have the training for it. Can you speak to that a little bit, just so we're all clear that why this is important?
Thank you for the question, but I think Aaliyah would be a better person to answer that.
And if I could just mention that Brian is calling out from Sharpsburg, Maryland, in a rural area, and so that was part of the point of his testimony, was to share the need there.
Okay. I thought I heard something here and there. It's like
So
maybe he's
you.
on AT&T or something.
Yeah, so I do want to say that, so pharmacists do 8,000 hours of clinical and didactic training. 20% of them go into residencies, whether that's in hospital systems or community pharmacy residencies, and that's 2,500 to 5,000 additional hours of training. Their training is also on looking and following protocols, doing medical assessments, doing clinical assessments when working with patients on their medications. And I just want to emphasize that with the tests that we're talking about, they all are going to be based on protocols. And they've been following those, as the senator mentioned, on prescribing contraceptives, on administering long-acting injectables. This is a standard procedure for pharmacists. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And so this ends the testimony from this panel. Next, we have a couple unfavorables. Calling Laura Bogley and Steve Wise.
No, sir.
Mr. Wise, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Steve Wise here in opposition on behalf of MedChi and the emergency room doctors. I think you have two virtual witnesses opposed if they were able to stick around. I know it's kind of late. Our concerns with this bill are both practical and medical. I'm going to defer to the two emergency room docs, if they are in fact online, to address the medical. But on the practical side, sitting in the Finance Committee late on a Tuesday evening has its advantages, because I was reading the newspaper and there was a recent article about pharmacies doing more, to which a reader responded as follows. The article suggested that pharmacists could prescribe certain medicines to lighten the workload for an insufficient number of physicians. The author has clearly not stood in line at my understaffed Walgreens. The pharmacists are too busy to answer questions, let alone diagnose and treat ailments. And that's where we come down on this. Who in the pharmacy is going to do this? The bill opens it up to pharmacy students, among others. And I'll also refer you to a 2023 Wall Street Journal article, which talked about the fact that the pharmacy staffs are already overworked and that the pharmacies are understaffed. I also ask you, where in the pharmacy are some of these diseases, conditions going to be looked into? Behind the curtain, where you do, that may be acceptable for a vaccine, but I don't think you want to talk about your urinary tract infection with a line 3 feet away with people standing in line to pick up their prescriptions. So for all those reasons and the others you may be hearing virtually, we oppose the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. And Ms. Bogley?
Thank you, honorable members of the committee. I'm Laura Bogley, Executive Director of Maryland Right to Life. Yes, we agree with everything Mr. Weiss said, but in addition to that, we ask you to put patient health and safety before profits by amending the bill for safety or giving it an unfavorable report. Pregnancy is not a minor condition. This bill treats it as such. Women in Maryland deserve quality prenatal and maternal health care, but this bill could make all pharmacists, not just those that are pre-certified, but all pharmacists, abortion providers, allowing them to directly prescribe lethal abortion drugs without a doctor's examination or other patient safeguards. With the proliferation of lethal abortion drugs, which now account for nearly 3/4 of all abortions in the U.S., the state of Maryland has a duty to ensure that chemical abortion is safe. New research reveals that chemical abortions are 4 times more dangerous than surgical abortions, and at least 11% of women using these drugs are experiencing serious complications, so much so that hospital ER visits have escalated by 500% since the drug was approved for this use. So we know we're already having medical scarcity. We're already having the longest wait times in the nation in our ERs. This is exacerbating that problem. So by asking pharmacists to prescribe these drugs, which are not approved for over-the-counter use, without prescription or oversight by a qualified physician, the state is putting women's health at risk. For example, underestimation of gestational age may result in higher likelihood of a failed abortion, which becomes a medical emergency. Undetected ectopic pregnancies may rupture, leading to life-threatening hemorrhages. This bill also risks abortion coercion and forced ingestion. We're seeing incidents from across the country where spouses, partners are forcing women to take these abortion drugs without their knowledge or consent. By increasing this access and making it so easy for someone who may not be the patient to pick up these drugs from a pharmacist, you're increasing the risk of abortion coercion and abuse for women. So for these reasons, we ask you to put patients before politics and either amend this to not allow abortion drugs to be prescribed or issue an unfavorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bogley. I don't see any questions for this panel, so we will move to the virtual. The first virtual that we have is Stacy Zuleta from Walmart Inc., and she is favorable. Go ahead, Stacy.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Stacy Zulueta. I'm a licensed pharmacist. I work at Walmart supporting clinical services in pharmacies across the country, including close to 60 here in Maryland. This bill reflects an important evolution in how Maryland can improve timely access to care while maintaining strong patient protections. SB 506 would allow pharmacists, highly trained licensed healthcare professionals, to play a more active role in addressing certain minor conditions. Pharmacists are often the most accessible healthcare providers in a community. Patients see them frequently, without appointments, and often at the moment when care is most needed. Walmart offers testing and treatment services in 21 states and counting. Most patient visits occur on weekends or after 5 p.m. on weekdays, times when other healthcare settings may be closed or difficult to access. When a patient comes into the pharmacist reviews medical history and symptoms. They use standardized questionnaires and conduct physical assessments to determine whether a patient's condition is suitable for pharmacy-based care. If a patient has more serious symptoms or complex needs, the pharmacist refers them to another healthcare provider. Testing occurs in licensed pharmacies using approved tests. Nearly half of Walmart pharmacies nationwide have been remodeled to include a private room dedicated to clinical services supporting patient privacy and quality care. SB 506 would establish procedures for developing these protocols with input from other healthcare providers. The bill does not replace physicians or emergency care. Instead, it allows pharmacists to identify problems early and provide access for uncomplicated, time-sensitive needs. At its core, this legislation is about appropriately leveraging healthcare workforce to ensure patients receive the right care at the right time in the right setting and are efficiently connected to other providers when necessary. For these reasons, we urge your support of Maryland SB 506. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Zulueta. Before I switch to the unfavorable virtual, I don't see any questions for this witness, so we'll move on to the virtual unfavorable. First, we have Susanna Martin.
Hello, sorry, trying to get the video started.
My name is Susanna Martin. I'm a pediatric emergency physician in Rockville, Maryland. In my practice, I evaluate children and adolescents in the emergency department and diagnose a wide range of simple and complex cases. I'm opposed to this bill because seemingly minor complaints like cough or sore throat can actually be much more serious issues. And I'd like to share 2 cases from my professional experience. First, a toddler with a cough for a few days. I see that multiple times in a single shift. However, a careful history revealed in this case that the cough had started very suddenly and without any other typical viral symptoms. A physical exam showed asymmetric breath sounds, and a chest X-ray confirmed that an inhaled foreign body that required surgery to remove, and a missed diagnosis in this case could have been fatal. Second, a kindergartner with painful urination. This could be a simple urinary tract infection. But in this case, her pain was due to an outbreak of primary genital herpes due to sexual abuse. This would have been missed without a physical examination and potential laboratory testing, and the abuse would have remained undiscovered. While increasing access to medical care in the U.S. is a laudable goal, providing access to incomplete and potentially inferior care is not a solution. Pharmacists are invaluable members of a medical team. However, they're not trained to perform physical examinations nor recognize subtle differences in clinical presentations that can distinguish seemingly routine complaints from potential life-threatening issues. Passing this bill would put patients' lives at risk. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. And Carrie Forrestal?
Hello, how are you? I'm Dr. Carrie Forrestal. I'm an emergency room physician of 25 years experience and the president-elect of the Maryland College of Emergency Physicians, and I'm speaking in opposition to 506. The bill does address a very real problem, but scope expansion risks important misses. Let me share 2 quick stories from my practice, as Susanna did. So my first example is a very common complaint, the persistent cough, which the bill cites as flu or COVID can be worked up and treated. I cannot tell you the number of times I've had somebody come to me saying, I've had this nasty cough. I listen to them. I get an x-ray, which is not something I think you can do at a pharmacy, and the diagnosis is not a virus, but rather cancer. Far too often I've had to treat delayed diagnosis cancer patients who've been given a Z-Pak and a steroid by somebody who doesn't have the training to understand how to differentiate the 2. My second case was an elderly British woman. She weighed a grand total of 90 pounds, spoke with a very British accent, and I introduced myself, and in response, she belched like a sailor. And oh my God, she said, I'm mortified, but it won't stop. Now, to an insufficiently trained person, it maybe seem like Pepto and go. But in this case, the woman was having an inferior wall heart attack, and the inflammation was irritating the diaphragm, causing her to belch. Now, the bill allows for a pharmacy technician student to take care of this woman. If that had happened, it may have gone differently. The bill addresses the very real access to medical care that is present throughout the United States. We do have a problem, but it doesn't do it in a wise way. Pharmacists aren't trained to clinically examine and develop the differential diagnosis as a rule. They're specialists in the use and prevention of harm from the use of medications. I hold a medical degree and decades of experience, and I in no way think that I can do their job with a stroke of legislation. So why would the reverse be true? Think about this. Access without accuracy is just delayed harm. Please report negatively on 506. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Do I have any questions for Dr. Forrestal? Thank you very much for your testimony. This ends the hearing on Senate Bill 506. 488. Yep. So now we're going to go to Senate Bill 488, Continuing Care and Retirement Community Providers, Governing Bodies Membership, and we have Senator Louis Young, Daniel Shadegg, Bruce Wilson, Margaret Alford, and Franklin Snyder.
Madam Chair, one of my constituents was mistakenly told she was not allowed to testify, and I understand you have a really long day, but would you mind if I bring her to the table just to ask questions? I mean, just to respond to questions.
Who told her she couldn't testify?
She was told that only one person from a CCRC was allowed to testify.
Okay. Bring her to the table, but I'm going to stick to
Yeah, oh, she won't testify. She's just here because she's the president of the organization that underlies the need for this bill. Suzanne. There's another chair near me. So I'm going to start because it's late. I have probably spent more time on this issue during interim than any other issue, and it is largely because we tried not to have a bill. We tried to work it out. So I also want you to know, while I am basing a lot of my testimony on one particular CCRC, the ultimate solution that we're proposing is relevant to several other CCRCs as well. So the inspiration for this bill is a CCRC in Frederick by the name of Homewood. I am very familiar with it. I live very close to it. It has a 90-year history in my community. My mother-in-law was there for a while. My mother was on the waiting list. I have been there frequently. And in fact, when I served on the Frederick City Board of Aldermen, I worked with the prior CEO to expand the facility because at one time it was so popular in the community that it needed to expand. His name was Ernie Angel, and he was the CEO for 22 years. He retired in 2019, and things changed a lot in 2019. As I mentioned, it had been a very desirable place. My mother never got in. The waiting list was so long. It had been very non-sectarian. And in fact, for years after he retired, the website still said that prospective residents were told that. But what was discovered later is a multi-year effort to make the organization extremely religious. Now, I know you may hear some testifiers that say, well, it is a religious-based organization. It had been affiliated with the United Church of Christ up until 2019, but that's not uncommon. I mean, most of our CCRCs are nonprofits, and many are affiliated with religious organizations that wanted to do good, that wanted to have a place that senior citizens who are retired could live very peacefully, joyfully, and restfully. So that's not uncommon. But in 2019, things started to change, but the residents weren't notified of that movement going forward. And I'm going to tell you why in more detail later. The bill is named after Sue Hecht, but the short story is Sue Hecht was a resident there. If you don't know Sue Hecht, she served in the House of Delegates for 3 terms. My guess is she probably overlapped with the chair. And she was a crusader. She was also a resident. She was my mentor, and she recruited me and told me in detail the rather urgent and disturbing situation. So the mission of the organization changed, and that mission was to honor Christ through faithful service to seniors and one another. Homewood had adopted written policies requiring board members to pray for the organization and to serve as a guardian of the mission to honor Christ. There was a rebranding of the institution, and in the rebranding, the primary purpose of the corporation was to serve the body of Christ through the creation and management of senior living communities and services. These communities were to reflect, and this comes from the corporation, was to reflect and love Christ and his desire that all people place their faith in him unto salvation and bear fruit and build the kingdom of God. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the Nicene Creed. I wasn't until very recently, but for a resident to serve on the board, or for certain individuals who are hired by the organization, they must sign a statement to abide by this creed. Not going to read you the whole thing, just a few paragraphs. I believe in one Lord Jesus Christ for us men and for our salvation. He came down from heaven and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man. I believe in one holy Catholic and apostolic church. I confess one baptism for the forgiveness of sins, and I look forward to the resurrection of the dead and the life of the world to come. Glad my mother never got in, because that would have killed her. Anyway. Moving right along here. So you can understand why multiple residents were very concerned, not only about this extensive movement, but also the way it was done, very secretly. I mean, it took about 5 years to really come forward with the total implementation of this. And so residents who were of the Jewish faith or agnostic, and even many Christians, really resented this imposition. Now, you will probably hear that it's just a handful of people who were angry and were outliers. That is not true. There is a group, because I have spent months working with them. They are called PI, which stands for Promoting an Exclusive Environment. They are the work group, if you will, the structure that is trying to change this process. At one point, I came in and met them several times. Then I met with the CEO, and the what's the title of? Executive Director, thank you. And I met with Delegate Fair as well. And they painted a totally different world. So went back to the residents again. And I mentioned I had spoken to a lot of residents, went to an art show there, and I really tried to dig and see how widespread it was. They got a lot of back and forth telling them this is a corporate decision, not a local decision, even though the change in who this organization was really happened with new leadership. In fact, during my meeting with the new CEO, I said, is this a church or is this a residential community? And the answer he gave me was both. At one point, the residents sent out a petition to speak to the corporate board because they are isolated from the corporate board. And it was really unclear who's the decision maker here. Is it the local organization or is it the corporate board? It's kind of like ask your mother tells you to ask your father, and you're back and forth. So we were trying to determine who is the provider? So we knew who to go to get an answer. In the meantime, I reached out to MACRA and I said, I need a little help here. I'm talking to constituents, residents in my community. I'm also talking to the leadership. I'm getting two totally different stories. Can you help? And can you tell me, is this an isolated incident, or do you have similar situations elsewhere? MACRA was aware of it, and they also told me, while not identical, we do have similar situations elsewhere whereby there's a lack of transparency, a lack of communications. Residents don't feel they have any say in major decisions. And so MACRA now became our partners. One more step I tried to take, I tried to bring the leadership together with the residents, and I was going to set up a meeting and try to navigate. The CEO refused to attend. And I said, well, why won't you join us? Well, I don't have the agenda and I want to know who is coming to the meeting. So the second time I tried to organize the meeting, gave him an agenda, gave him a list of the attendees, still didn't come. I mentioned earlier that this is more than just a few people. At the point that they sent out a petition saying, would you like to talk to corporate, to ask them to come talk to us, over 300 residents signed that, and they had similar concerns. You will also hear that they didn't try to go through the grievance process. They did go through the grievance process, and in fact, tell me the title again. The executive director confirmed that in writing, but their idea of a grievance process was, we leadership will talk, you listen, no interaction. So it seemed to me that we needed to understand who is the provider. Is it the local Homewood organization because they have multiple living facilities, or is it the parent corporation? I went to the Department of Aging. They didn't really want to weigh in on this one. I then went to the Attorney General and got an advisory opinion. You will notice it is attached to my testimony. Don't read the whole thing. Go to the last paragraph. They didn't really answer us either. They said maybe this, maybe that. So it told me at this point, since we had a significant number of residents who were concerned, we weren't getting answers on who the provider was. We weren't getting cooperation for everyone to come to the table, that I needed to do a bill. And so what this bill does is finally determine who the provider would be. Let me see. It in addition to determining the provider, also requires board meetings, board notes, much more transparency and input, which is something that is applicable to a number of CCRCs. There are two paths. One is a legislative path, which you're hearing today, but there is also a legal action. I have enclosed in my package a letter from Attorney Tim Maloney, I forgot the L, that claims that this particular CCRC is in violation of Maryland law and has interfered with the residents' statutory right to board membership by imposing a religious test to membership and the letter goes on for 21 pages, but the short story is that he feels that there are a number of both state and federal violations. I think I've taken you through why we need this bill. Basically, it affirms that a resident member of the government body is not required to take a religious oath to become a member of the board. It requires a copy of the community bylaws to be included in the application, and it requires a copy of the articles of incorporation, bylaws, and other amendments be included in the disclosure statement to residents and prospective residents. The opposition will tell you if this happens, the sky is going to fall, that it's going to totally disrupt the legal status and the state competitiveness for CCRCs. But what's really key in their testimony is that fundamentally they say that they believe that the resident member of the Board of Trustees should represent the interest of the organization, not the interest of the residents. And my case I'm making to you is, if you represent the interests of the residents, you are in fact representing the best interests of the parent corporation. I mentioned Sue Heck being an inspiration. For those of you that don't know her, she was a dedicated community service, dedicated to equality, inclusiveness, and supporting all vulnerable groups. I spoke with her less than a week before she passed away. This issue was very important to her. She was very stressed by it, and that's why I chose to put her name in the title, to honor her legacy. There is one last thing I do want to share about testimony from the opposition. Sorry, too many papers. So this is from the Chief Operating Officer of the parent organization. He says in his testimony, Homewood is a Christian ministry, but all spiritual programming is optional. That hasn't really happened. There are daily pressures. There are prayers at non-religious meetings. There are crosses frequently. If you call on the phone while you're waiting, there is Christian music playing, and the branding has been totally changed to carry crosses as well as the apps. All, he says in his letter, all are welcomed, but if you spoke to Jewish members or LGBTQ members of the organization, they will tell you not only don't they feel welcome, but they feel that they were misled, that when they interviewed, when they applied, they were told it was non-sectarian, ecumenical, and that is not what they got. In conclusion, many of the opposition will tell you that from an operational perspective, that Homewood and other CCRCs already incorporate extensive resident engagement But that might be on health activities and social activities and numerous other activities, but not in the overall scope of issues important to this organization. I apologize for going on so long. I know it's late, but I think you hear the passion in my voice and my obligation to my constituents. Thank you.
Who'd like to go next? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members, my name is Bruce Wilson. I have been a resident at Homewood Living, Frederick, since 2019. I'm here today to speak in favor of the SUHECT bill, CCRC Transparency Act. I'm going to skip down past some material that the senator has already covered. At the beginning of 2025, our parent company announced without any resident involvement a rebranding. Suddenly, we found ourselves in an imposed and overt Christian ministry with the public mission to honor Christ. Had we stakeholders been represented on our parent board of trustees, they could not have silently engineered their takeover. The ambiguities in the current law allowed it to happen. Our resident serves on the board of our nominal provider, not with the parent trustees, thus our situation. Our story might be unique among Maryland CCRCs, but our situation is not. If CCRCs anywhere in the state can choose to exclude resident participation beyond a toothless board, then a crisis of trust can occur at any time, anywhere. It won't be our story, but their story, a decision gone wrong, without community input. The SUHECT bill establishes the principles of residents' rights in CCRC governance. They are simple principles, but their implementation is more complex, differing from place to place. Some CCRCs have already incorporated them into their operations, and they have not imploded. It is possible to do difficult things. Eventually, each one of you will face the decision of where and how to spend your sunset years. Would you surrender your right to representative governance just to live in a CCRC? Or would you say with us, I want a seat at the table? Or even something's got to be done about that.
Mr. Wilson, thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask the remaining members. The buzzer goes off at 2 minutes. Finish your sentence, please. You know, it is 6:30, and we're going to be here till at least 9 o'clock, so I'd like for you to respect that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Dan Shattuck. I'm here today on behalf of MACRA. You've heard a great explanation of the precipitating events at Frederick at Homewood. We have other folks on the panel today and virtually who are going to share the similar experience that they're having in their communities. And when I say similar, it points to the representation. We've been before this committee before, and you'll hear the opposition say it was just 2 years ago, where we added an alternate member to join the resident member that sits on the governing board. What we didn't get at with that bill is that governing board what was intended by the law, which is to give the resident a voice to be a part of the decision-making. They may not be able to sway the votes, but they will know and be able to understand the direction that the facility is going in. And that's the transparency that we're bringing forward today. That's the inclusion. That's the representation that the senator so eloquently spoke to. So we want to put this bill as a solution. It's an incremental step. We've been evolving this law for over 20 years. I've been a part of that 20 years. So this is another step forward, but it's an essential clarification. And when the Attorney General's office looked at it and they saw some ambiguity and some unclearness, that spoke to us that this is something that needs to be addressed. So in the interest of time, I will yield my 40 seconds and thank you.
Thank you.
Understood.
Get that.
Hi, I'm Margaret Alford. I live at Lutheran Village, Miller's Grant. It's a CCRC in Ellicott City. When I retired, I wanted to continue to live independently, but I wanted to be able to have a full range of health care available to me if I needed it. That's what CCRCs are designed to do. I, as all the residents at Miller's Grant, have made a substantial investment, hundreds of thousands of dollars, to enter the place. More than that, we're a vibrant community that has little to say about the financial decisions that will impact us for the rest of our lives. The primary revenue stream at Lutheran Village at Miller's Grant is entrance fees and monthly maintenance fees paid for by residents. Therefore, it is reasonable that residents have an opportunity to have a voice in financial decisions. Currently, the provider is Lutheran Village at Miller's Grant, yet essential financial decisions are made at our parent board, Lutheran Social Ministries of Maryland, without resident knowledge or input. An example of that, very different from theirs, is in 2 consecutive years, our parent corporation transferred $5 million each year from Lutheran Village at Miller's Grant to Carroll Lutheran Village, our sister CCRC under the parent umbrella. Designating the parent corporation as the provider gives us the visibility to their bylaws, the governance rules, and the representation voice at that table. For this, I respectfully request favorable report to the Senate bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Frank Snyder, a resident of CCRC, Asbury Methodist Village, yet another CCRC. The Senate Bill 488 allows resident subscribers, using the terms of the bill, to participate in discussions on financial and strategic decisions taken up by our provider as Asbury Communities, ACOM. We moved to AMV 8 years ago into what we considered our forever home. Having paid an entrance fee of $525,000, we continue to pay a monthly fee of $5,900. What happens to our money is out of our control, since AMV residents no longer have representation on the ACOM governing board. Instead, the corporate board selected a resident to serve on a subsidiary board, Asbury Atlantic, which is a membership organization with its only member is ACOM. So AMV is trying to replace Asbury Atlantic with ACOM because ACOM makes all the decisions and has all the power. I'll give you an example of something that happened earlier. In 2000, ACOM initiated the development of a CCRC in Tulsa, Oklahoma called Inverness Village, which declared bankruptcy in 2019. ACOM borrowed $37 million from AMV to loan to Inverness, which ACOM then wrote off as an uncollectible debt in 2019, and AMV has been told the debt will never be repaid. AMV residents want a resilient, financially stable community with appropriate housing and lifestyle. We have a variety of professionals talented there at AMV, but they're unheard. Services and projects at AMV have failed when the provider implemented courses of action without consulting residents. Failures are expensive. I look forward to supporting this bill.
So Suzanne, do you want to say 10 seconds? You're here, so.
Right. I'm going to give the last part of my testimony. Greetings to all of you, and thank you for this time. Our CEO is fond of saying, "We love you." By the way, I'm saying this in my role as a resident and a ordained UCC, United Church of Christ clergy person. Our CEO is fond of saying, "We love you." The lack of direct communication with all residents does not demonstrate the love the CEO professes for residents. Jesus sat on the hillsides, and as he talked, he listened to people. That was his kind of love. And my spouse and I are committed to building the table longer and wider, and we expect nothing less from Homewood's professing Christian leaders. And we have 270 letters, many of which came to you, supporting this bill. Thank you for your time and your support.
Do I have any questions for this panel? Seeing no questions, that ends the favorable panel. Thank you very much. And now we're going to hear from the unfavorables. Let's see who's left. Hopefully not too many. Allison Siborowski, Herman Rosenthal, Karen Main, Rusty Mitchell. That's 4. Stephen Powell. I'm going to wait on that. Okay, Allison, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. First of all, I'm just impressed by your patience to get through these long days. I'm sure it's a lot, so I will try to be brief.
Test me, 2 minutes.
I'm here on behalf of Leading Age Maryland. You have a written testimony, and we are here requesting an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 488. Homewood is a valued member of ours, and there have been some very serious concerns raised here today, and we urge that those concerns are fully reviewed and adjudicated by the legal system. Creating new laws that would affect every CCRC in the state when the issue at hand has not been fully evaluated or resolved is premature. Our main concerns with the bill are threefold. The bill effectively rewrites corporate bylaws by statute, something that is typically not done, and conflicts with existing corporate law in Maryland, which would set a troubling precedent. It also rewrites the term control beyond its current legal purpose. Today, this term is triggered only in the context of a sale, transfer, or change of control, not ordinary governance composition. It also breaks long-standing legal and regulatory boundaries by confusing Maryland's regulatory framework, which draws clear distinctions currently between facility level regulation, where the Department of Aging's authority rests currently, to corporate level governance. I just want to note, the sponsor said that us, the opponents, would say that residents have to represent the organization. I just want to clarify, that's not something that we say. That is something that Maryland law says. Board members of nonprofit organizations have ultimate fiduciary responsibility for the organization and have to meet those legal requirements. So I just wanted to clarify that. We compromised in good faith on bills during the past 2 legislative sessions. The most recent changes only went into effect January 1st of this year. So again, we would urge that this issue be resolved at a community level, that the serious concerns be fully evaluated, and that we wait for those changes from the previous year to go into effect. For these reasons, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Herman Rosenthal. I'm here at the request of Aaron Greenfield, who's a registered lobbyist, who thought it would be good if I could provide technical support if there are any questions arising in connection with the bill or Maryland law. I'm an attorney. I do represent a number of CCRCs, but as I said, I'm here on behalf of Leading Age Maryland.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Committee. My name's Karen Main. I am the Executive Director at Homewood Living Frederick. I've had the privilege of serving residents for over 38 years. I'll offer the testimony with deep respect, genuine fondness of each and every resident we're honored to serve. Homewood has served older adults for more than 90 years as a Christian ministry. While our faith shapes our mission, we welcome and care for residents of all faiths, all backgrounds, or no faith at all. Residency and services are never conditioned on religious beliefs. I want to emphasize that we have confidence in our current governance structure. It's designed to capture resident voice responsibly and consistently. Residents serve on boards and fiduciary roles, participate through resident associations, more than 20 resident committees, executive meetings, written communications, and surveys. Over the past year, residents Homewood Living Frederick rated a quality of 94%, well above the national benchmark of an 81 across more than 1,000 retirement communities. This legislation arises from concerns expressed by a minority group of residents at one of our 5 communities who disagree with Homewood's continued commitment to a Christian identity. Respectfully, this disagreement does not reflect the broader resident population, nor does it justify a statewide mandate that alters nonprofit governance structure. At its core, the issue is about final decision-making authority after all voices have been heard, how disagreements are addressed, and when consensus is not reached. There are numerous existing channels embedded in policy to resolve such of these disagreements. Many of those options remain available. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to issue an unfavorable report to Senate Bill 488. Thank you for your time this evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rusty Mitchell. I serve as Executive Director at Homewood Living in Williamsport. Previously, I was in leadership at Homewood Living in Frederick. In both roles, I've worked closely with residents and governing boards and have seen firsthand how governance affects daily community life. Residents already have a meaningful voice in Homewood's governance. Across our 5 communities, 7 residents serve on boards and fiduciary roles. They meet the same standards as all other board members and are focused on the long-term health and mission of the organization. My concern with SB 488 is how it would operate in multi-campus organizations. In practice, a mandated resident elected board seat would be determined by the largest campus. That would allow one community, simply because of its size, to select voting board members whose authority extends over smaller campuses whose residents may hold different views. I'm aware that residents at one campus have been actively communicating with residents in my community in an effort to build support for this legislation. I have heard firsthand from Williamsport residents who feel that their perspectives are being overshadowed and that a localized dispute is being extended into their community. They have expressed frustration with this approach and concern about what could happen if similar dynamics were introduced at the board level. Board members handle highly sensitive financial, strategic, and personnel information. If board seats become vehicles for organized advocacy rather than fiduciary stewardship, it risks internal disruption and governance instability. Residents are not monolithic. No single individual can represent the diverse perspective of all campuses. For this reason, I ask you to vote unfavorable. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to Senate Bill 488. I'm Steve Powell, Chief Financial Officer of Lutheran Social Ministries of Maryland. We operate 2 continuing care life plan communities in the state. My colleagues ably addressed our concerns with SB 88, and thus I would like to offer perspective to prior testimony and to speak to the resident-oriented alignment of LSMD's organization and processes. The transfer policy approval process required presentation and approval by the Corporate Finance Committee and all 3 boards of trustees. The policy was then shared with both CLV and LVMG residents at their communities. Prior to executing the policy, the executive committee of each board of trustees is informed, and the transfer and its impact is shared on the board portal and the next board of trustee meetings. The policy metrics exceed statutory and bond requirements, in addition to a requirement for outside auditors to conduct an analysis of the proposed action to ensure continued financial security of each community. To better share the resident involvement, the Finance Committee has 2 residents from each committee. They sit at parity of voice and vote as they review monthly financials, quarterly investments, budget recommendations, and outside auditor presentations. LSMMD also has 2 distinct residents on each community board. And then 2 members of each community board serve on the parent board as an opportunity to express community concerns and perspectives. In conclusion, we agree, again, ask for opposition, unfavorable report on the bill.
Thank you. Senator Reedy?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think a question I probably have was maybe for Karen Main with Homewood. So there's been this issue that's come up that we've heard about at the hearing, but it's at the Frederick campus. But is this, and I guess maybe you can't speak for the whole group, but has this been a problem at the other 4 locations you all have? Or is this something that's just been at one of the locations, some of the objections?
Thank you, sir. Yes, the, at the Frederick location, I am the ED at the Frederick location, and that is where the concern is, the majority of the concern.
But it was an organizational shift to be a little more overt in the Christian nature of your already Christian-founded organization?
We did have a change in mission statement. That went through the board, yes.
And you are funded by state taxpayers, right? Or are you funded by your residents?
We are funded by residents.
Are they forced to join your
And-
organization?
No, I'm sorry, funded by residents, funded by CMS, funded by Medicaid. So a couple different ways, yes.
Okay, and then I think maybe for Mr. Rosenthal, I feel like we've done there's part of this bill that is, I think, specific to some concerns at Frederick, but it feels like we've had this issue before us on residents on a board. I feel like we've done legislation on this.
Oh,
Can you
yes,
speak
yeah.
to that?
There's existing legislation. It's section 10-427 that has been in effect for a number of years that requires a resident to be on the board of the provider. Last year, or went into effect actually January 1 of this year, legislation that was enacted last year, effective 1/1/26, also requires an alternate resident to also be on the board.
That's just gone into effect, right?
Yes, that went into
I thought we
effect
talked-
January 1 of this year.
Okay. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on with this bill, but I was just trying to be sure I understood the different parts. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Kramer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Main, in response to the question my colleague just asked, he asked if anyone is forced to join your CCRC. I'm assuming the answer is going to be a resounding no. But what about those residents who invested, and we heard the one gentleman testify $550,000, then an ongoing $6,000 a month in his location. If you all, as you just stated, change your mission statement at the board level, did you offer to refund all costs to those residents who were already members of the CCRC who perhaps don't support the mission statement of what the board has done now with the sale of the facility?
There was no sale.
I'm sorry?
There was no sale of the facility.
Okay, so somehow, though, the mission statement, what brought that about? The mission statement of the board?
I am not sure that I can speak for the board. I can't speak for the board as far as their intention on that.
Okay, but the mission statement changed.
Correct.
After the current residents had paid their fees and under the auspices of this entity being non-sectarian. Now suddenly, there is a very different mission statement of this board, and there obviously is a lot of concern amongst many of the residents. And do you feel it would have been appropriate for those people who have invested their savings their life savings into this now, their permanent residence, should they have had a voice about this change in the mission statement?
I think the entrance fees that are paid, you first mentioned about should they have been refunded, I believe. You had asked that. So, no, their entrance fees go towards, and also the monthly fees go towards their daily operational and programming and such. It's not all about that mission statement. So as far as the mission statement goes, the residents did not have full input on that. They do have-
Evidently, they have no input because they have no voice at the board level where this mission statement was changed. And so my question is, if you're going to make that mission statement change for which they have no participation, would it have been appropriate to say, hey, listen, we have done something very different now in the operation of your daily lives. Would you like us to buy you out and pay you back so that if you want to go back to a CCRC that's non-sectarian, we're going to give you that option. Maybe they'd want to stay because they've got neighbors, they've got friends, then they'd have to make the decision. Okay, yeah, the rug's been pulled out from under us. Please don't pass the microphone. One person to answer, please. So just if you would quickly share with me, would that have been an appropriate alternative?
I don't feel it would have been an appropriate alternative to give the refunds because those the refunds are monies that are used for, like I say, normal daily operations and expenses for resident care throughout the CCRC, would be my understanding.
And and on that same basis, you also believe they should not have input at the board level to share in the decision-making process as to whether the mission statement of the board should be changed. So they neither deserve to have their investment refunded, nor should they be able to participate in the decision that dramatically affects their daily existence.
The residents do have a say on our board level to a point, as they do bring a written report through through their resident association to our local board, and that local board takes those to the trustee board. But as far as the exact mission, no, sir.
And all those boards can say, hey, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Have a happy day. And hope you'd like an extra sugar cookie with dinner tonight, as opposed to actually having any meaningful input as they would if they were permitted to participate at the board level. Would that be correct?
I would hope it not to be correct, no.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Land.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question for this panel. Appreciate the testimony. If the CCRC boards are permitted to, basically discriminate based on religion, how do we ensure that they're not discriminating based on other protected classes like gender or ethnicity, race, sexual orientation, and the like?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part of your question? There's a lot of chatter going on behind me.
Yeah, no, that's okay. So if, based on this, if CCRC boards are permitted to discriminate based on religion, how do we ensure that they're not going to be discriminating based on other protected classes like race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, like?
Right, okay, thank you for clarifying that. So I would say that there's lots of organizations, Jewish-based organizations, other religious-based organizations that often have a mission statement that they ask their board members to say, we agree to uphold this in our work, that this mission is important to the organization. So I do not work for Homewood. I can't speak on their behalf, but I would say, again, this needs to be fully reviewed and adjudicated by the legal system to see where exactly there might have been issues with the current law before we're moving forward new laws, because we would all agree there should not be discrimination at a board level, at a community level. Involvement, collaboration, communication are incredibly important. So again, I cannot speak on behalf of Homewood. I think this needs to be further evaluated.
Can I, if I could supplement that response, certainly CCRCs are subject to fair housing laws in terms of admission requirements. Boards, though, and it's not unusual for religious-based organizations, including CCRCs, to specify certain qualifications with respect to their board composition. And religious-based organizations can require certain religious affiliation with respect to board membership. That doesn't mean that you know, the fair housing laws still apply to admission to the you know, to the CCRC.
But you could discriminate based on for the board membership?
Yeah, I mean, they can, a religious organization can specify requirements applicable to all board members in terms of what requirements they've got to meet in order to serve on the board. That doesn't have anything to do with admission to the, you know, to the CCRC itself.
So you could theoretically have a bylaws for these CCRCs that said that we only want white individuals to serve on a board?
No, I mean, there's a, under the Constitution, the state cannot interfere with the free exercise of religion. You know, having a race-based criterion or requirement is not protected under the Constitution. But, you know, religious, freedom to practice religion or exercise religion is protected under the Constitution.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I just have one very short question. Has Homewood always been a religious or Christian community?
Yes, ma'am. Homewood has always been since 1932. We are originally affiliated with the UCC. We went away from the UCC to broaden that perspective. But yes, ma'am, we have.
So I think I found your mission statement online, to honor Christ through faithful service to seniors and one another. Is that the current mission statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me how that changed from your prior mission statement?
From my prior mission statement, probably the biggest thing was the word Christ was not in the prior mission statement. It was compassionate care and serving people, that type of thing. I don't have it memorized.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you get that to us?
Sure, absolutely can.
Okay.
Yes.
I would just like to see what the difference is. Do we have any other questions for this panel? Seeing no other questions? we have
Madam
a few-
Chair, excuse me, may I add one other thing? It's in connection with a question that Senator Kramer was asking in terms of resident.
Very short. We don't typically go back like this, but very short.
I apologize.
Okay.
But in connection with the question about residents say, there is a grievance procedure under Section 10-428 of the Human Services article that affords residents the right to assert their grievance, for then the CCRC to hear it, and ultimately, if there isn't an agreement reached, non-binding mediation is provided for under the statute.
I was going to ask about conflict resolution, but thank you for that comment. Oh, Senator Kramer?
You opened the door, Madam Chair.
I know I did.
And thank you for sharing that, because the parallels of what you're saying to the University of Maryland system and the way it treats its faculty is just, it is shocking how close this is. We have a process, but at the end of the day, the process doesn't mean a thing. So you've got a grievance procedure, come in and express your concern. Oh, and by the way, it is absolutely meaningless because there's as your final last resort, it sounds like, a non-binding procedure. And therefore, once again, the only way there's going to actually be an opportunity to have real input is to have somebody at the board level, and now your statement just convinced me that this bill is more important than ever from what I just heard
Senator,
about the existing process.
Let's stay on
Thank you,
Senate Bill
Madam
488, okay? We have enough going on tonight. Thank you.
I didn't open that door.
I know.
It was open for me, and I just had to step.
Thank you all for your testimony. I have 3 more people to bring up unfavorable. Scott Sawicki from the National Senior Communities Incorporated, Xenia Jack from the National Seniors Communities, and Dana Kaufman from Lifespan. Dana probably gave up by now. Oh, she's here. Thank you, Dana.
Okay. In the interest of time, shall I begin?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Zena Jacques, and I'm here on behalf of National Senior Communities to oppose Senate Bill 488. I am the board chair of National Senior Communities, and Scott Sawicki is our executive director. National Senior Communities is the largest system of not-for-profit CCRCs in the United States, with 2 affiliates in the grand state of Maryland, one in Parkville, that is Oakcrest, the other in Silver Spring, Riderwood. While we deeply appreciate the intent to give residents a true voice in governance, it's a goal we share. The intent of Senate Bill 488, as it applies to us as a parent of CCR affiliates, is troubling. We have 16 other communities in 8 states. We believe this bill creates serious problems that would harm the residents of Maryland that it seeks to protect. Here's why. Board members of a multi-state organization have fiduciary responsibilities to all affiliated communities, not one. For example, in our governance structure, a Maryland resident on NSC's board would be required to recommend the approval of raising fees for residents in 8 other states. Directors face personal liability for breach of fiduciary duty, and unintended consequence of the bill could expose resident directors in Maryland to legal risks involving regulatory structures in states in which they do not reside. Does the Maryland legislature want to subject Maryland residents of CCRCs to the legal consequences stemming from how other states regulate CCRCs? And the practical problems are just as serious. Service on the parent board of a multi-state system requires learning different state approaches of how CCRCs are regulated in such areas as disclosure and refund requirements. And last year, our directors reported to spending up to 1,000 hours, in fact, in excess of 1,000 hours. That's 6 months of full-time employee. This is an undue burden on Maryland residents of CCRCs, and better alternatives already exist. Oakcrest and Riderwood each have a resident director and alternates on their local board. So we oppose Senate Bill 488.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Maybe I should say good evening. My name is Scott Sawicki, and I'm here on behalf of National Senior Communities to oppose Senate Bill 488. While we may be national, we are incorporated in the great state of Maryland, and we do really like Maryland. I have my master's degree of aging services from UMBC, go Retrievers. Yet 16 of our 18 affiliated communities are located and regulated outside of the state of Maryland. We are unclear if this bill is meant to apply to organizations like NSC that support communities in other states. And it seems to be spurred by a couple of local examples here in Maryland. For example, here's the current state of our 2 Maryland affiliates, Oakcrest and Riderwood, as of December 31, 2 of the 3 largest CCRCs in Maryland. Oakcrest in Parkville has achieved 98% occupancy in independent living with over 1,700 residents and 92% overall satisfaction. Oak Crest has an A rating from Fitch with a positive outlook, and it has over 1,000 days cash on hand. Riderwood in Silver Spring has the same exceptional story. 97% occupancy in independent living with over 2,000 residents and over 90% overall satisfaction. A+ rating from Fitch and over 1,200 days cash on hand. We do not think the issue or issues this bill is attempting to resolve are present in our communities. Residents already have a voice in Maryland. Maryland residents should not have a voice in governance in other states. I would like to thank, on the record, the resident directors from Oak Crest and Riderwood, who are truly amazing. They volunteer many, many hours in doing their legal and fiduciary work on behalf of those two communities. We should not assign the responsibilities of overseeing a system of CCRCs, approximately 90% of which are located and regulated outside of the state of Maryland, to one of these individuals. I'll also note that the chair and vice chair of both of those communities also sit on our national board. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
I just have a real quick question. It's my understanding that Oak Crest and Riderwood are part of the Erickson communities?
Erickson is our manager. We are the
They're your
governing
manager.
board.
Okay, thank you.
The best manager.
For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of Lifespan Network. I do not want to repeat the testimony. It is late. You have my written testimony. I'm just going to say one thing. When we look at bills, we have to evaluate them as an association, as the effect that they are going to have on all CCRCs. And in 2024 and in 2025, we took up this issue with the resident board, and we made changes to the law to address the concerns. We do that each time, but we cannot continue to legislate when there is one CCRC for every issue that comes up. There's a statement that says, when you've seen one CCRC, you've seen one CCRC. And they are all different, and they all function differently. So, like I said, you have my written testimony. I am always around. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions. There was a lot discussed today. Thank you.
And this was only one of our 12 bills. Thank you. I see no other questions for this panel. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We have some folks virtually. Dan Tracy, favorable from the Maryland Continuing Care Residents Association. Mr. Tracy, unmute, please, and give us your testimony. You need to unmute.
Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Dan Tracy. I'm a resident of the Mercy Ridge. I'm unmuted. Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Dan Tracy. I'm a resident of the Mercy Ridge Retirement Community. I thought I had. Unmute. I'm unmuted.
You're fine now, Mr. Tracy. Go ahead. You're fine.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. Tracy, can you hear me?
Retirement community? Okay. In Timonium, Maryland. Wait a minute. In Timonium, Maryland, and I'm a. Okay, can I start again, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you start again, please?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Yes, okay, here I go. Madam Chair and committee members, my name is Dan Tracy. I'm a resident of the Mercy Ridge Retirement Community, and I'm a vice president of the Maryland Continuing Care Residences. Oh, I'm sorry.
We can hear you.
I'm
Mr. Tracy, you support
I'm sorry,
the bill? Yeah. Do you support
I'm at a
the
loss.
bill?
I can't.
Okay. You're fine. Do you support this bill? Is that what you're telling us? Yeah.
Can anybody, can you hear me there? Can I be?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, yes, I do. I'm trying to talk.
We can hear you. Go ahead and finish your statement.
Yes,
We
I
can hear you.
do. Yes, I'm trying to. I'm unmuted. I'm trying very hard to speak. And I've been sitting here all afternoon to speak.
Mr. Tracy, we can hear you. You can speak. Please finish your statement.
Okay. All right. May I try?
Are you listening to the live feed, Dan? You have to turn it off.
Easy peasy. God damn it. Let's.
We heard you.
All right, I'll start again. My name is Dan Tracy. The CCRC provider groups will tell you that CCRCs are more.
Ignore the buzzer. Just finish your statement.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I think I had my phone on and that was wrong. My name is Dan Tracy. I'm a resident of the Mercy Ridge Retirement Community in Timonium, Maryland. I'm a vice president of the Maryland Continuing Care Residents Association. We call it MACRA. The CCRC provider groups will tell you the CCRCs are more regulated in Maryland than in other states, implying there should be some sort of limit on how many requirements they're to be burdened with. But CCRCs are relatively new creations, just getting going about 50 years ago, and they're quite complicated. The CCRC provider asks you to sell your home and move into their CCRC, where you pay an entrance fee representing the bulk of your life savings and agree to pay a service fee of several $1,000s, which would go up each year. And in return, you'll be cared for during the remainder of your life. These arrangements cried out for regulation, and your predecessors in the Maryland legislature, with input from provider groups in MACRA, put together a comprehensive body of continuing care laws. But it was not a one and done process. The development and operation of CCRCs is an evolving industry. Some things work and some do not. Some CCRs thrive and some of them fail. And some laws need to be tweaked to ensure they're implemented as intended. And that's what we're about here with the bill you have before you today, Senate Bill 488. The Maryland General Assembly determined that it was right and necessary for CCRC residents to have a voice in the ultimate government decision-making and required that at least one CCRC resident and one alternate serve on the governing board of the provider. But we found that there are some CCRCs where the CCR creator has bypassed this requirement by creating a subsidiary corporation to serve as the nominal provider while retaining ultimate control of governance decision-making. So in these cases, the resident board members are not sitting on the board that makes the ultimate decisions affecting their lives at the facility. Senate Bill 488 would correct this inequity to ensure that the resident representatives will sit on the governing board that actually controls the affairs of the CCRC. Thank you for your favorable consideration, and I'm sorry for the beginning.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Now we have John Mattingly. Favorable, John Mattingly. Okay, well, let's go to Charles Wagner. Do we have Charles Wagner there?
Yes.
Here we go. Mr. Wagner, will you unmute and give us your testimony?
Yes, there we go. Yes, my name is Charles Wagner, and I am State Secretary, Treasurer of MACRA and President of the Edenwald MACRA chapter. Edenwald's the CCRC located in Towson. I want to tell you what it will be like for all Maryland CCRCs if this bill passes. At Edenwald, for 23 years, the Residents Association, the RA, has elected their own board representative. Yes, 23 years. 4 years ago, at my first board meeting as the resident member, I reminded the board of my age and health and asked that an alternate resident elected by the RA be on the board. They agreed. This was 2 years before the bill requiring an alternate was passed. Like all board members, I had fiduciary duties to the board and our CCRC. I also represented the interest of the residents and advocated for the residents. These two things are not mutually exclusive, and I hope that at most CCRCs, the interest of the board and the residents are convergent and not divergent. I was subject to the same conflict of interest policy and disclosures as the non-residents on the board. After 23 years, Edenwald is a thriving, financially sound CCRC currently undertaking a major expansion because people want to live here. The sky did not fall. It's vital that residents have a voice on the board since they're the ultimate beneficiaries. My wife, Fran, and I moved to Edenwald 6 years ago. Edenwald is our home. It's home to another 390 residents, including 4 former board members. It's only fair that we have some say about what happens at our home. As I used to tell our residents at RA meetings, we don't run the place, but we do have input and we do have influence. Resident representatives can only do this if they sit on the real provider body. This bill will ensure that for all Maryland CCRCs. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Mr. Don Kyle. Mr. Kyle. Mr. Kyle, unmute. Mr. Kyle, unmute so we can hear you, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and I admire your patience. Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Don Kyle, a resident of Homewood Living Frederick, and I request an unfavorable report on SB 488. After visiting multiple CRCs, my wife and I selected Homewood at Frederick for its great reputation, wonderful amenities, and beautiful campus at the foot of the Catoctin Mountains. For our first year, 224, we loved living there, enjoying the tranquil yet engaging atmosphere. In our second year, this peaceful atmosphere erupted into an uproar with a petition being circulated with little or no explanation. Many residents signed the petition based on the word of those obtaining the signatures. I question why the need for a petition when Homewood has stated procedures in the handbook for grievance issues. I was shocked to ascertain that the leaders of this issue immediately began to involve the media, their political representatives, and an attorney before engaging our residents, our campus administration, and our corporate leadership. It seems there's about a dozen leaders of this uproar that believe Homewood is a congregation or a club or an organization where the residents must be informed about all corporate issues being evaluated and have the opportunity to discuss all these issues and finally have the ability to vote on all these issues. We already have procedures in place for resident representation on the board of directors of Homewood, as well as corporate meetings where residents can speak directly and have questions answered by the CEO. And finally, many residents, the silent majority, are sad that this issue has caused so much campus divisiveness. Many believe this adversarial relationship with our corporate administration is not good, and it is the genesis of this bill in the legislature and the overall us versus them debate. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have the other person back? Okay, that's the end of this hearing for Senate Bill 488. So now we have Senate Bill 412 if Senator Augustine is here. There he is. Thank you for your patience, Senator Augustine.
Absolutely.
You are bringing us Senate Bill 412, Maryland Department of Health Community Forensic Aftercare Program, and I think you have Juliana Felkowski and Lindsay Balo with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 412. And what Senate Bill 412 does is it codifies the Community Forensic Aftercare Program in statute. The The Community Forensic Aftercare Program in this bill really is a follow-on to a bill that we had last year that really aimed to allow for Marylanders who are in the state's care when they have been deemed not criminally responsible, particularly, that we are working to get them to be well. And one of the things that we did last year, the bill last year had two parts. It dealt with when folks were inside the facility, inside the state hospital, and we created a forensic review board and created some guardrails and just a framework of existing policies, but also to sort of extend that and make it a little bit more clear. And like I said, also add, some opportunities for some transparency and for individuals to have their trusted people in there. The second part of that bill was for those who were in that next step when they've gone back to the community, but are still in the process of being a part of an aftercare program. So this is that second bill. So the first bill last year, we passed that with, well, you all did. Thank you so very much. This year, this one is working on the second piece, which is that Community Forensic Aftercare Program that, again, we really are codifying a program that already does exist. And we really are trying to take from that, trying to create like a more statutory framework for these people who are in this conditional release program, which has been operating for decades without regulation. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to say, it's just been there. Let's put some guardrails on there, as we talked, as I mentioned. So the bill is drafted, establishes this statutory operation framework based on what is already working well now and what could be improved to reduce rehospitalizations and improve outcomes of people committed to the Department of Health on these conditional releases. The vast majority of patients who are conditional release are coming out of a state hospital, oftentimes like Spring Grove. Most have been found guilty but not criminally responsible for a crime. And that conditional release is part of a continuing course of treatment once it is found through a release hearing that the person would not be a danger to themselves or the person or property of others if released, usually with conditions. The CFAP monitors are social workers employed by the Department of Health who are tasked by the court with monitoring the committed person while they are on this release. The committed persons remain entitled to counsel throughout their entire release. The CR can be modified through an application for change under criminal procedure as a committed person may seek counsel for that reason. Litigation can occur at any time during that conditional release. Additionally, at the end of the conditional release, the department may move to extend that for up to 5 more years, that conditional release. So that's just kind of like a bit of a background of what this bill does and does set up the terms for that conditional release. We have been working a lot of meetings actually, with the stakeholders to include the OPD, the Office of the Public Defender, and also the department to really understand how to improve the communications between CFAP and counsel for those committed persons who are on this conditional release. And in working with them, there are some changes that are still forthcoming to you all that we've worked through with them to get closer to a working document that everyone can be comfortable with. The bill will clarify notification procedures for CFAP and counsel when noncompliance with that conditional release is at issue. The goal is to provide all parties with an opportunity to contribute to resolving issues in an effort to prevent rehospitalization when possible. The bill will provide committed persons an opportunity to be heard at Community Monitoring Board meetings through an authorized agent, and the bill will also establish the right of committed persons to have an authorized agent at a meeting with their monitor. As I said, we've worked hard to sort of get there. You will see the amendments that we've worked on with the department, and I'm going to ask for a favorable report after we've worked through the amendments, and ask Madam Chair if my the folks from the panel will be allowed to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Juliana Falkowski. I'm an attorney in the Mental Health Division of the Public Defender's Office, and I represent clients who've been found not criminally responsible and while they're on conditional release from the facility. I'm here today to urge you to issue a favorable report on SB 412 because my clients need greater transparency and improved communication between CFAP and their attorney while they're on conditional release. Currently, there is very little communication between counsel for the committed person and CFAP. We can request records, and we do, but that takes up to 10 business days to receive back from CFAP. And we receive a letter when there is a notice of a violation in a case. However, that's often too late for our clients to have good counsel and intervention prior to that violation. So we're asking for an opportunity for us to have notice ahead of a violation. We're asking to be notified of when a meeting is taking place between a CFAP monitor and our client when non-compliance could be at issue. And we hope that this will open communication earlier in the process so that we can provide good counsel to clients who are in need of it at the time. We understand that we don't have communication with every client who's on conditional release. We have a lot of cases, and so we certainly cannot stay in contact with every client throughout the entirety of their conditional release. So it's really important for us to have open communication with CFAP and to know when there is an issue that's happening. And it's really important, especially for clients who may be limited by their disability and may have some limitations on their capacity to speak up for themselves or ask questions for themselves when there are issues that are occurring and maybe causing some decompensation for them or may lead to the need for counsel to intervene. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Baylog. I'm a social worker with the Office of the Public Defender. I work with clients all over Maryland who are conditionally released from state facilities, and I'm going to talk about the authorized agent aspect of this bill. Our office conceptualized this bill after our clients repeatedly came to us asking for help complying with their conditions of release. We noticed a trend in these requests that our clients were having difficulty communicating with their CFAP monitors and that decisions about their treatment were being made for them and without them. Our clients meet with CFAP monitors periodically, and this is their opportunity to ask questions and get feedback. While many of our clients like their CFAP monitors and enjoy a supportive relationship with them, our clients nonetheless realize that there is an immense power imbalance here. Their monitor is the gateway to more freedoms, like being able to spend more time with their family, or the loss of freedom because their monitor is recommending they go back to the hospital. Every client we have fears returning to the hospital, so I'm sure you can understand the amount of pressure our clients experience when interacting with their CFAP monitor. Our clients do best when they have a strong network of support that includes their family, friends, treatment team, and other community supports, but not all of our clients have such a network, so they come to us knowing that we will advocate for them and work to help them get on track. Clients have invited me to join them in their meetings with their CFAP monitor to help them advocate for their needs and to help them understand what their monitor expects from them, only to have their monitor deny me access simply because I work for OPD. Clients have also informed me that their family members have been denied as well. This is a real disservice to our clients as we all have the same goal, to help these folks succeed safely in the community. As you might expect, our clients demonstrate a wide range of serious mental illness, neurocognitive disorders, and intellectual and developmental disabilities. Some of our clients can easily advocate for themselves. Others can't. These folks should have the right to name an authorized agent to speak for them in these spaces. It is their lives, their freedom on the line, and they deserve the right to be heard. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Senator, it sounds like a really good bill, but there's this little issue with the fiscal note, and you serve on budget and tax. You think you can overcome that fiscal note?
Well, as I started at the top, Madam Chair, we're going to talk with the department about this because the program already exists. I mean, we're simply codifying a program that already exists. So we're going to talk to them about that.
Thank you.
Okay.
So you have one virtual unfavorable. Do I have any other questions for this panel? I don't see anything. Thank you very much, Senator. We're going to now hear from Tracy Varda virtually.
Thank you.
We're going to try. There she is.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Tracy, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tracy Varda. I am the prosecutor assigned to the mental health court for the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. I've been doing this for the past 15 years, and I've worked very closely with CFAP on a regular basis. CFAP should be regulated, but the problem with this bill is that it was drafted by the Public Defender's Office, and it does not take public safety into consideration. CFAP is composed of dedicated social workers who monitor and work with the conditionally released defendants. These are defendants who've been convicted of crimes, many of them violent crimes, including murder. They have been released from a state psychiatric hospital and are still under court supervision. When a defendant violates their conditional release order, CFAP works with them so they can remain safely in the community when appropriate. CFAP does this by enhancing their treatment plan while considering their risk to public safety. This bill will affect CFAP's ability to do this by prohibiting their clinical decisions. This bill will allow all treatment decisions to be made solely by the defendant's providers who are only concerned with the defendants and who do not take public safety into account. CFAP does an incredible job of making clinical decisions that have allowed defendants to remain safely in the community rather than being returned to the hospital. An unintended consequence of limiting CFAP's ability to make clinical decisions will result in many more hospital warrants, which will put more defendants back into the hospitals and put a strain on the already overburdened hospitals. There are other ways this bill will create public safety risks, such as allowing defendants to be notified of hospital warrants before they are served, which endangers staff at their programs, peers, as well as the officers serving these warrants. The agency that is tasked with keeping conditional released defendants safe in the community should not be regulated by the Public Defender's Office. Instead, all interested agencies should come together to draft CFAP regulations that balance a defendant's rights with public safety. So for these reasons, we're asking for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 412. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question from Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very, very quickly, Tracy, I'd like to see if we could work on, is there a way to maybe tweak this so that we can, I think it's it's well-intentioned, but I also know these are folks who, as you mentioned, have been very dangerous, sometimes very dangerous in the past. So could you just really quick, what's an example of a violation? So if somebody is out, what's an example of violating their treatment plan that you've seen?
Okay. For example, oftentimes we have defendants that will use illegal substances. So, or they'll stop taking their medication. So the way it works now is if we have a defendant that violates, or sometimes it's something simple as they didn't come home or they missed curfew. So when I get notification from CFAP that there is a violation, I talk with CFAP, get the details, and oftentimes CFAP, and this is the part of the bill that concerns me, CFAP will enhance their treatment. If it's a drug problem, they will increase how much substance abuse they're getting. I did have a defendant, actually he was charged with murder. He stopped taking his medication. He started getting symptomatic, but instead of doing a hospital warrant, I talked with CFAP. They were satisfied that they were able to work with him, get him back on his medication. So they worked with him. He did get back on his medication. And then I did not have to ask for a hospital warrant.
And if you'd like to send me information later, because I don't want to hold the committee, but how would this bill mess up what you just said? How would it get in the way of that happening? I'm just trying to understand the way the bill works.
The bill specifically says that CFAP shall not make clinical recommendations.
Well, that's okay. That's a problem. Okay, I got it. So if we could maybe there's some opportunity to clarify, because obviously these are people, if we can not have them just sitting in a place, it's good, but we've got to, okay. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
For your question. Seeing no other question, that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 412. And finally, the last bill of the day, thank you all for your patience, Senate Bill 411. We have Senator Augustine back, Lorraine Ericott, Anna Palmisano, Sarah Westrick, and then we'll have Dan Morheim virtually, and he's part of your panel, Senator?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to bring up Dr. Morheim.
Okay.
All right. You can begin
Yeah,
when
we're
you're
going to
ready.
get going. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 411, Safe Staffing Act of 2026. Colleagues, 1 in every 4 hospital nursing positions is vacant, and 62% of nurses say they are considering leaving the profession. Now, these unsafe staffing levels lead to medical errors, higher mortality rates, and healthcare worker injuries and burnout. Maryland needs solutions that prioritize the well-being of both patients and workers to address long ER wait times caused by unsafe staffing conditions. Shared governance is the best practice for hospital administration. That is what the hospitals have shared with me, and that is what this bill does with real flexibility. This is a bill that is the 3rd reading of House Bill 905 from 2025 legislative session, with the addition of Maryland Healthcare Commission collecting annual staffing reports and posting them on their website. We're also in support of an amendment from the Maryland Nurses Association to include a staff registered nurse on the committee. As was presented last year as a 3rd reader that came over to the Senate, House Bill 905, the Safe Staffing Act will ensure that every hospital in Maryland creates staffing committees in which half are direct care workers representing the entire care team. This means nurses, physicians, technicians, support staff, environmental service workers, and dietary aides. A patient advocate will also have the opportunity to join each committee. Hospitals will have the flexibility to amend staffing plans as needed, especially if they see they are unable to meet the recommendations. This encourages staffing committees to problem solve until a feasible solution is found. This bill offers a unique opportunity to track how staffing conditions impact quality of care, which will only support ongoing efforts to address ER wait times and other hospital throughput challenges. Staffing committees allow each hospital to tailor staffing plans to its most pressing needs and amend the plan as needed. The best way to bolster a new generation of workers is to give them a seat at the table where they get to be part of the real solution. That is why the Safe Staffing Act will do. That's what it will do. It's going to improve quality patient care and working conditions for the care team and reduce those ER wait times. It'll foster collaboration between care workers, management, and patients. Guidelines for forming the committees will be flexible to allow each hospital to create and adjust staffing guidelines based on their unique needs. Diverse care team will encourage problem solving. We're going to be able to collect and share data on worker retention, challenges and outcomes and staffing strategies with the Maryland Department of Health and the Maryland Emergency Department Wait Time Reduction Commission. This will, of course, enhance recruitment and retention of healthcare workers. Quality care begins with patient and worker-driven flexible staffing plans. Colleagues, 9 other states in the country have passed legislation to create clinical staffing committees in hospitals, and while research has limitations to draw a conclusion, it has shown to improve worker engagement and workplace conditions in meaningful ways. Process helps improve transparency for workers, patients, and policymakers. There was the report from the Commission to Study the Healthcare Workforce Crisis in Maryland, championed by Chair Beidel, which made it clear that we need more data about the healthcare workforce. The report and collecting of data on staffing conditions will be valuable to create data-centered policy decisions to improve job and career and care quality. The bill has been discussed with the Maryland Healthcare Commission, the Maryland Department of Health, the Maryland Hospital Association, and hospital systems and other advocates. And it has broad support from AARP, NAACP, MedChi, Maryland's for Patient Rights, 1199, SEIU, Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility, AFT Maryland, Economic Action Maryland, Alzheimer's Association, Progressive Maryland, AAU, the American Association of University Women of Maryland, Free State Justice, and Public Justice Center. Broad support. We have really broad support for this legislation, and I just wanted to say that this really is an opportunity for us. Now, as we look at the all-payer health equity approaches and development model, Senate Bill 411 is a tool that will help hospitals meet performance measures for quality and health equity. This is an opportunity for our state to be a leader and blend the use of staffing committees, staffing plans, and reporting together, which will better position our state to care for those who care so much for others. Overall, this hybrid approach will yield staffing plans that are worker-driven, flexible, and publicly available. The bill will ensure the voices and perspectives of our healthcare workforce are at the decision-making table, make improvements to workplace safety, address staff turnover, and improve how we deliver care. For the past 2 years, the Safe Staffing Act has been amended to meet many of the concerns of the Maryland Hospital Association. What started as a 15-page piece of legislation, including accountability and enforcement, is now a 3-page piece of legislation that ensures a mandated process and public reporting. The Hospital Association's arguments that hospitals are already doing this and that hospitals do not want to do this, which kind of contradict each other in a way. But the bill really does what they've said, which is that best practice, which is shared governance. Some of the things that you will probably hear, what you will hear from the opposition, this bill mandates staffing ratios and will negatively impact hospital budgets. It does not. There is not any mandate in this for staffing ratio. The bill will not negatively impact hospital budget or lead to bed closures because hospital management have the opportunity to amend staffing plans based on feasibility. This bill is flexible guideline that does not mandate ratios. Another one that you will likely hear is that this will cause an administrative burden on hospitals. Many Maryland hospitals already have some form of hospital-wide committees and have the infrastructure to implement this legislation. Shared governance models are best practice, which is why we are proposing this legislation. Having a separate staffing committee, in addition to what some hospitals may already does not replicate work and instead ensures an effective process with direct care workers at the table. Now, Maryland Hospital Association has worked with the legislature on passing 2 labor and management committees on safe lifting and joint workforce violence that have been successful. Another one that you might hear is that the state is already working on addressing the healthcare staffing crisis, and that's, we're already working on that. Now, existing state-led commissions have addressed healthcare workforce through loan repayment, sign-on bonuses, and improving the education pipeline. But they have not solved the crisis, as we all know, of understaffing, retention, and worsening quality of care in hospitals. This bill recognizes that those closest to the problems are closest to the solutions. We need a process that includes the entire care team. You may also hear that you'll say, well, why are state hospitals not included? You all heard from the bill before this that they're really unrelated. I mean, they're just totally different situations. They really don't, they're not connected on how they are situated. And so they really are separate bills, and they are in this one. So colleagues, what I will say is that shared governance is the best practice for hospital administration. And that is what the hospital have shared with me, and that is what this bill does with real flexibility. I'm going to ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 411. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. You can talk fast.
It's late.
We know.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members, I'm Dr. Anna Palmisano. I'm the Director of Marylanders for Patient Rights, the largest patient advocacy coalition in the state with a collective membership of over 1 million. Our coalition has joined with healthcare workers and community organizations in support of the Safe Staffing Act of 2026. Maryland urgently needs to address the hospital staffing crisis. I encourage you to open my written testimony to see the graph on page 2. During discussions on last year's Safe Staffing Bill, Chair Beidel posed an interesting question. How do the ER wait times in the 9 states with safe staffing committees compare to Maryland's ER wait times? As a PhD microbiologist with over 50 years of scientific experience, I've now done that analysis, and my results are shown on a PowerPoint graph on page 2 and here in this poster. So to look at the rate of change of ER wait times, I chose time points from 2019 and 2024 to avoid any confounding influences of the pandemic. The differences between Maryland and the 9 states with safe staffing committees are profound. During the study period, Maryland's ER wait time, which is the top line, increased by almost an hour. In comparison, ER wait times in states with safe staffing committees increased by an average of only 10 minutes, with 2 states actually decreasing their ER wait times during this period. Maryland patients lack reliable, timely emergency care. 9 other states have already passed a Safe Staffing Act, and Maryland should too. Please support SB 411. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Bidle and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak in support of SB 411, the Safe Staffing Act of 2026. My name is Sarah Westrick. I'm the Advocacy Director for AARP Maryland. We proudly serve approximately 850,000 Marylanders age 50 plus, and we're a member of the Caring Across Maryland Coalition. Our role is to bring the real experiences and priorities of older adults to the policymaking table. AARP Maryland supports SB 411 because it takes a practical, evidence-based approach to addressing chronic understaffing in Maryland hospitals. The bill creates staffing committees in each hospital with equal representation for management and frontline staff. These are the people who know patient needs firsthand: technicians, nurses, environmental services workers, and others. The approach ensures staffing plans are grounded in the real-world patient care conditions. It also empowers our frontline workers, improving morale and retention, both of which are critical to improving hospital performance. Importantly, this bill does not impose rigid staffing ratios and instead requires hospitals to create evidence-based, unit-specific staffing plans, updated annually and supported by a process to track and resolve staffing complaints. This ensures that the plans are meaningful, living documents. The bill also includes gradual implementation, giving the hospitals the time they need to prepare for success. In short, safe staffing saves lives. Better staffing reduces medical errors, shortens hospital stays, improves patient outcomes, reduces ER wait times, and strengthens working conditions for healthcare professionals. With SB 411, Maryland would join other states that have successfully improved outcomes through similar measures. For all these reasons, we respectfully request your favorable report. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Arikat, Senior Policy Analyst with 1199 SEIU, the largest healthcare workers union in the nation. We represent over 5,000 workers in Maryland, and their experiences prove that short staffing is pervasive and can have serious consequences on both quality of care and workplace safety. When I ask workers to describe the impacts of short staffing, the common themes are delayed patient care, burnout, and that workers are not listened to when they raise alarms about this crisis for their patients and their coworkers. I, alongside all of the supporters behind me, urge a favorable report on SB 411 to enable worker-driven solutions for safe staffing. SB 411 is collaborative, it's flexible, and it's timely. Maryland Hospital Association agrees that shared governance committees are best practice, and they have worked successfully in Maryland in the past, and it will work with this bill. Many hospitals have already implemented hospital-wide committees and have the infrastructure to create more inclusive staffing committees. Chief nursing officers and hospital executives can only tell one side of the story. That's why it's important to implement SB 411 to ensure voices from the entire care team and make sure they're represented in the discussion and the staffing plan recommendations. Currently, there is no way of tracking effectiveness of staffing strategies and how this impacts the entire hospital. Considering Maryland's unique healthcare financing model, Maryland needs this legislation to track how staffing conditions impact hospital expenditure and quality of care. This bill complements federal action to make safe staffing a priority and will ensure state policymakers have the accurate data on staffing at each hospital. This legislation will yield staffing plans that address workplace safety, staffing retention, and patient care. We urge you, Chair Bidle, and members of this committee to give patient and worker voices a chance at being part of the solution. Thank you.
Chair Bidle and members of the committee, my name is Laura Noel, and I'm a registered nurse.
Okay, she was not on your panel, but she is signed up to, so do you want her to testify now?
That's fine,
Okay.
if it's okay with you.
No, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Noel, and I'm a registered nurse with almost 5 years of experience caring for mostly cardiac surgery patients, and I want to express my strong support for SB 411, the Safe Staffing Act. In my years as a nurse, I have personally experienced the consequences of inadequate staffing. As someone who is not a member of a union, this legislation is especially important to ensure healthcare workers like me have a seat at the table when discussing safe staffing. I worked in a Maryland hospital during the COVID-19 pandemic. I know what it looks like when hospitals don't prioritize safe staffing. You know who doesn't know what safe staffing looks like? The hospital executives who worked from home throughout the pandemic. The same hospital executives who told us to reuse our N95 masks for days or weeks during the pandemic. Hospital executives say they support safe staffing through shared governance in staffing committees, but I'm here to tell you that that's not what's happening and it's not helping the problem. At one hospital, the number of patients that a nurse cared for was directly correlated to how many nurses were working that night. 24 patients and 6 nurses, 4 patients per nurse. 24 patients, only 4 nurses, 6 patients per nurse. The staffing matrix was not reflective of patient acuity and encouraged the hospital to frequently understaff and max out nurses with 6 patients each. Recently, our hospital's kitchen was understaffed, so our patients' lunch food trays came over 3 hours late. Understaffed environmental service employees means less people to clean discharged rooms, which prolongs the amount of time a new patient can be admitted. It all impacts patient care, and that's why all employees deserve a seat at the table. When hospitals fail to provide safe staffing levels, patient care suffers, medical errors increase, and nurses experience overwhelming stress and burnout. The reality is that nurses are leaving the profession at an alarming rate, not because they don't love patient care, but because they are physically and emotionally exhausted from trying to provide quality care under impossible conditions.
Dr. Moorhoff. We're not, hey, please,
Can't do that.
every second counts at this point. Thank you. Dr. Moore?
Thank you. I agree completely, 100% with everything that panel just said. That was excellent. My testimony is from me personally, not representing anybody. I am on the ER Wait Time Commission, so I want to be clear about that. You may know me from my 24 years in the House of Delegates, but my primary job, frontline ER doctor for over 40 years in Maryland, working in ERs, day shifts, night shifts, weekends, and holidays from the Eastern Shore to Carroll County, Baltimore City, and Baltimore County. So I have been on the front lines. Let me tell you a story, though, going back to when AIDS was rampant back in the a number of years ago. And every day my coworkers and paramedics, nurses, we worried, would we get a needle stick injury and this could be the end of our lives and our careers? New devices became available, but hospitals resisted them. In fact, I even had to fight to get gloves. Can you believe that? And they said it was cost factors. I introduced bills in the Maryland General Assembly in 1999 and 2000, which MHA opposed, but they were enacted. Safety measures were implemented, people were safer, and money was saved. The same applies now. I've been a longtime supporter of hospitals, but there's no reason for MHA to oppose this bill. Frankly, if they were getting the job done, Maryland would not be the worst state in the nation for ER times, despite being one among the lowest in ER visits per capita. Maryland would not rank 45th in nurses' salaries. Job actions by St. Agnes nurses and University of Maryland residents would not have happened. A recent hearing you had with the Health Committee said that there were improvements. Well, 22 hospitals improved slightly, 18 didn't. The overall improvement was 9 minutes on an over 9-hour wait. Do you think a patient family would know the difference, whether they waited for 9 hours and 22 minutes or 9 hours and 13 minutes? That's hardly improvement. The key is staffing. It's all the people listed in my written testimony, which has been referred to, which is different than my oral testimony here. The MHA and hospital executives, who make millions of dollars, by the way, should be embracing this bill. This bill creates a group of hospital workers who traditionally are not heard from, and frankly, who are largely women and minorities. When that's done, as the closing story in my written testimony will tell you, when you bring people to the table, this was a restaurant story, a dishwasher identified a problem to save the restaurant a lot of money. Different field, I know, but when you bring people together, that good things will happen. Hospital workers, patients, and families are the ones who are concerned, and that's why you see broad support, doctors, nurses coming together, AARP, all these other groups. MHA, support this bill.
Thank you, Dr. Moorhoff.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another panel.
Yep.
And I'm going to ask people, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's have Senator Washington's question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to say to all of the nurses, thank you for your service and all you've done for our communities and our hospitals. You truly are amazing and MVPs when it comes to our kids and our patients. So thank you very much for all your hard work and dedication. This bill has been proposed 4 times for years straight almost. I was one of the lead sponsors on this bill. I know at a point in time we tried to work with the hospitals to come to some type of reconciliation or where we can find common ground on there. And I wondered if in the last 4 years, and I don't see any testimony in support of this bill from many hospitals. Have you guys worked to come to common ground? I know SEIU has been working on this bill for a long time, so can maybe SEIU answer this question for me, just directly of where are those conversations? Have those conversations stalled? Are you guys just not coming to the table, and this is just the end all be all that you guys just go separate ways, and this is what we need to do?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I would say that there has been a tremendous amount, actually, of concessions that you see now in this bill from where it started. And that was done working with MHA and the hospitals to try to tailor, streamline, come down to this much more narrow piece of legislation that you see before you. That work has continued. And you know, we continue to talk to them and continue to make concessions, but at the end of the day, there has still been this just absolute resistance, seemingly, to a shared governance model that we think is what's most appropriate.
So after 4 years, you guys have made concession after concession, and still there's no agreement from the well, at least no support on safe staffing model from the hospitals is what I'm hearing. I wanted to ask this young lady right here a question, because you brought up your chart, and I thought your chart was really good. But I wondered if you can clarify, because you did say of those non-states that have this model, only 2 of them, they've seen 10-minute increases on emergency wait times, and only 1 or 2 have seen decreases. Can you just explain that a little bit more? Because it's the data that you're providing or that you pointed out didn't really help.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if you can, I wanted to give you another chance to just,
Yeah,
and you don't have to go really long with it, but just if you can give us like the snapshot.
So I compared Maryland. I compared Maryland's change in ER wait times between 2019 and 2024 to the change in ER wait times from the 9 states that have safe staffing committees. And in this picture, you'll see the top one, which is Maryland. The slope of this line is pretty steep. That increased an hour, whereas down here, the average was 10 minutes. So that means that this line, this is 6 times worse than what's going on with the safe staffing committees, and 2 of them actually decrease. So there's clearly an impact when you compare Maryland to the states with ER wait times with the safe staffing committees.
Okay, if you could just send that to us so we can see it in detail, because
Yeah,
the data would be good to have.
It's on page 2
Of your
of my
testimony.
written testimony.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
top of page 2. I know it's a lot to take in 2 minutes.
No, it's just the way you described it just didn't really give me the oomph that I need to be able to convince my colleagues that this is
My apologies.
All right, thank you.
Senator, I think when you can see it clearly on the testimony, it'll be much more clear.
Thank you.
We can't even see that from here.
Yeah.
But thank you for putting that in your testimony. Okay, Senator Ellis?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Thank you, Senator Augustine, for bringing this bill. I want to say my late mom was a nurse, and she had to endure a lot of these things this bill aimed to address and fix. Well, I know, Senator, you're not, but I'll tell you, ladies, which one of you work in a hospital? Okay, what's your name, please?
Lauren.
Lauren. So, being in the hospital setting, do you think you or your other workers in the hospital can provide meaningful suggestions, on staffing, to really help to fix the problem or should this be maybe just a corporate decision by the executives, the workers? Oh, I mean, is that clear or is it, okay?
Thank you for the question, Senator. To be clear, I've been a nurse almost 5 years, and I've worked at a couple different major hospital systems in Maryland, and never once have I had the opportunity or been offered to sit on one of these staffing committees, not for a unit, not for the hospital-wide, and I know no coworkers who have ever been asked for their input on how many patients one nurse should take care of, how many dietary workers there should be. So, I mean, they say they have these staffing committees, but I've never met a single nurse who's sat on one. And we are the direct frontline workers who understand the acuity of patients. As a charge nurse as well, I make the assignment for nurses, decide which patients go to which nurses. And when nurses complain to me, because I'm their leader, I have my hands tied because it's managed by nurse managers, higher administration, and budgets.
Okay, so you feel that since you're closest to the patient care, you can have a real impact on what is needed.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay, well, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, now I don't see any other questions. Thank you to this panel.
Thank you.
I'm going to call 5 more. I don't know that I can say this. Huda Antra from 1199, thank you. Marceline White, David Saucedo, Danita Tolson, and Brooke Roshheim. Did I get 5? A little more coming up. Is this everybody that's here that I've called? Okay. Let's call a couple more, then we have room. Kathy Hardwick. Is Kathy here? Ruth Carlock. I know it's been a long day. We know it's been a long day, too. Ruth, okay. Cynthia, oh boy. Medavarapu. Christopher Meyer. Okay, that's all of our favorables. I will ask you to stick to your 2 minutes. If you hear the buzzer, please finish your sentence. Thank you.
You can go first. You can go first.
Sure. Chair Beidle, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Dr. Brooke Rossheim, and I'm a Maryland licensed physician specializing in public health and preventive medicine, internal medicine, and geriatrics. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of SB 411. Maryland has had the longest emergency department wait times in the nation and the fewest ED visits per capita. This indicates that emergency departments are overwhelmed and staffing shortages are a key factor in this crisis. Anecdotally, I've heard how people frustrated by long wait times sometimes travel to Virginia to receive timely care. This is not optimal and only adds to the fragmentation of care in an already fragmented healthcare system. Long wait times aren't just an inconvenience. Studies have shown that ED overcrowding leads to higher mortality rates, delayed care, and poor patient satisfaction. For patients experiencing critical conditions like heart attacks and strokes, literally every second counts. SB 411 is a thoughtful approach to addressing this issue. It establishes hospital staffing committees to ensure input from frontline workers, creates annual staffing plans, and promotes transparency. This will help improve patient safety, reduce staff burnout, and ensure that we can provide timely, quality care for Marylanders. Thank you for your time, and I strongly urge this committee to vote favorably on SB 411.
Thank you, Chair Beidle and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Meyer for the Maryland Center on Economic Policy in support of Senate Bill 411. I want to highlight some provisions of the bill relating to data and transparency. Effective decision-making requires accurate, sound information. Senate Bill 411 would advance this goal by ensuring that staffing plans are informed by actual data on patient loads and patient acuity, existing staffing levels and any gaps in staffing, as well as any evidence-based staffing standards if those are available. Just as importantly, the bill would improve transparency for all affected stakeholders. The bill requires both staff and patients to be aware of staffing plans or to have access to staffing plans as well as existing staffing levels. It requires reporting to the Maryland Healthcare Commission. And finally, it informs the public by requiring the commission to post summary information on its website. We've learned over the past year that not everybody values sound, accurate information to inform policy, but the Maryland General Assembly has shown through your actions that you do. I'm respectfully asking that you continue that legacy with a favorable report. Thank you.
My name is David Southall, and I'm a disabled vet, and I've worked in a hospital just over 9 years. You've all heard there's safety in numbers. This logic is real. We have, for example, fish gather in schools, birds flock together, and we have government officials like yourself. You guys need committees. Hospitals have team members, and if one team member falls short, we all fall short. I support the Safe Staff Act, and I urge you a favorable report. For 6 years, I have worked in a hospital cooking and preparing foods for patients alongside 15 other cooks. And when management decided to downsize the kitchen, we were all fired. I was lucky enough to transfer into environmental services. Now, excuse me. Now the main kitchen has less workers and more patients to feed. The kitchens are already hazardous. We have sharp objects, hot oils, and crowded areas. Shortages make employees work faster and under pressure. Injuries happen. It has happened to me. High workloads lead to stress, and mistakes do happen. It's a cause and effect. As a union delegate, I've heard everyone in the hospital from short staffing is dangerous. Take, for example, geriatric nurses' assistants are constantly being floated from floor to cover multiple roles, including tasks from my former cooking position. Patients are being put at risk when the main caretaker is on a different floor. What happens if there's an emergency? And there's been some. If you do not fix the staffing crisis now, the workers and patients will face more unsafe conditions. We need more GNAs. We need more healthcare workers. We need more help across the board. Passing this bill will help our hospitals get a real solution about how to fix the staffing crisis and retain more healthcare workers. You reap what you sow, and one day you might be the patient. So I urge you, please vote yes to the Safe Staff Act. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Huda, and I've worked at a hospital for 3 years in environmental care. My story is a living example for why the Safe Staffing Act is necessary, and I urge a favorable report on this bill. Working short staff has taken a toll on my physical and mental health. I came here with dreams. I was in medical school back home, and I wanted to continue that journey. But the stress and exhaustion from work had made it impossible to even go to school part-time. A job should not destroy someone's future. When I first started, we were each assigned 10 rooms a day, plus common areas and any discharges. It was manageable. Some days were hard, but the quality of work stayed strong and patients' area stayed safe. Over time, that number increased to 15, and later, 20 rooms a day on top of two discharges minimum. Here's what that looks like. A daily clean takes 15 minutes, and a discharge takes an hour. Management told us that doing 20 dailies would only take 3 hours and asked us to sign form agreeing to those terms. But if each room takes 15 minutes, 20 rooms will take 5 hours, and that's without any hiccups. Realistically, we lose time getting assignments, gathering supplies, and putting on and taking off PPE. We don't have enough hours in a day. The exact calculations are actually included in my written testimony. When I addressed this, they ignored it. We were still expected to sign the forms, including many of my coworkers who are not proficient in English. Management ignores the realities of job because they don't want to admit that we're short-staffed. I personally faced an injury because of short staffing. A little over a year ago, I was rushing to finish my dailies. The floor techs were waxing the floor, and because they were rushing too, the wet floor sign was misplaced. I fell, sustained a concussion, and sprained my ankle. I was out of work for 2 months, and my ankle still bothers me. EVC might not be considered clinical staff, but nothing in a hospital can function if the facility isn't clean. Every department is short-staffed, and we are all overworked and exhausted, which hurts patient care too. This bill is not just a policy, it is protection, it is respect, it is a chance for workers like me to do our job safely and for patients to receive the care they deserve. Thank you for listening and for considering people whose voices are rarely heard.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruth Carlick from the Brain Injury Association of Maryland. We are submitting this testimony in strong support of Senate Bill 411. The critical legislation aims to establish enforceable staffing standards in Maryland's hospitals, ensuring adequate patient care and support for healthcare professionals. A recent study by the Maryland General Assembly Hospital Throughput Work Group showed that the state of Maryland had the worst hospital wait times out of all 50 states, with this bill representing a multifaceted strategy to address the issues by focusing on a collaborative care team approach that remains flexible in how hospitals can manage the crisis and reduce patient risk and wait times. The Brain Injury Association of Maryland has witnessed firsthand the profound impact that staffing shortnesses and clinical burnout has on patients, particularly those who have sustained brain injuries. Individuals recovering from brain injuries require intensive, specialized, and often prolonged rehabilitative services, with that success of their recovery heavily depending on consistent, personalized care provided by a dedicated team of healthcare professionals. This legislation offers a way for these hospitals to reduce burnout with a plan to address safety concerns. And this legislation also allows hospitals to create individualized plans to address the specific issues of each hospital much sooner than top-down legislation can achieve. However, chronic understaffing and the resulting burnout among clinicians pose significant challenges to deliver such care. Research indicates that burnout is prevalent among professionals in the brain injury rehabilitation setting, often stemming from factors such as emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, and a diminished sense of personal accomplishment. These factors are exacerbated by high patient loads, insufficient resources, and the emotional toll of managing complex patients' needs, like those described by others on this committee. Right now, 1 in 4 nursing positions are vacant, and the crisis only stands to get worse with our aging nursing population and decreasing graduating rates of new nurses in the state. Investing in appropriate clinical staffing is not only a moral obligation, but also a strategic decision that will benefit Maryland's healthcare systems in the long term, and I urge the committee to issue a favorable report and support the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? I do not see any. Thank you very much for your testimony. Jamie DeMarco, are you here from the Maryland Nurses Association, favorable with amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Jamie DeMarco. I represent the Maryland Nurses Association. On behalf of our many members, nurses of all kinds from all across the state, we urge a favorable report with the amendment that the sponsor has graciously agreed to make a sponsor amendment, which is to add a registered staff RN to the committee. I first want to appreciate the great work that our national affiliate, the American Nurses Association, has done to achieve a great ruling from the Joint Commission, where now hospitals, to get accredited, must meet certain standards of staffing. We think that that Joint Commission decision is very compatible with the Maryland Safe Staffing Act, and the Safe Staffing Act will help the Joint Commission, will help hospitals to meet the standards set forward by the Joint Commission. It is well understood that seeking the input of the people who interface most directly with the patients will improve better outcomes, and that's borne out by the data. A highly cited analysis found that, quote, where frontline staff nurses held positions on organizational committees with the power to influence institutions, policies, and decisions were less likely to report unfavorable job outcomes and poor ratings of quality and safety. They also had higher level of nurse engagement, Higher levels of nurse engagement were associated with higher hospital, consumer, assessment, healthcare provider system scores. It's clear that getting the input of our members who are nurses into staffing decisions improves outcomes. I want to be clear that we are not a union and we do not engage in collective bargaining. In fact, I think our members who are not parts of unions are the ones who will benefit the most from this because they lack any other access to leadership to make these kinds of cases and be heard. With that, we urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Do you have any questions for Jamie DeMarco? I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, so now we have a panel of unfavorable, if they're still here. Andrew Nicholas, Wendy Lincoln, Meredith Cornett, Amanda Shrout, and Karen McQuinlan. Once again, I'm going to remind you 2 minutes, and when the buzzer goes off, just finish your sentence. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the hour, I'll jump in. Thank you so much for having us, members of the committee, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Andrew Nicholas, representing the Maryland Hospital Association in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 411. You're going to hear from a panel of experts that include nursing leaders, frontline clinical staff workers, and a representative from the Maryland Emergency Nurses Association, all unified in opposition on this bill. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but I just want to point out a couple of things. First, you all should have received a report from MHA on clinical staffing. I'd encourage you to take a look at that if you have not yet done so. It has a lot of good information on there, how hospitals go about staffing decisions, how they're leaning into shared governance. But I will draw your attention to a series of commitments made by every single hospital member of MHA to support and enact policies that will support frontline clinical staff members and specifically support engagement with clinical staff members on staffing issues. So again, I encourage you to take a look at that. Next, I'll just talk briefly, as was mentioned, about the Joint Commission, because this is a significant event that happened during the interim. The Joint Commission has now set national performance standards around staffing. That means Maryland hospitals will now be inspected by the Joint Commission, our accrediting body, on staffing adequacy and staffing policies. And you'll hear more about that from our expert witnesses. Just wanted to highlight that point. I'm going to wrap up by briefly talking about our state hospitals. So state hospitals are exempt from this bill. However, when it was introduced in 2024, they were included in the bill. And at that time, the Department of Health introduced testimony seeking an exemption. I'll quote briefly from that testimony now, where it says, while the department supports the goals of safe staffing, we are respectfully requesting amendments to exempt the department from this bill. The healthcare system is bound to the Joint Commission and the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services regulations. So I'd like to respond to that by simply saying, me too. All of those same requirements cited by the state apply to our private not-for-profit hospitals. We are simply requesting the same consideration for the exact same reasons that were given to the state hospitals to be given to your local hospitals serving in your communities. With that, I will urge an unfavorable report and turn it over to our panel.
Madam Chair and the committee, thank you for your time. My name is Wendy Lincoln, and I'm the Vice President of Nursing, Vice President and Chief Nursing Officer at Ascension St. Agnes. I come to you with multiple years of experience, over 30, in multiple states. Safe staffing for patient care is a dynamic process requiring flexibility and nursing clinical judgment. Staffing processes are designed to fulfill the rigorous standards set forth by not only the Joint Commission, but also by CMS. These standards organizations prioritize patient safety and positive clinical outcomes. They mandate that hospitals are adequately staffed to meet the specific needs of the patients we serve. Furthermore, these standards explicitly designate nursing leadership as the responsible party for determining appropriate types and amounts of nursing personnel to provide adequate coverage. Our existing evidence-based grids and real-time adjustments to protocols use the tools that we use to meet these federal requirements and ensure that clinical staffing remains driven by the patient acuity and professional nursing judgment rather than rigid administrative mandates. St. Agnes has a well-established process for determining appropriate safe staffing that is formulated on evidence-based best practice standards by nursing specialties. Some of these include the American Association of Critical Care Nurses, the Academy of Medical Surgical Nurses, Association of Women's Health, Obstetric, and neonatal nurses, and the Emergency Nurses Association. Hospitals need real-time flexibility to respond to and accommodate complex, evolving circumstances. A single centralized staffing committee lacks the dexterity needed to respond in real time to changes in the patient volumes and care demands. Additionally, clinical staffing plans for patient care should be developed by the clinical team members. These decisions require specific knowledge and expertise to ensure patient safety. For these reasons, we request an unfavorable report to SB 411. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Bidel, Vice Chair Hayes, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Meredith Cornett, and I am a registered nurse. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Organization of Nurse Leaders and Luminous Health Anne Arundel Medical Center. I'm testifying in opposition of Senate Bill 411. Let me begin by saying clearly, every one of us wants Maryland patients to receive high-quality, safe care. The question before us is not whether staffing matters. It absolutely does. The question is whether SB 411 is the right policy solution at this time. The Joint Commission inspection adopted a new performance goal on staffing, elevating appropriate nurse and clinical staffing to a national patient safety priority. Beginning just last month in January 2026, every Joint Commission accredited hospital must demonstrate that they are staffing to meet the patient needs using competency-based assessments, leadership accountability, and documented staffing plans tied to measurable outcomes. This is not voluntary suggestion from the Joint Commission. Accreditation is essential to hospital operations and Medicare participation. The Joint Commission standards already require data-driven staffing decisions based on patient acuity, clinical judgment, and safety outcomes. Senate Bill 411 would layer on additional state-mandated community structure and prescriptive process on top of those national requirements. These duplication raises three policy concerns for this body: redundancy, cost, and flexibility. One-size-fits-all statutory framework may limit a hospital's ability to respond dynamically to changing patient volumes, specialty needs, and workplace shortages. Maryland's hospitals are already navigating workforce scarcity, inflammatory pressures, and access challenges. Before imposing new statutory mandates, we should allow the national performance goal to take effect, evaluate its measurable outcomes, and partner with providers on targeted improvements if gaps remain. For these reasons, I ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 411. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Karen McQuillan, and I have had the privilege of caring for patients at the Ardham's Cali Shock Trauma Center at the University of Maryland Medical Center for nearly 40 years. And I currently serve as the co-chair of the University of Maryland Medical System Nurse Practice Council. The University of Maryland System-Wide Nurse Practice Council is a forum composed of frontline nurses and nurse leaders from throughout the medical system that meet monthly to approve clinical guidelines and policies, to recommend changes to improve patient care, and to provide feedback on changes proposed by other disciplines that impact nursing. I can assure you that I and all of my colleagues recognize that appropriate staffing is vital for provision of safe and effective care to our patients and is important for nurses' well-being. Evidence shows that benefits of staffing are contingent on the health of the work environment. Professional governance, a framework where frontline staff partner with nurse leaders to make decisions about clinical practice, fostering accountability and improved patient outcomes is one way healthy work environments are promoted. One aspect of professional practice that is enjoyed by nurses in many hospitals is staff-led shared scheduling or self-scheduling. For example, all hospitals that have received magnet or pathway designation, a recognition for nurse excellence, innovation, empowering nurses, and quality patient care, have shared or self-scheduling. Scheduling committees or councils develop nurse scheduling guidelines for the unit or department on which they work. These guidelines are agreed upon by all nurses on the unit. The nurses can always submit suggested changes to the guidelines for consideration by simply bringing up the recommendation with the scheduling committee chair, the nurse manager, or at the unit shared governance meeting. Nurses then submit desired schedules based on those staff-designed guidelines. This gives nurses a voice in their schedule. Nurses may determine which days or shifts they desire to work. This flexibility allows nurses to continue their education, care for family members, and attend important events. Creating a workplace that fosters this work-life balance assists in attracting and retaining a nursing workforce amid an ongoing shortage of nurses. Once staff scheduling committee leaders ensure staffing numbers are appropriate to fulfill the staff established ratios for the unit, the schedule is posted.
Your time's up.
Yeah.
For those reasons, I do oppose this bill.
Thank you.
I'm reclaiming my time.
Pardon me?
I want to reclaim my time.
How many of the hospitals have what Nurse McQuinlan was just stating? Do you know, Andrew, since you represent the Hospital Association? Do other
Yeah.
hospitals have that similar kind of?
Yeah, virtually all hospitals have some form of that shared governance model, but it looks different in each hospital. So it's going to look different depending on the size of the hospital and the scope of services that they provide, but some form of that shared governance engagement model.
I just need one of you to answer. Do you think it's the nursing shortage that's causing our ED wait times to be so high, the highest in the country? Do you think it's just one of you? It's fine.
So I've practiced in multiple states. And other states, because of our special model here in Maryland, do not focus on things like hospital throughput, those types of things. And all of those types of things really, in my opinion at least, aggravate the extended wait times here in Maryland.
Thank you. Anybody else have questions? Senator Reedy?
I know we're here towards the end of the night, and we've heard some really compelling testimony from the proponents. And I think everybody that's gone to the hospital in the last year or two, or even before that, experiences both the frustration of having to wait a long time. Also, I think everybody reasonably can understand it's a challenge with workforce too. And looking at this bill, and I don't know if this bill is the right vehicle or not. I know we've been at it for a long time. I guess my question really is, anytime you have workers who are frontline, they feel like management doesn't understand and doesn't listen. Management often will be like, you don't understand the big picture. Can somebody from the hospitals just, I don't believe we can mandate what this bill is telling us to do for a variety of reasons, but I'd like to understand better, how much of this really is we can't hire enough people versus we can only staff so much because we're limited in the amount of money we can spend with the unique model of our all-payer system. It's a very broad question. I don't know if somebody could just give me help educate everybody in the room from your perspective, just like we've been educated about some of the real challenges from the workforce folks as well. I don't know if that's a clear question or not, but it's very late.
You want to go?
I can try and answer that for you. Healthcare is very complex, and
I'll write that down.
It's not just the number of humans, but it's also the high technology that is used throughout the hospital. So moving from unit to unit is not as easy as just saying, you've got bedroom 414, go. It's not that easy. It's very complex. So it takes humans, but it also takes all the added resources that go on top of that. So having staffing plans and grids in place on top of the complexity of either patient acuity and understanding the correct place that people go kind of very logistically makes it difficult to move them throughout the system and get the total treatment. The complexity depends on each specific person, and it's not just on the staffing that is built into each unit.
And it's not just about nurse staffing. There's a lot of pieces of the puzzle.
The chair would like me not have two people answer just because it's so late, which I appreciate. Do you believe that what's been characterized by the proponents is all of us here, and we hurt for hearing people feel like they're not appreciated. And even though we're here in Annapolis, we're tempted to think, oh, it's this activist group versus this activist group, but it's real people involved on all fronts. You guys are real people too. You're representing real people. Is there something that could be done better to be sure that the rank and file at these hospitals understand the input they can have through the nurses that give input and the things you've talked about? I mean, I don't know.
If I could just
Yeah, and that's it, Madam Chair. That's the last thing I'll ask. Yeah.
I'd just like to, I think, say two things. One, certainly this is a challenging time and a challenging environment. We have shortage, we have an absolute defined national workforce shortage. We have a shortage of preventative care access in the communities and post-acute care. I'm privileged to serve on the Emergency Department Wait Times Commission. I am not representing that commission here, but I serve on that commission, and they have identified the lack of post-acute services as one of the key factors driving our emergency wait times. In fact, our inpatient discharges to home are actually on par with the rest of the nation. Our discharges to post-acute care is where people stay much longer in the hospital than the rest of the nation. So very challenging. We've talked a little bit about that. And then also I'll point to our report. If you get a chance to look at that, yes, I think hospitals are doing a lot, and I think we admit, we can and want to do more to engage with frontline staff. That is valuable input and valuable engagement around staffing decisions, and the commitments that MHA member hospitals have made to that, I think, speak to that point in that report.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I don't see any other questions for this panel. We have one more panel, and then we have one
Thank you very
virtual.
much.
Thank you. David Hunt, Caroline Doyle, Karen Weish-Latham, Amy Alsante, and Dolores Sanchez. Well, thank you all for staying. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
David, do you want to start? Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Hunt. I serve in the role of Chief Nursing Officer at the University of Maryland, Baltimore Washington Medical Center. I am a registered nurse and have been for 36 years. And yes, I very much care about this subject. It's something that's near and dear to me and something that's important in my daily activities. I'm here today in respectful opposition to Senate Bill 411, and I want to speak just briefly about innovation and technology and some of the work that Maryland hospitals are undertaking in this space. It's important, as you've heard, that we are engaging staff in a variety of different ways. We don't believe there's a need for additional staffing committees, and hospitals today conduct what we call daily safety huddles, during which our teams openly discuss and actively work together to resolve safety and staffing concerns. You heard from Dr. McQuillan the focus that we have very specifically around shared governance, and that is a powerful model of direct engagement. In May of 2023, UMBWMC, the hospital that I work at, created the Departure Lounge. This is a foundational program looking at ED wait times, and it came very much from our own team members. Today, utilizing a model that focuses in a differential way, specific to patient flow, 60% of all home discharges go through this Departure Lounge process, and the impact is an hour per patient of reduced ED wait time for those who are waiting for beds upstairs. The clearest opportunity to support healthcare team members from a staffing perspective is very much around reducing vacancy and reducing turnover. Innovative programs like the ACE program and academic practice partnerships with local area schools create renewed investment for pipeline into our programs. And as a result, University of Maryland Medical System, the 11-hospital entity, has seen a year-over-year improvement in nursing vacancies down from 17% to 15%, and nursing turnover down from 19% to 16%. Maryland hospitals are also investing in smart technology. UMS has deployed a tool that uses a documentation-driven, algorithmic approach to create a workload score. Nursing assessments are generated using workload scoring to make them fair and more balanced.
David, you need to finish your sentence.
I will. And technology and innovation are driving efficiencies. So for these reasons, I respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Caroline Doyle, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Maryland Emergency Nurses Association in opposition to Senate Bill 411. I've been a nurse for 37 years. I've been bedside the entire time, between 2 years of ICU, 35 years in the emergency department, and coinciding, I've been a nursing supervisor, bed flow coordinator for 18 years at a busy Baltimore City Hospital that serves a remarkably diverse patient population across the spectrum from well-insured to uninsured vulnerable populations. There is a constant flow of patients from multiple jurisdictions seeking emergency medical care as well as planned surgical procedures. Patient volume changes very quickly and acutely in any given minute on any given day. Staffing needs are impacted by multiple variables, including volume, acuity, just how sick these patients are, and they are sicker and require more time, and available trained staff for specialty units. Clinical unit leaders, nursing managers, directors, the CNOs, and nursing supervisors are acutely aware of the dynamics of the staffing needs and necessary resources and spend most of their days involved in ongoing conversations to ensure the maintained, safe, quality care. While SB 411's intent is well-meaning, it is redundant to existing professional nursing and hospital staffing guidelines and practices that are already in place and being monitored and tracked on a continuous basis. This bill would add another burdensome administrative layer to an already overwhelmed hospital systems. Here are some examples of the existing staffing practices. I'm not going to go into detail because my colleagues have already spoken to it, but we go by the Joint Commission standards, and they're the basis of all of our, decisions and measurements, and we are held accountable to them. Emergency department are unique units that require a special staffing approach depending on size, location, population. The Emergency Nurse Association does advocate for safe emergency departments based on patient acuity, volume, and skill mix rather than fixed staffed ratios. For these reasons, the Maryland Emergency Nurses Association opposes Senate Bill 411. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Excuse me, we didn't do this to you. Can you please be? I will not. You're being disrespectful. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Chair Bidle and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Karen White Latham, and I'm the Vice President, Chief Nursing Officer at MedStar Southern Maryland Hospital Center. I'm here on behalf of MedStar Health to respectfully oppose Senate Bill 411. We support strong collaborative staffing practices, and our hospitals already operate under a robust shared governance model that achieves this goal. At our hospital and across the MedStar Health system, we hold daily interdisciplinary huddles and maintain professional councils that span nursing specialties and departments. These structures ensure that frontline nurses have a direct voice in staffing practices, clinical policies, quality initiatives, and patient care decisions. Shared decision-making is not new to us. It is embedded in how we operate every single day. Our commitment to frontline engagement has been validated externally. MedStar Southern Maryland Hospital Center has earned the National Pathway to Excellence designation, recognizing strong shared governance, leadership engagement, nurse well-being, and quality outcomes. Hospitals pursuing or achieving Pathway or Magnet designations must demonstrate meaningful frontline involvement in staffing and care decisions. One example is our rapid response team. Previously, our ICU charge nurse was responsible for overseeing the ICU and the IMC, while also responding to and leading rapid response calls in addition to other emergency codes, such as the Code Blue or Code Stork. This model was not sustainable. Our frontline nursing staff requested additional and a dedicated rapid response team, and we allocated the resources to implement it. This model will be replicated across all MedStar facilities. Senate Bill 411 would create redundant structure that could disrupt models that are already working effectively. For these reasons, I respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Amy Alsante, and I serve as the President-elect of the Maryland Organization of Nurse Leaders, representing nurse leaders at all levels across our state. I've been a nurse for over 28 years, with the majority of that time being in critical care. We respectfully oppose Senate Bill 411. Maryland's nurse leaders share the same goal as this body, safe staffing. Safe staffing is a dynamic clinical decision based on patient acuity, care complexity, the skill mix, and experience of the team, the physical environment, and the real-time conditions on the unit. Staffing needs to be agile and decisions need to be made as the clinical picture progresses. You don't need legislation to call a team huddle to adjust staffing in real time. This requires the critical thinking of the frontline team at the moment that the staffing decisions need to be made. While well-intended, Senate Bill 411 risks unintended consequences that include reduced access to care. Hospitals that cannot meet mandated minimums may be forced to close beds, reduce services, or divert patients, which directly worsens ED department crowding. This is an area that Maryland already struggles. When EDs become congested, boarding increases, wait times grow, and workplace violence becomes more likely, putting our teams at greater risk. It is important to highlight that the bill is redundant, and as of January 1st, the Joint Commission elevated to National Performance Goal 12, requiring hospitals to demonstrate safe staffing. Nurse leaders strongly support transparency, shared governance, and staff participation in staffing decisions. I am proud to say that Maryland has one of the highest proportions of magnet-recognized hospitals in the country. Right now, the national average is 10%. We have 30%. Magnet organizations are known for empowering nurses through shared governance structures, giving the frontline staff a voice, and elevating outcomes through nurse-driven decision-making. For these reasons, the Maryland Organization of Nurse Leaders respectfully urges an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 411. We stand ready to collaborate on solutions that genuinely strengthen our workforce, elevate nursing practice, and protect access to care for Maryland communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Delora Sanchez Ificauche with Cornerstone Government Affairs on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association, here with the Me Too. I know the hour is late, but I did want to highlight the Joint Commission's performance goal, which elevates essentially what we're talking about here today. That performance goal really requires that these staffing levels are a part of the accreditation. This is not negotiable. It's not a suggestion. It's something that the Joint Commission requires of all hospitals in the state of Maryland to maintain their accreditation. If hospitals do not meet these standards, that could be put in jeopardy, and they could also be sanctioned by the Joint Commission, who comes in and does inspections, thorough inspections of every hospital in Maryland, including state hospitals. So this is a nationwide requirement that became effective last month, and it sets standards that struck a balance after they spent years studying this, a balance between what staff needed to see, what nurses would like to see, because nurses are the ones who developed it, and Joint Commission worked with them, and what needs to be present for patient care and administrators. So they really looked at it closely and struck that balance. So I just want to make sure that the committee considers that, went into effect 4 weeks ago, and that's something that hospitals are meeting the standards for currently. That is not something that they can just shirk or that they won't have to answer to. They are inspected regularly, and that is something that they do have to, that's been elevated and they do have to meet. So with that, we would have a respectful request for unfavorable report on Senate Bill 411. And thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Delora, can you get us the documentation for that Joint Commission requirement?
Absolutely.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Do I have any other questions for this panel? Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your testimony. We have one last virtual witness, if she's on. Lucy Kaufner Nelson, virtual favorable. Lucy, go ahead.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Lucy Kaufner Nelson. I'm a wound technician, and I've worked at a hospital for 25 years. The number one consequence of short staffing is delayed patient care. In wound care, any delay leads to an increase of infection and sepsis, which can be life-threatening. I urge a favorable report on SB 411, the Safe Staffing Act. Short staffing is a crisis. As a wound care technician, I do get to travel to all units within the hospital, and I do get to see the effect of the staffing shortage. Workers are overwhelmed, and patients must wait for basic but necessary things like a glass of water. It's difficult to monitor and care for patients and take preventive action before a patient becomes a code blue, meaning the patient is experiencing a life-threatening emergency with so few workers. If one department is short, it creates a dominoes effect that impacts everyone else. For example, when the kitchen is short, meals don't go out on time. Timely meal delivery is crucial to patients that are diabetic and need to take insulin with meals. Workers are asked to take on duties of other titles in addition to our own work to cover the gaps. The workforce at my hospital is like a revolving door. There are plenty of new workers that comes in, but most of them quit because before their probation period is over. And many quit within a few days. New employees see how burnt out and overburdened the current staff is and frustrated because hospital management is not receptive to workers' idea for how to fix this problem, so they quit. To fill the gaps in the healthcare workforce and better staff our communities, workers' voice need to be heard.
Thank you. You want to finish your sentence, please?
Okay. The State Staffing Act recognizes that healthcare is a team effort. It seeks to address staffing on a hospital-wide level, including workers from the whole care team. That is what we need to achieve for workforce retention, improve working conditions, cut down emergency room wait time, maintain high-quality care for the residents of this state. Please vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Any questions for this witness? Thank you very much for your testimony. That ends the hearing for Senate Bill 411, and it ends our hearing for the day. Thank you, committee, for sticking it out.